Chapter 281. Gu Xingyin was silent. She suddenly asked, if you were given a chance to return the world to what it was before the apocalypse, but the price was your own life, what would you choose? Lei Ting laughed. Why would you suddenly ask such a naive question? Gu Xingyin blinked. Then tell me. You have to answer seriously. Lei Ting thought for a moment and said, I think I would be willing. Gu Xingyin looked at the man seriously. Why? What does other people's lives have to do with you? Lei Ting reached out and rubbed her head. Baby, let's not talk about whether one life is more important than the lives of millions of people. But one day, I will hope. He glanced at the numb people and said word by word, I hope that my descendants, the people in the future, will not live the same life as today. They can't see the future, and they can't see the hope. I hope that children worry about what to do if they break their father's favorite collection, and not whether their mother can get the next meal. If I have a child, I don't want to hear her ask me what sunshine and flowers look like one day. If my life can be exchanged for the days before the apocalypse, I won't hesitate at all. Gu Xingyin's eyes suddenly turned red. She was almost crying as she said, then if you did that, did you ever think about me? If you are not here, what will I do? Big drops of tears rolled down her cheeks and landed on the back of Lei Ting's hand. The scorching temperature almost burned his heart. Lei Ting almost hurriedly helped her wipe her tears. He smiled and coaxed her. What's wrong with you? Why are you crying? That's just a hypothesis. Gu Xingyin interrupted him. What if it's true? Lei Ting went along with her. Okay. If it's true, I will tell my baby. My baby is so understanding. She will understand me. Gu Xingyin did not say anything. After a while, she wiped her tears and smiled at Lei Ting embarrassedly. I have been under too much pressure recently. Don't laugh at me, she said fiercely. Lei Ting had a doting look on his face. Whatever you say. He did not doubt it. On the one hand, Gu Xingyin's words were too outrageous. On the other hand, it was true that there had been a lot of pressure on all sides during this period of time. It was not difficult for them to lose control of their emotions. He didn't know that one day in the future, when he recalled today's conversation, how much heartache he would feel. The two of them stayed together for an entire day. In the end, Thunder sent her home. He had other matters to attend to. However, when Lei Ting returned home that night, he immediately felt that something was wrong, there was someone in the room. He was silent for a moment before he slowly opened his mouth. What brings you here so late at night? The lights in the room were switched on, and the scene in front of him made Thunder's blood boil. The person who appeared in his room was none other than Gu Xingyin. At this moment, she was wearing a dark purple tight-fitting nightgown. It wasn't a revealing style, but it perfectly displayed her exquisite figure. Her hair was a little messy. She sat sideways on the bed and looked at him affectionately. I'm here to recommend myself. I wonder if Boss Lei Ting is willing to accept me. Lei Ting's throat moved, and he said in a hoarse voice, I'm very satisfied. At this time, if he could still hold back, he would not be a man. Chapter 282. It was a night of lovemaking. Lei Ting was pleasantly surprised to find that Gu Xingyin had become particularly clingy during this period of time. She liked to stay with him no matter what. He didn't think too much about it. He just thought that his girl finally knew how to rely on her man. Gu Xingyin just wanted to cherish the last days she had with her lover in this world. She prayed that day wouldn't come soon. But delaying wasn't a long-term solution. Half a year later. The zombie tide that was originally gathering in the direction of the South Pole suddenly stopped. Those zombies seemed to have encountered something angry and began to become irritable. They no longer moved in the original direction but began to attack the major bases indiscriminately. The researcher in charge of long-term monitoring of the zombies at the base said in a panic. The researcher's words made everyone's faces turn heavy. Gu Xingyin knew that the zombies had noticed that the thing that had been attracting them had disappeared. But now, the base's research on the coffin had made no progress. Gu Xingyin knew that now was the time. The longer they delayed, the more damage the zombies would cause. On this day, she got up as usual, gave the man beside her a sweet kiss, and made him a delicious breakfast. Lei Ting didn't suspect anything. After breakfast, he went out with the ability users to start missions. Gu Xingyin went straight to find Zhong Lingyu. When Zhong Lingyu heard that she wanted the coffin, she was surprised. "What do you want this for?" "I've received orders not to give it to anyone." A golden light flashed in Gu Xingyin's eyes, and Zhong Lingyu's expression suddenly became confused. She followed Gu Xingyin outside in a daze. Of course, the Great Light Curse didn't need it, but Gu Xingyin wanted to solve the source of the infection together. Gu Xingyin and Zhong Lingyu left the base smoothly and found a quiet and deserted place. "Let the thing out." Zhong Lingyu did as she was told. Gu Xingyin looked at the corpse in the coffin and looked in the direction of the imperial capital base with some reluctance. Her eyes became firm. She slowly lowered her head, clasped her hands in front of her chest, and began to chant in a low voice. At the same time, Zhong Lingyu's eyes regained clarity. She was stunned for a few seconds before she saw the situation in front of her. Puzzled, she asked, "What are you doing?" Of course, Gu Xingyin could not answer her at this moment. Zhong Lingyu felt inexplicably uneasy. She tried to step forward, but found that a faint golden halo had appeared 10 meters around Gu Xingyin. She couldn't break through at all. Of course, she didn't know that when the Great Light Curse was cast, the area within a radius of 5 kilometers would be immune to all physical and magical attacks. Zhong Lingyu felt that something was wrong. She didn't dare to hide it, so she quickly used her communicator to inform the higher-ups of the base and Lei Ting, who was doing a mission outside. Then she looked at Gu Xingyin, who was bathed in golden light, and the doubt in her heart grew stronger and stronger. Lei Ting came quickly. When he arrived, the light on Gu Xingyin's body was already dazzling. He opened his eyes and looked at the pious, almost sacrificial expression on her face, and suddenly panicked. It seemed that a voice in his head was telling him, "Stop her. Otherwise, you will lose her." He rushed forward without thinking, but like Zhong Lingyu, he was blocked by the faint halo. Chapter 283. Lei Ting didn't even think about it. He used his thunder power, but when the violent thunder touched the halo, it was as if it was absorbed by an invisible black hole. It didn't even make a ripple. When the people from the base rushed over, they saw Lei Ting attacking the golden halo crazily. Inside the halo, there was only a figure shrouded in golden light. His face couldn't be seen at all. There was only one person with such a power. The long incantation was finally over. Gu Xingyin also awoke from the wonderful state just now. She opened her eyes. Those who looked at her suddenly found that her eyes had turned pure gold. If they were from the Vatican in the previous world, they would know that this was the characteristic of the God of Light. Lei Ting. Gu Xingyin looked at his lover and seemed to be smiling slightly. Her expression was emotionless, and under the contrast of the golden holy light that filled the sky, she looked like an otherworldly deity. But because of this, Lei Ting's heart became more and more panicked. Gu Xingyin's next words made his eyes widen. "I asked you, and you told me your answer. You want to see the light return to the earth, and so do I." Lei Ting suddenly remembered the words Gu Xingyin said to him before. "If you were given a chance to return the world to the way it was before the end of the world, but the price was your own life, what would you choose?" He seemed to have lost all his strength and fell to the ground. How did he answer her again? He said that he was willing, and that she would understand him. So, was this retribution? He suddenly covered his face and laughed in a low voice. Gu Xingyin finally said to Lei Ting, "I want to see you live well, and see the world with sunshine and flowers again for me." She raised her head to look at the gray sky. Following her gaze, it was as if a pair of invisible hands had ruthlessly torn apart the dark curtain that covered the entire sky. A ray of golden sunlight broke through the layers of obstacles and fell to the ground. Everyone was stunned by this scene. No one had thought that there would actually be someone who could do this with his own strength. However, this was not the end. Rain suddenly began to fall from the sky. Every droplet of water was a tiny golden light spot. Wherever the light went, all living things would come to life. Green buds sprouted at a speed visible to the naked eye on the barren land, and flowers bloomed. The river became clear again. The air became fresh again. Under the scouring of the light spots, the wandering zombies let out miserable howls and finally turned into ashes in their unwillingness. It was unknown who started it, but the people around Gu Xingyin knelt down one by one. From the conversation between Lei Ting and her, it was not difficult for them to guess what kind of price Gu Xingyin would have to pay to achieve this. Gu Xingyin could feel the energy in her body draining away bit by bit. She knew that she would soon be leaving this world. There was one more thing that had not been done. She turned to look at the coffin beside her. She gathered the last of her strength in her palm and gently pressed it against the coffin. A sigh escaped from the corner of her mouth. Since you have passed away for so many years, don't be reluctant to leave this world. The whole coffin melted in the golden light, leaving nothing behind. Lei Ting, who had been sitting on the ground in a daze, suddenly reacted. He shouted at Gu Xingyin crazily, "I regret it. I regret it." Chapter 284. However, no matter how he screamed, it was useless. The golden holy light that had been covering that person gradually dissipated, revealing a clear figure. But everyone clearly saw that her whole body, starting from her lower body and legs, gradually turned into golden light spots. With her body and soul as a sacrifice, she couldn't even leave behind a complete body. The golden halo that had been preventing everyone from approaching also disappeared. At the same time, Lei Ting ran towards Gu Xingyin like a madman. He reached out and carefully touched Gu Xingyin's outstretched hands. However, before he could grasp it, like a firework, his hand was left with nothing but emptiness. Those golden light spots circled around his body as if they were reluctant to part with him, and then they were reluctantly annihilated into nothingness. Everyone was cheering and rejoicing that they had been reborn. Only Lei Ting felt a deeper despair than the end of the world. "You asked me what choice I would make, but I made the choice for you myself," he said in a low voice, and hot water dripped from somewhere onto the back of his hand. "But, I already regret it." He closed his eyes, and no one could hear his voice. He thought to himself, "This will be a nightmare that will accompany me forever, a nightmare that can't be ended unless I die." Zhong Lingyu also stood there in a daze. She didn't expect that Li Xingxi would come to her so calmly and naturally to do such a thing. When she came, she even had a smile on her face, as if she was looking for an old friend to have a meal. "You won," she thought, "I can't surpass you in this life." This reign of light lasted for 3 days. There were no more zombies in the world. Humans could once again walk outside without any worries, and they didn't have to worry about a terrible thing coming out of nowhere to threaten their lives. Everyone had a smile on their faces after surviving a disaster, and they were full of energy to build a new life. Children began to play on the grass, and they finally began to regain the innocence they should have at this age. However, no one knew where Lei Ting, the former strongest person, went. The people of the Ice Frost Base spent a whole month without finding a man. Finally, they chose to give up. They knew that if Thunder was determined to disappear, no one would be able to find him. The Li family became the most respected family, but no one felt happy because of this. If they had to sacrifice their family to obtain such glory, then they would rather not do so. A tall statue was erected in the center of the former imperial capital base. The statue was of a woman. Her eyelids were slightly lowered, and her expression was emotionless. Rather than a person, she looked more like a statue of a god. It was Gu Xingyin. This was a depiction of Gu Xingyin casting the great light spell based on the memories of the witnesses who had personally experienced the new birthday. In fact, many people who had seen that scene believed that Gu Xingyin was actually the messenger of God, who had single-handedly turned the tide when mankind was in despair. The high and mighty statue looked at the world that he had saved with his own hands. It was as if he was watching over the humans until the end of the world. The apocalyptic world ended here, but there was still one more thing. Actually, it's just a little abuse. I'm still my own mother, serious face. Chapter 285. Lei Ting had been to many places. He remembered Gu Xingyin's words, take a look at the world where sunshine and flowers have reappeared. Every time he went to a new place, he would close his eyes and stay alone for a while, pretending that the person was still there and was looking at the scenery in front of him with him. It took him 20 years to walk all over the land under his feet. Finally, he returned to the place where he first left. The man, who was no longer young, stood quietly under the most famous statue in the capital, looking at the face that would never change. I'm already old, but you're still so young and beautiful. He looked at her with a smile. I've already fulfilled what you said. I've seen every corner of the world. Every place has sunshine and flowers, he said softly, tears falling down his cheeks. When will you come to see me, baby? He raised his head, trying to find the shadow of the person in his memory on the statue. I'm very tired. He sat down and leaned against the base of the statue, starting to speak slowly. There's a place in the south with a sea of flowers that's especially beautiful. If you see it, you'll definitely like it. I've seen many beautiful girls, but none of them can compare to you. Recently, I've been dreaming of you more and more. Baby, do you miss me too? Many tourists saw this strange middle-aged man. He sat there alone, mumbling something under his breath. Some people thought that he might be a lunatic, afraid that he would do something bad, so they called the police. The police came quickly because it was related to this national treasure statue. No one recognized the former strongest man, so the police wanted to take Lei Ting away. Li Minglang happened to pass by. When he heard the commotion, he frowned and walked over. With just one glance, his pupils constricted. General. A few policemen saw the stars on his shoulder and quickly saluted. There's nothing else here. This person is my friend. Li Minglang sent everyone away and walked to the man's side. Lei Ting. There was a trace of disbelief in his voice. He never thought that he would be able to see the man who had disappeared for 20 years. Thunder slowly raised his head and saw a familiar face. It took him a while to realize who the person in front of him was. It's you, it really is you. After so many years, we all thought. Li Minglang suddenly stopped speaking. Do you think I'm dead? Thunder didn't care at all. Li Minglang was silent. Both sides fell silent. I've been to many places. This is a world that baby exchanged his life for. It's very good, Thunder suddenly said softly. I've fulfilled her final wish. Li Minglang suddenly felt that something was amiss. He reacted abruptly. Thunder. However, the man had already closed his eyes. He had fulfilled his promise to her, so he could look for her without any burden. Li Minglang looked at the man with a slight smile on his lips. Suddenly, his eyes reddened. In the end, he used the Li family's connections to bury the man's ashes in the ground under his sister's statue. Being with her and seeing the world together was probably this man's wish. I recommend the Ninth Princess's quick crossover fancy counterattack plan for Prince Charming. Grab it with one hand and don't miss it when you pass by. Chapter 286. When Gu Xingyin returned to the pure white space, she felt a little sad. He must be very sad. Gu Xingyin remembered the moment when her consciousness dissipated. Lei Ting looked at her in despair. The system was at a loss. The host it had seen had always been calm and self-controlled. It had never seen this side of her. Fortunately, Gu Xingyin quickly adjusted her mood. Anyway, they would be able to meet soon, right? The system breathed a sigh of relief and quickly transmitted the information of the mission world. When she opened her eyes this time, the normal scene made Gu Xingyin feel relieved. The real-time information sent by the system had been sorted out by Gu Xingyin. Her original body was a rich young lady named Xing Lu. She was currently 19 years old and was studying at the capital's first university. There was no doubt that Xing Lu was born to be a winner in life. She was born in a good family. Her grandfather was an old cadre who fought alongside Taizu. The golden stars on his epaulets were dazzling. She was good-looking. The first university where Xing Lu studied gathered the top talents in the country. There were countless men and women with outstanding looks and temperament. However, she relied on her face, which could stand firm in the entertainment industry without makeup, to suppress everyone and become the recognized campus belle. The key point was that she could obviously rely on her family background and face to make a living, but she chose to rely on her talent. Every year on the school's official forum, Xing Lu was always at the top of the list of the top 10 results of each major school. If there was a flaw in her, it would be that this campus belle was too arrogant. A flower on a high mountain, too high to reach. This was undoubtedly the best interpretation of her. Of course, in the eyes of more people, this kind of girl who was better than others in everything was not a flaw at all. On the contrary, it added a legendary color to her. However, the original Xing Lu, because of this character, suffered a big loss in the relationship, and finally lost the opportunity to be with the person she liked. And this time, the target female supporting character, Qi Shishir, was the woman who finally succeeded in snatching her sweetheart from the hands of the female lead Xing Lu. In terms of looks, Qi Shishir was undoubtedly inferior to Xing Lu. However, her personality was quite gentle and pleasant. Most of the time, men preferred this type of girl because this type of girl would make men want to protect her and give men a greater sense of accomplishment. The man that Xing Lu and Qi Shishir fell in love with at the same time was called Yuan Chen. He was one of the top freshmen in the first university. Originally, it wasn't that he didn't have a good impression of Xing Lu. After all, with Xing Lu's appearance, there wasn't a man who wouldn't be moved. However, after, coincidentally, seeing Xing Lu's arrogant and indifferent look, he slowly calmed down. At this time, the gentle and approachable Qi Shishir appeared in his field of vision and gradually attracted his attention. Finally, she occupied his entire heart. Xing Lu finally mustered up the courage to confess, but she was rejected as expected, and the person involved became someone else's boyfriend a week later. In the end, after Qi Shishir and Yuan Chen graduated from university, they held a wedding and lived happily together. Xing Lu, on the other hand, was hurt in her second year of university and sadly chose to go abroad as an exchange student. In the end, she never married. Gu Xingyin frowned. In other words, the original female lead lost her sweetheart because of the second female lead's intervention. All I need to do is to foil her scheme and change the ending of Xing Lu's lonely life. Chapter 287. The system replied, "That's about it." Gu Xingyin was relieved. This kind of thing was not too difficult. She thought of something and suddenly asked, "There won't be any sudden change of mission in this world, right?" The system replied, "Host, please don't worry. There was an unexpected situation in the last world. Nothing similar will happen in the future." With the assurance, Gu Xingyin stood up and looked around. At this time, Xing Lu was in a house she bought near the first university. As a flower on top of a mountain, Xing Lu of course would not live in the same dormitory with a few people in school. After knowing that her daughter chose the first university, Mama Xing did not hesitate to buy her daughter a luxurious apartment in the high-end district next to the school. With Xing Lu's memory in her mind, Gu Xingyin remembered that she still had classes in the afternoon. It was already close to 1 o'clock. Feeling the emptiness in her stomach, Gu Xingyin decided to go out for a meal and then go to the school to take a look. It was time for classes. As for cooking, Xing Lu was the standard type of young lady who did not do any household chores. Ever since Xing Lu moved in, the kitchen in this apartment had never been used. Now that it was Gu Xingyin, she was happy to extend this habit. Although she mastered the skill of cooking, Gu Xingyin did not plan to put it into practice. She took her bag and went out. Recalling Xing Lu's taste in her mind, it was either nourishing porridge or Western food. Gu Xingyin did not hesitate to break her persona. She wanted to eat hot pot. Gu Xingyin had stayed in the apocalypse for a long time in his previous world. During the apocalypse, there was a shortage of resources. Not to mention a luxurious banquet, even eating ordinary dishes in the normal era was considered a luxury. Gu Xingyin felt that he was really suffocating. It was not easy to come to such a stable world. How could she not properly reward herself? The system did not care about her. This kind of slight break in her persona would not have a big impact. The result of Gu Xingyin's indulgence and the system's indulgence was, Gu Xingyin sat alone at the dining table, crying. Gu Xingyin's eyes were brimming with tears. She didn't expect that Xinglu's body couldn't eat spicy food. Her mouth was burning. She even specially chose extra spicy when the waiter came to ask about it. Lu Zhangting looked at the girl opposite him in amusement. He had noticed Xinglu the moment she entered. As a student of the first university, how could he not recognize this famous first-year campus belle? It was just that he didn't expect that the school belle, who was rumored to be noble and elegant, would actually choose to eat at such a down-to-earth hot pot restaurant. Shouldn't a person like her have red wine and Western food? Then, he heard the other party choose extra spicy without batting an eyelid when the waiter asked about the flavor. Lu Zhangting was surprised. This hot pot restaurant was famous for its taste, and their spicy oil was also famous for its authentic taste. He thought that Gu Xingyin was a veteran, but he didn't expect her to cry from the spiciness after only 2 bites. That's right, she really cried from the spiciness. Lu Zhangting saw that Gu Xingyin's eyes had turned red due to the stimulation. Her delicate nose was wrinkled, and her lips, which were usually tightly pursed, seemed to be covered with a thick layer of rouge. It made people feel inexplicably delicious. Chapter 288. Gu Xingyin was wiping her tears with a tissue. She picked up the glass of water beside her and drank it. Then, she asked the waiter to bring a glass of ice water. However, she heard a deep male voice say, "It's not good for your stomach to drink ice water at this time." Then, a glass of water was handed over. Gu Xingyin glanced at the man and thanked him in a low voice. After drinking another glass of water, Gu Xingyin felt that the burning sensation was slightly better. She looked at the man who had returned to his seat. He was wearing a spotless white shirt and a silver watch. Gu Xingyin glanced at it subconsciously. The brand was Patek Philippe. Gu Xingyin had never seen a man who looked so good in a white shirt. His eyebrows and eyes were just right. The combination of his facial features was just like the elegant young master recorded in ancient books. He was really gentle and elegant. Looking at his age, he was only in his early 20s. He was probably a rich young master. However, this person was quite strange to wear a white shirt to eat hot pot. Gu Xingyin thought for a while and forgot about it. After eating, Gu Xingyin glanced at the time and walked slowly to the school. It was still early. She could walk around to digest the food. Lu Zhangting didn't know why he followed this girl. Perhaps he was attracted by her appearance, which was not similar to the rumors at all. He came to this hot pot restaurant because he had an appointment with a bad friend. That guy insisted on staying here. In the end, he just called and said that he couldn't come because of something and asked him to eat casually. Lu Zhangting hung up the phone with a sneer. "Very good, you made me wait inside for almost an hour. In the end, you stood me up so easily." He paid the bill and went out. He saw Gu Xingyin walking in front. Since she had classes in the afternoon, Lu Zhangting followed her slowly. When Gu Xingyin passed by an underground passage, someone almost grabbed her skirt. She took 2 steps back and looked at the hand. His palms were rough and gray, and there was a thick layer of black dirt between his fingers. This was a beggar. "Good-hearted person, please take pity on a homeless wanderer like me." Seeing Gu Xingyin looking at him, the beggar started to groan even harder. Gu Xingyin stared at him. This beggar was indeed a real beggar. However, it was not a coincidence that he had stopped her today, Gu Xingyin. Presumably, Yuan Chen was not far from here at this time. In the original plot, Xinglu's skirt was directly grabbed by the beggar. She was shocked and struggled to break free. Who would have thought that the beggar would take advantage of the situation to fall down and extort tens of thousands of yuan from her? Of course, it was impossible for Xinglu to suffer such a loss. She was furious at that time and refused coldly. She disdained to argue with such a villain and directly called her bodyguard to settle the matter. Although she didn't suffer a loss, in the eyes of outsiders, especially Yuan Chen, this kind of Xinglu was arrogant and domineering. To be honest, Gu Xingyin didn't feel that this girl had done anything wrong at all. However, this time, she wanted to use a different method. She looked down at the beggar condescendingly. You have all 4 limbs, no illness, no disaster. Why do you want to be a cripple who tramples on your dignity all day long? Clean yourself up a little more, go out and find a job to sell your strength, and rely on yourself to support yourself. Chapter 289. The beggar didn't expect him to say such a thing and was obviously stunned. However, he immediately thought of the reward that the man had promised him and spat on the ground. Stingy, and unsympathetic. Just admit it directly. Why are you trying to reason with me? I've finally seen it. This little girl looks beautiful, but she's just— His words were interrupted by a cold voice. But what? If you ask me, this junior's personality is really good. If I met a person like you who was able-bodied and wanted to do something bad on the street, I would have called the police. Lu Zhangting walked up from behind. Gu Xingyin looked at him in surprise. Junior? Was this person also from the first university? Seeing the clear confusion in Gu Xingyin's eyes, Lu Zhangting felt helpless. It seemed that this junior was really as arrogant as the rumors said. It wasn't that he was narcissistic. Lu Zhangting wasn't well known in the first university, but he was still considered a little famous. However, she didn't recognize him at all. The beggar only felt that although the young man was smiling, the way he looked at him was a little scary. He forced himself to say, "What do you mean by doing something bad? Don't talk nonsense." Lu Zhangting ignored him and directly took out his phone to dial a number. Hello, is this the police? I met a man who was able-bodied and wanted to pull down my junior's skirt. Yes, it's very likely that he has a psychological problem. Address, at. The beggar panicked when he saw that Lu Zhangting was really calling. In addition, he had a guilty conscience. After thinking for a while, he decided to leave. You're good. I won't lower myself to your level today. He quickly got up from the ground and left in a flash. Gu Xingyin looked at the man curiously. You really called? The man showed his phone and didn't even swipe the screen. Of course I lied to him. The two of them looked at each other and smiled. Gu Xingyin then remembered. Are you also from the first university? Seeing that she really didn't have any impression of him, Lu Zhangting had to introduce himself. Lu Zhangting, long wind thousands of miles, thunder thousands of thunder. I'm a sophomore in the finance department of the first university. Gu Xingyin nodded. Hello, Senior Lu. I am Xing Lu, a freshman in the foreign languages department, Lu Zhangting answered with a smile. Senior, you know me. Lu Zhangting blinked. Xing Lu, you're underestimating your own charm. There aren't many boys in the entire first university who don't know you. The two of them laughed at the same time, chatting as they walked towards the school. Not long after the two left, a boy in casual clothes appeared at the place where they had been. Thinking of Xing Lu's serious words about teaching the beggar a lesson, he couldn't help but smile. Then, he walked in the direction of the first university. Lu Zhangting was surprised to find that he was chatting so well with this junior whom he had only known for an hour. The two of them chatted as if they were old friends who had been together for many years. The breadth of Gu Xingyin's knowledge surprised Lu Zhangting. When they entered the school and Gu Xingyin said goodbye to him, he was actually a little reluctant. He was still thinking about whether he should find an excuse to get Xing Lu's contact information. Thinking about it carefully, it was the first time they had met. It seemed a little too frivolous. He could only shake his head and watch her leave. Chapter 290. After Lu Zhangting left, Gu Xingyin revealed a smile. She didn't expect to meet her lover on the first day of coming to this world. Gu Xingyin found that she could almost recognize him without the lotus fragrance on his body. Perhaps as the two of them stayed together in different worlds, the bond between their souls became deeper and deeper until both of them had a special feeling for each other. Gu Xingyin, who was in a very good mood, walked around the school. She had to say that the environment of the first university was really good. She checked the class schedule. There was only one elective in the afternoon. Western classical music. Gu Xingyin raised her eyebrows. It seemed that Xing Lu heard that Yuan Chen chose this course and specially took it as an elective. This silly girl. Gu Xingyin inexplicably felt sorry for the original owner, Xing Lu. She was obviously such an excellent girl, but she liked someone so carefully. With her qualifications, she could have confessed directly, but she didn't have that confidence in the face of love. In the end, someone else took advantage of her. As soon as Gu Xingyin entered the classroom, she saw a familiar person. Who else could it be but Qi Shishir, who was wearing a yellow dress and chatting with the students around her with a smile. Gu Xingyin knew that Qi Shishir was the same as Xing Lu. They both came for Yuan Chen. She withdrew her gaze. Unlike Qi Shishir, who was talking and laughing, her side was quiet and there was no one sitting around her. Gu Xingyin sighed. The name of the high mountain flower was really not for nothing. While she was deep in thought, Gu Xingyin felt the seat on her left move slightly. She looked up and saw an unexpected person. This handsome face with a bright smile was very familiar to Gu Xingyin. Wasn't it the person that the original owner liked, Yuan Chen? Hello, is this seat empty? Yuan Chen asked with a smile. Gu Xingyin shook her head, no, you can do as you please. Seeing Gu Xingyin turn her head again and didn't want to continue the conversation, Yuan Chen secretly thought that she was really as arrogant as the rumors said. If the mountain doesn't come to me, then I'll go to the mountain. Therefore, Yuan Chen took the initiative to get close to Gu Xingyin. In the eyes of outsiders, the two were chatting happily. Xing Lu, needless to say, was known by most people as the new campus belle. Yuan Chen was also famous for his popularity. Of course, the two attracted a lot of attention. There were even people secretly gossiping about whether the two were dating. Otherwise, how could the famous cold and arrogant Xing Lu put down her pride? Hearing these words, Cheese's expression. What's going on? Didn't I tell the beggar today to let Yuan see her domineering side? Why does it seem like it's not the case now? Cheese, Qi Shishir smiled. I'm fine. I didn't sleep well last night, so I'm a little tired. Days class. After class, Yuan Chen said goodbye to Gu Xingyin with a smile and watched the beauty leave. When he packed his things and went out, he bumped into a girl holding a pile of books. Are you okay? He quickly asked. Qi Shishir quickly looked up at him. She immediately bent down to pick up the scattered books on the ground with a red face and prepared to leave. Yuan Chen looked at the girl running away like a frightened rabbit and called out to her, wait a minute. He handed over a book and smiled gently. You've missed out on something. Chapter 291. When Yuan Chen returned to the dormitory, his roommate made a fuss as soon as he saw him. Our winner in life is back. Yuan Chen smiled and said, what winner in life? What are you guys talking about? His roommate took out his phone and showed it to him. The campus belle and the department belle. The freshman became the public enemy of many seniors. There were a few photos below. There were photos of Yuan Chen and Xing Lu chatting, Qi Shishir looking at Yuan Chen shyly, and Yuan Chen handing Qi Shishir a book. Some bored student wrote a long article and posted it on the school forum. Many people left comments below, expressing their envy, jealousy, and hatred. Some even said that they wanted to be apprenticed to him. They did not know how this junior succeeded in meeting these two beautiful junior sisters. Yuan Chen smiled and handed the phone to his roommate. Nonsense. Let's not talk about other things. I just met these two people today. His roommate's face was full of admiration. You just met them and you're already so familiar with them. Especially our campus belle. She's recognized as an iceberg beauty. Tell me. How did you break the ice? Yuan Chen laughed. What do you mean by breaking the ice? She's just a little cold. She's not as scary as you say. In fact, he was telling the truth. Sheng Lu was not as cold and arrogant as the rumors said. Most of the time, she did not know how to interact with others. The Sheng family's parents were busy since young. Sheng Lu was accompanied by the nanny for a long time when she was young. This caused her to mature early and be more independent than other children. When Sheng Lu's parents found out that their beautiful daughter was not as soft and cute as other children and even became a small noodle stall, they could not change it. However, Sheng Lu did not feel that there was anything wrong with it. She liked to be quiet and would not take the initiative to make friends with others. This was quite good, wasn't it? When Yuan Chen chatted with her, he found that although this girl did not talk much and rarely took the initiative to start a conversation, she knew a lot of things. Moreover, she would answer all the questions and would not make people feel awkward. This was not cold and arrogant, but a taciturn person. He unconsciously thought of the way she lowered her head and read seriously. Her quiet side profile was enough to be picturesque. His roommate saw that he was obviously yearning for love and poked him with his elbow with a smirk. Tell me, which one do you like? Yuan Chen came back to her senses and glared at him. What do you mean which one? I already said today is the first time we met. This is related to the girl's reputation. Don't talk nonsense. Lu Zhangting also saw the news on the forum. Looking at the photo, Gu Xingyin was looking at Yuan Chen seriously, and the two of them were obviously chatting. He felt inexplicably unhappy. It seemed that he had to speed up. His junior was so outstanding that there would always be people who wanted to snatch her away from him. Gu Xingyin met Yuan Chen again during her second elective course. Yuan Chen was obviously a little surprised, but she was still very happy. The two of them naturally became deskmates again. Gu Xingyin facepalmed. It wasn't just two electives. In fact, Sheng Lu had chosen the same course as Yuan Chen for all the electives. Even for the PE class, Sheng Lu had chosen volleyball. When he found out that the two of them had chosen the same course for the third time, Yuan Chen no longer believed that it was a coincidence. He thought narcissistically, could it be that this school belle actually had a crush on me, so she secretly chose the same course as me? However, looking at Gu Xingyin's cold side profile, he dismissed this idea. He could not tell that she was interested in him at all. Yuan Chen did not know that sometimes, the most unlikely thing was the closest to the truth. Chapter 292. Gu Xingyin did not know that a certain man was jealous because of her, nor did she know that Yuan Chen was very conflicted. She looked at Qi Shishir, who came to find her, and raised her eyebrows. It seemed that Qi Shishir could not hold it in anymore. She liked Yuan Chen. Seeing that she was getting closer to Yuan Chen these few days, how could she not feel a sense of crisis in her heart? Speaking of which, both of them were freshmen in the foreign languages department and were famous beauties. Although Sheng Lu and Qi Shishir did not have a natural sense of repulsion between beauties, their relationship was not very good. Especially with Sheng Lu's personality, the two had never interacted before. Why are you looking for me? Gu Xingyin looked at Qi Shishir in confusion. Qi Shishir looked at her with some jealousy. Even though she had always been proud of her appearance, she had to admit that in terms of appearance, she really could not compare to Sheng Lu. Sheng Lu's beauty was bright and dazzling, just like an oil painting with a strong color. She was so high profile that she stole the limelight from others. Thinking of what she was going to do next, Qi Shishir felt a little guilty, but when she thought of Yuan Chen, she hardened her heart. I'm sorry, Sheng Lu. Anyway, your family conditions are so good, and you're so beautiful. Even without Yuan Chen, you can find a better man. She smiled. It's not a big deal. It's just our foreign languages department's literary performance. A beauty like you can't be absent. That's right, Qi Shishir was also a member of the Foreign Languages Department's Literary and Artistic Department. Gu Xingyin frowned. I'm not interested. Whether it was Gu Xingyin or Xing Lu, they did not dare to be interested in this kind of activity. Qi Shishir had long expected that she would not agree. Hearing her straightforward rejection, she was happy, but she said, "Oh, Xing Lu, no matter what, you're still our campus belle. Everyone is looking forward to your participation." As she spoke, she came forward and held Gu Xingyin's arm as if they were close friends. Gu Xingyin was waiting for this. Of course, she remembered that in the original plot, Qi Shishir relied on this trick to make Yuan Chen completely give up on Xing Lu. Xing Lu did not like to interact with others, so very few people knew about this. It was not clear where Qi Shishir had heard this news and carefully planned this scene. How did the original Xing Lu do this? She pushed Qi Shishir away. Qi Shishir fell miserably and attracted the attention of many students. What they saw was Qi Shishir trying to get close to Xing Lu, but Xing Lu ungratefully pushed her away. Not only that, Xing Lu did not even have the slightest intention of apologizing. After pushing Qi Shishir to the ground, Xing Lu strode away. Xing Lu was criticized by almost everyone. In fact, no one knew that Xing Lu did not use much strength when she pushed Qi Shishir away. Only Qi Shishir herself knew how she felt. No one knew that the reason why Xing Lu left in such a hurry was actually because she felt uncomfortable. She didn't want to lose face in front of everyone. She forced herself to go to the bathroom before her whole body softened. How could a family like the Xing family not offend a few people? When Xing Lu was young, she was kidnapped. Those crazy people tortured a 5-year-old girl for 2 days. No one knew what happened to Xing Lu. They only knew that old Master Sheng, who had always been kind to others, was furious at that time. That year, there was a bloodbath in Suzhou City. Several families were cleansed and uprooted. There was no possibility of a comeback. Chapter 293. Gu Xingyin remembered the loss that the original owner had suffered this time. She looked at the smiling Qi Shishir. Didn't you want to fall? I'll let you have a taste of what it's like to fall. Gu Xingyin's expression suddenly changed. She did not expect that Qi Shishir would suddenly hold on to her. Her face immediately turned pale and she fiercely pushed the person beside her away. Qi Shishir was caught off guard and was pushed by a strong force. She fell to the hard floor. It really hurts. She sucked in a breath of cold air. She did not need to look to know that her elbow was bleeding. Why was Xing Lu this woman so strong? The two were not chatting in a hidden place. There were many people in the classroom. When they saw Xing Lu push Qi Shishir down, they all came out in surprise. Someone helped Qi Shishir up. Qi Shishir hissed in pain. It was obvious that the fall was not light. Xing Lu. Qi Shishir's eyes were filled with tears because of the pain. This time, it was not an act. It was the real pain. She seemed to be wronged and puzzled. Even if you don't like me, you can just say it. Why did you push me? As soon as she said this, the surrounding people looked at Gu Xingyin with condemnation. Qi Shishir's good friend, Li Jiala, looked at Gu Xingyin's cold and indifferent expression. He could not help but get angry. Xing Lu, you have to give an explanation. What's so great about being a big missy? Can the campus belle casually push people? You have to apologize to our Shishir. If Gu Xingyin had turned around and left without saying a word like in the original plot, everyone would have thought that he was being arrogant. She smiled bitterly and opened her mouth as if she wanted to say something. In the end, she closed her mouth. Then, her face suddenly turned pale. Her body trembled a few times and she fainted. Everyone was shocked by this inexplicable turn of events. Moreover, Xing Lu's condition seemed to be more serious than Qi Shishir's. Everyone was a student in their 20s. When they saw Xing Lu faint, they did not know what was going on and quickly called her. Get out of the way. A furious voice came from behind the crowd. Lu Zhongting hurried over from behind the crowd. When he saw Gu Xingyin lying on the ground with a pale face, he was shocked and hurt. Without saying a word, he carefully picked her up. "Call a car," he said to the person next to him. Seeing Xing Lu like this, it was better to go to the hospital directly. It was not until Lu Zhangting disappeared with the woman in his arms that the crowd slowly reacted. At this moment, all eyes were on Qi Shishir, one of the parties involved. "Shishir, what did you and Xing Lu talk about? Why did he have such a big reaction?" a classmate asked. Qi Shishir was still throbbing in pain from the fall. She looked at him blankly. "I was just asking her about the performance." Looking at the looks of disbelief on the faces of the people around her, Qi Shishir only felt bitterness in her mouth. "It shouldn't be like this. I'm obviously the victim. It should be Xing Lu who should be suspected and condemned by everyone. How did it become me?" Even Qi Shishir's best friend, Li Jiala, whispered to her when he went back, "Shishir, are you jealous of Xing Lu, so you provoked her?" Li Jiala knew that Qi Shishir liked Yuan Chen. Qi Shishir felt that she was really wronged. "Her fainting really has nothing to do with me." Chapter 294. Lu Zhangting sat quietly in front of the bed and looked at the girl lying on the bed. Her rosy face was only pale at this time, and her usually bright red lips were pale. Lu Zhangting couldn't help but think of the girl he saw in the hot pot restaurant a few days ago. She was so lively and full of vitality. The doctor's examination results came out. There was nothing wrong with the patient's body. Gu Xingyin's situation was very likely that she had suffered a serious psychological trauma in the past. This time, she might have suffered some stimulation that made the patient have a bad association. The doctor left, and Lu Zhangting was alone to look after Gu Xingyin. If he felt that he was only interested in Gu Xingyin before, then the moment he saw Gu Xingyin lying on the ground, the pain and fear in his heart made Lu Zhangting understand that he was clearly moved. Not only was he moved by her, but he was deeply in love with her. It was very strange that he was deeply in love with a girl who he had known for such a short time and had only seen a few times. Anyone would find it unbelievable, but Lu Zhangting didn't feel that there was anything wrong with it at all. It was as if it was normal for him to be moved by Gu Xingyin. Lu Zhangting thought of his childhood friend, Liang Zimu, who liked some mysterious things. She always liked to mutter about past lives and present lives. Originally, he had never taken it to heart. Now that he thought about it, maybe he and this girl were fated in his previous life and continued in this life. Otherwise, he wouldn't be attracted to her at a glance. When Gu Xingyin woke up, the afterglow of the setting sun squeezed in through the slightly opened curtains and fell on the man in front of the hospital bed, adding a touch of gentleness to his handsome face. "You're awake." Lu Zhangting seemed to be very happy. He saw Gu Xingyin sit up by herself and got up to pour her a glass of warm water. "Is this the hospital?" Gu Xingyin didn't expect Xing Lu's body to have such a big reaction, but she was still very satisfied with the effect. "Well, you suddenly fainted earlier. I happened to pass by, so I sent you here." Lu Zhangting carefully looked at Gu Xingyin's expression. Sure enough, he clearly saw a trace of pain appear on Gu Xingyin's face, but she quickly regained her composure. "Thank you, Senior Lu," Gu Xingyin said. Lu Zhangting was considerate and did not ask further. Instead, he changed the topic. "I didn't see your phone on you, so I didn't contact your family." Gu Xingyin breathed a sigh of relief. "You don't have to tell them. Don't let them worry about such a small matter." Lu Zhangting didn't say anything. "Senior, I'm fine now. I don't need to stay here anymore." Gu Xingyin didn't like the hospital at all. The doctor had also said that this was her own psychological problem. There was indeed no need for her to stay in the hospital. Lu Zhangting nodded. After leaving the hospital, Gu Xingyin invited Lu Zhangting to a meal. "Senior, don't refuse me. Take it as a thank you gift for taking care of me for the whole day," Gu Xingyin said. Lu Zhangting originally didn't intend to refuse, but when Gu Xingyin chose the Michelin restaurant in the capital, he shook his head. "Let's go to the hot pot restaurant we went to last time." Lu Zhongting said. Gu Xingyin was surprised. Senior also likes hot pot. Lu Zhongting smiled but didn't say anything. It's just because that's where I first met you. Moreover, the way you were spicy was very cute. Chapter 295. Gu Xingyin and Lu Zhongting once again sat in the hot pot restaurant next to the school. This time, Gu Xingyin was very self-aware and ordered the medium spicy hot pot. Her mouth still seemed to be aching from the spiciness last time. She didn't dare to court death again. She didn't know if it was an illusion, but when Gu Xingyin chose the medium spicy hot pot, the man opposite her seemed to show a touch of disappointment. A thought flashed in her mind and she thought of a possibility. Lu Zhongting saw the girl opposite him looking at him indifferently and asked seriously, Senior, do you like to eat spicy hot pot? Lu Zhongting was a little confused by this question, but he still shook his head honestly. The two of them were very happy. They began to eat hot pot. Wow! Boss, you're actually secretly dating a beauty here. A fussy voice came from behind the two of them. Then, a white figure quickly rushed to the seat opposite Gu Xingyin, next to Lu Zhongting's seat. Gu Xingyin looked up and saw a boy with a baby face. He looked to be only 15 or 16 years old. His eyes were very big, and he had some baby fat. He was very cute when he smiled. Gu Xingyin wanted to reach out and pinch his face. The boy was obviously stunned when he saw Gu Xingyin. Then, he blushed and looked at her with sparkling eyes. Sister, you're so beautiful. Gu Xingyin almost choked. She hadn't heard such a straightforward compliment for a long time. Thank you. You're very cute too. She replied seriously. Ha ha ha. Lu Zhongting suddenly laughed out loud. Gu Xingyin looked at him with some confusion. In the end, she just happened to meet the baby-faced boy's accusatory eyes. Juniors nowadays are really not cute at all. He muttered and complained for a while, then smiled again. Let me introduce myself. My name is Liang Zimu, a sophomore in the finance department of the first university. Junior Xing Lu, you're as beautiful as the rumors say. Liang Zimu looked serious. Sophomore? Gu Xingyin looked at Liang Zimu in amazement. If he said that he was a high school student, no one would doubt it. Liang Zimu looked at her expression and knew what she was thinking. She sighed and touched her face with remorse. Alas, I was born beautiful. I can't do anything if time doesn't let me down. Gu Xingyin was amused by him. She held back her laughter and said, Senior, don't be sad. I'm sure there will be many senior sisters who will be happy to discuss with you how to maintain their youth. Lu Zhongting suddenly said, You really know him well. This guy often hung around the female dormitory, seducing female students with his tender face, and even shamelessly calling them big sister. Now his sister at the first university can form a football team. Gu Xingyin looked at him with admiration. Senior is amazing. Junior admires you. Liang Zimu. She felt that this junior was not as pure as she looked. Thinking of this, he looked at Lu Zhongting with hatred. In terms of appearance, who could compare to this sesame seed in front of him? Thinking back, he was confused by Lu Zhongting's clean and bright appearance and happily ran over to be friends with him. In the end, he had been running errands for more than 10 years and had never turned over a new leaf. This guy had been pretending since he was a child. He was really bad. He only dared to say this in his heart because Liang Zimu knew that if Lu Zhongting heard his evaluation of him, this guy would definitely be thick-skinned and say, You're overpraising me. Chapter 296. Thus, the hot pot dinner between the two of them became a three-person dinner. When Yuan Chen and his roommates came in, they saw such a harmonious scene. Sheng Lu was sitting at the same table with two guys. She looked very relaxed and even had a slight smile on her face. Yuan Chen suddenly felt a wave of jealousy. Although Gu Xingyin would not ignore her, he would always be indifferent to her, unlike now where he was obviously very familiar with the two of them. If he knew that Gu Xingyin and the two of them had not known each other for a long time, and that one of them had just met, he would probably be even more jealous. When he recognized who one of the two men was, his jealousy swelled even more. Lu Zhangting. Everyone in the finance department knew him. Yuan Chen himself could be considered to be doing well in the department. However, he was only a little famous among the freshmen. Lu Zhangting's name was not only well known in the finance department, but also in the entire First University. Several of his published papers were on the front page of the top financial magazines in the country. It was said that when he was in his first year, many big companies were willing to sign contracts with him. In short, Lu Zhangting was a legendary figure in the First University. Yuan Chen could not compare to him. Lu Zhangting did not ignore the gaze that fell on him. He noticed the hostility in Yuan Chen's eyes and raised his eyebrows. This Yuan Chen was the one who was photographed chatting happily with Xing Lu on the forum, right? But, looking at Xing Lu's appearance, she didn't seem to care much about him. Lu Zhangting looked away. Since Xing Lu had nothing to do with him, he did not need to waste his time on irrelevant people. On the other side, Yuan Chen's best friend, who was also the one who teased Yuan Chen in the dormitory, also saw Gu Xingyin's table. In fact, all the customers in the restaurant did not ignore their table. After all, the three of them were far more good-looking than the average. If it were not for the fact that they were unfamiliar and the three of them were generous, people would have thought that a few celebrities were here to eat hot pot. Yuan Chen's roommate knew that he had feelings for Gu Xingyin, so he poked him. "Hey, Yuan Chen, you have to hurry up." His roommate said softly, "Although you're outstanding, girls like Senior Lu are the most attracted to people like you." From the looks of it, it was obvious that they were just acquaintances and had yet to develop a deeper relationship. Otherwise, there would definitely be news from the school. Don't blame me for not reminding you when the time comes. When it's time to strike, you must do it as soon as possible. Yuan Chen gulped down a mouthful of beer without saying a word. Gu Xingyin and the others had arrived earlier, so Yuan Chen and the others left after a short while. "Where do you live?" "I'll send you back," Lu Zhangting said. Gu Xingyin said, "No need, I'm close." Lu Zhangting frowned. "No, it's late at night. It's not safe for a girl like you." Liang Zimu looked at the two of them with a sour tone. I'm such a weak and cute little boy. It's not safe to go back at night. Why don't any of my best friends care about me?" Lu Zhangting ignored him and followed Gu Xingyin forward. "Goodbye, Senior Liang." Gu Xingyin politely said goodbye to him. Liang Zimu was stunned. She actually dumped him just like that? Chapter 297. Lu Zhangting, who had successfully gotten the address he wanted, returned to school in a good mood, completely forgetting about his weak and cute best friend. When Gu Xingyin arrived at school the next day, she received a lot of concern from her classmates. After all, when she was carried out yesterday, she did look a little scary. "Thank you, everyone. I'm much better now. I'm fine." She thanked them generously. Although there was still no expression on her face, it was obvious that she was sincerely grateful. Those classmates suddenly felt that Gu Xingyin was not as arrogant as she usually was. Perhaps she was just not good with words. Qi Shishir looked at Gu Xingyin, who had easily gained the favor of her classmates, and suddenly asked, "Xing Lu, what happened to you yesterday? Why did you suddenly push me away with so much strength?" Her words made the surroundings quiet down. Everyone remembered that Gu Xingyin had pushed Qi Shishir away and fainted yesterday. They were also curious about what had happened. Gu Xingyin's face turned slightly pale when she heard this. Just when everyone was worried that she would faint again, she tried to remain calm. "I was wrong yesterday. I'm sorry, Qi Shishir. I will compensate for your medical expenses." Although she said this, everyone could see that her condition was not right. Everyone was even more suspicious about this matter. Qi Shishir stood up and fell backwards. Xing Lu's words seemed to be taking all the blame on herself, but those who were present that day could see that Xing Lu's condition was obviously more serious. Her words only made people more curious about what had happened. Moreover, people would subconsciously sympathize with the weak and be biased towards Xinglu. Qi Shishir gritted her teeth in her heart. I thought she was really an arrogant and otherworldly lady, but I didn't expect her to be such a black-hearted person. After this incident, Gu Xingyin successfully made her image more approachable. Although she was not as popular as Qi Shishir, nothing would happen. There would not even be anyone who would stand up to speak up. In the afternoon, she still had a class with Yuan Chen. After class, Yuan Chen suddenly called out to Gu Xingyin from the corner of the corridor. What's the matter? Gu Xingyin asked. Yuan Chen thought of her roommate's words and felt that it made sense. For some things, it was better to strike first. Xinglu, I have something to say to you. Yuan Chen looked at Gu Xingyin's clear eyes and felt a little nervous. Do you have a boyfriend? He asked. Gu Xingyin shook her head. Yuan Chen was overjoyed. Just as he was about to continue, Gu Xingyin beat him to it. I'm sorry, Yuan Chen, but I don't have any plans for that at the moment. Yuan Chen felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over his head. How could he be unable to discern that this was actually a disguised form of rejection? However, looking at Gu Xingyin's cold face, his heart was rekindled with hope. She didn't say that she didn't like him, but that she didn't want to think about these things now. Did this mean that his confession would be rejected, and so would others? If that was the case, he still had hope. Gu Xingyin did not know that Yuan Chen's heart was burning with fighting spirit again. She nodded and left. Then, when she turned the corner, she saw a man standing there. Lu Zhangting was holding a thermos in his hand. When he saw her, he smiled and said, "It seems that I came at the wrong time." Chapter 298. Gu Xingyin looked at the man's calm face and couldn't see anything unusual. If it were others, they would definitely think that he was as calm as he looked. However, Gu Xingyin, who knew men well, knew that Lu Zhangting was jealous at this moment. This man's possessiveness of her had always been terrifying. She seemed a little embarrassed. "No, it's nothing. I'm sorry for making a fool of myself in front of you." Lu Zhangting handed over the thermos in his hand. "I made the soup to nourish your body," he said. "It's normal for young people to be attracted to women." "How is this a joke?" Gu Xingyin pretended to be shy. "How can I accept this?" Lu Zhangting frowned and looked unhappy. "I thought we were friends. Are you going to reject a small gift from a friend?" Xing Lu laughed secretly. It was hard for him to think of such a reason, but she had to accept it. She suddenly remembered Lu Zhangting's words and asked in surprise, "Senior, you made it yourself?" Lu Zhangting nodded naturally. "The ingredients outside are not necessarily fresh. It's better to make it yourself." Lu Zhangting sent her all the way home again. When Gu Xingyin got home, she opened the soup Lu Zhangting made for her. The fragrance instantly filled the whole room. It tasted great. This was the feeling Gu Xingyin had after taking a sip. After thinking for a while, she took out her phone and sent a message to Lu Zhangting. "The soup is delicious." "Thank you, senior." Lu Zhangting's reply came quickly. "It's good that you like it." Gu Xingyin seemed to be able to see the gentle smile of the man on the other side of the phone. She put down her phone and thought about the mission in this world. Yuan Chen had already confessed to her, so no matter what unwillingness or regret the original Xinglu had, it was already considered complete. Qi Shishir's plan to ruin Xinglu's reputation had not been realized. Next, as long as she lived a stable life according to Xinglu's original trajectory, she would basically complete the mission. Gu Xingyin only felt that the road ahead was very smooth. However, plans could not keep up with changes. Some people, even if they liked to court death, were really helpless. Qi Shishir came to find her again. This time, she didn't dare to get close to Gu Xingyin. After all, the place where she fell last time was still bruised. "What's the matter?" Seeing that Qi Shishir's hatred towards her had reached 60%, Gu Xingyin wasn't particularly surprised. Anyway, After experiencing so many worlds, Gu Xingyin was already used to the inexplicable hatred that the supporting female characters had for him. She just doesn't like you. No matter what the female lead does to you, she will hate you even more. Qi Shishir seemed to be a little embarrassed. It's still about the performance. Didn't you rejected last time? But I didn't know why the department SS after that, she, est, TS's. She Coopers. T-test T be changed it be, SS, S, it, Teet, S, it's it. That's why I came to inform you. She comforted Gu Xingyin. Actually, Sheng Lu, you don't have to be too nervous. It's just a formality. When the time comes, you can just perform something. If you really can't, you can sing a song. Since she had already said this, if Gu Xingyin didn't agree, it would seem that she wasn't magnanimous. Chapter 299. She looked at Qi Shishir. Gu Xingyin did not believe that Qi Shishir had not done anything. Gu Xingyin smiled faintly and said, if I remember correctly, this list of names needs to be reviewed and approved by you, the Minister of the Ministry of Arts. Qi Shishir's face flashed with embarrassment. She forced a smile and said, I was not feeling well a few days ago. Someone else is in charge of the arts department, so I'm not sure what's going on. After saying that, she didn't wait for Gu Xingyin to reject her again, and hurriedly said pitifully, please, Shenglu, you're so famous that it's impossible to find someone to replace you. For the sake of our foreign languages department, I'll have to trouble you this time. Qi Shishir's thoughts were actually very good. Sheng Lu had been in the first university for so long, but there were no rumors of her having any artistic talents. In her heart, students were all young and impetuous. If they had any talent, they would be eager to show it to show that they were multi-talented. For example, many freshmen knew that Qi Shishir, the belle of the foreign languages department, was not only good in her studies, but also good at classical dance. Many students in the arts department were ashamed of their inferiority. After Qi Shishir left with a satisfied face, Gu Xingyin laughed softly. It seemed that Qi Shishir wanted to make her, the campus belle, lose face in the performance. If Gu Xingyin really did as she said and just performed casually. The next day, the rumor that the belle of the foreign languages department could beat the campus belle would probably spread. What a pity. Gu Xingyin was in a good mood. I'm afraid I can't let you get what you want. Qi Shishir was indeed very happy. She did not know if Sheng Lu did it intentionally or not, but she actually chose modern dance. When it came to dancing, Qi Shishir was still very proud. Compared to those real professional dancers, she was quite confident in her dancing skills. Since the campus belle also chose dance, then, senior, the list is out. She handed over a document. Oh. Junior Sheng Lu is also dancing. The person who was addressed as senior hesitated for a moment. It's not good to put both of your programs together, right? After one dance, another dance follows. Qi Shishir smiled and said, I'm dancing classical dance, while Sheng Lu is dancing modern dance. It's two completely different experiences. The senior thought about it and didn't say anything. He just nodded. Seeing this, Qi Shishir smiled even more happily. Not only are the two completely different experiences, but you can also compare the advantages and disadvantages, right? Gu Xingyin listened to the system's report and sighed. Really, everyone should live peacefully. After a few years, I'll go my own way and you'll go your own way. Isn't that good? The system was curious. Host, what kind of dance are you planning to perform? Gu Xingyin replied, didn't I report it? Waltz. The system said, oh, the host is looking for your lover again. Gu Xingyin smiled and praised it, so smart. Gu Xingyin called Lu Zhangting. Lu Zhangting listened to the girl's voice on the phone. Senior, can I trouble you with something? Go ahead. I'm planning to dance a waltz at the cultural performance. Can I invite you to be my male partner? The girl's voice sounded a little embarrassed. Lu Zhangting did indeed smile when he heard this. Although she did not have any romantic feelings for him, he was the first person she thought of when she encountered this kind of thing. This was a good start, wasn't it? Chapter 300. Since they were going to dance, the two of them would inevitably spend more time together. Lu Zhangting expressed his willingness to do so. It just so happens that Liang Zimu opened a dance studio by himself. Let's go to his place. Lu Zhangting called Liang Zimu. Since his friend needed it, Liang Zimu immediately said, "If you like one of the VIP areas on the 3rd floor, just use it." "Senior, you should have a foundation in dancing, right?" Gu Xingyin asked. Lu Zhangting nodded. For children from families like them, waltz was an essential part of social etiquette. Of course, they had to practice it since they were young. Then let's try it first. Gu Xingyin played a soothing song, got up, turned her head, and changed her footsteps. Today, Gu Xingyin was wearing a snow-white dress. When she moved, the hem of her dress fluttered with her movements. She looked like a butterfly that was happily wandering among the flowers. Lu Zhangting looked at the girl who was dancing on her own. Because of her movements, a faint blush appeared on her face, which lightened her somewhat cold expression and added a bit of charm and gentleness to it. The thin tip of her shoes gently touched the ground, drawing a round arc little by little. She entered his territory. Lu Zhangting suddenly retracted his gaze and greeted her. Their eyes met unexpectedly, and then they retreated. Their hands were intertwined, their bodies touched, and even their breaths were connected. Hardness and softness touched, elegance and passion burst forth. It was the first time the two of them danced together, but they were compatible as if they had practiced it countless times. Every dance step, every look, contained the feelings of each other. When the music stopped, the two of them hugged each other quietly for a while before letting go. Lu Zhangting pulled himself out of the soul-shaking feeling just now. He suddenly thought of something and looked at Gu Xingyin. "You don't dislike my touch?" With his ability, since he was interested in Gu Xingyin, of course, he would not let go of anything related to her. 3 days after Gu Xingyin inexplicably fainted last time, he found out the reason for her fainting. They had a psychological aversion, rejection, and even fear of contact with strangers. What exactly happened back then could not be found because of old Master Xing's intervention, but Lu Zhangting could roughly guess. His heart ached for Gu Xingyin, but at the same time, he had a huge surprise. When the two of them danced together just now, Gu Xingyin did not show any discomfort or rejection of the task from the beginning to the end. Did this mean that she had already accepted him from the bottom of her heart? Gu Xingyin also remembered the illness of this body. In fact, Xing Lu's illness was a psychological illness. As long as she could overcome it, it was not a big deal. Now that it was Gu Xingyin, this problem was naturally solved. At this moment, looking at the happy man, Gu Xingyin felt that there was no need for her to explain. To her, he was the most special person, wasn't he? "I don't know either. I don't feel uncomfortable when I touch you," she said softly with her eyes lowered. Lu Zhangting was overjoyed. He recalled the dance steps just now and said, "It seems that Junior and I are really fated. I have never danced so happily with other girls." Chapter 301. Of course, he said this because his female partner was Gu Xingyin, but it was the truth. There had never been a dance partner who could give him such a feeling. He had never felt that kind of harmony and passion from anyone else. Gu Xingyin was also quite satisfied with the previous effect. They were indeed soul mates who had accompanied each other for several worlds. The tacit understanding between the two was simply engraved in the depths of their souls. After the dance, she knew that it would be easy for them to steal the limelight at the literary performance with this dance. Her dancing skills were definitely at the professional level, and Lu Zhangting could keep up with her, which meant that his foundation was also very good. To put it bluntly, Qi Shishir's dancing was actually at this level, but she had been praised too much. "This time, I've troubled Senior. I'll treat you to dinner tonight as a thank you gift," Gu Xingyin said. In fact, if Lu Zhangting was not her lover, she would be embarrassed. After all, he was the Prince Charming of the First University. She had never heard of him performing in public before. To a certain extent, Gu Xingyin could be considered to have taken his first time. Lu Zhangting did not stand on ceremony with her. After that, Lu Zhangting mentioned that there were still nearly 2 months before the literary performance. Although the two of them had a tacit understanding, dancing did indeed require frequent practice. In the end, the two of them decided to come here twice a week to practice. A long time later, every time Liang Zimu thought of this matter, she would say to the two of them who had already become husband and wife, "The two of you owe me a big red packet. If I hadn't provided the venue, how could the two of you hook up so quickly?" Qi Shishir had not come to look for her during this period. She was probably waiting for the literary performance to slap her in the face. However, Gu Xingyin was no longer prepared to sit and wait for her to come to her like before. She had always been passive and resisting, but this time, she wanted to experience the joy of taking the initiative to attack. Qi Shishir's advantages: connections, personality, family background, and appearance. Gu Xingyin expressed that Sheng Lu could completely throw Qi Shishir off for the latter 2 points. As for the first 2 points, she could take it slow, right? One day, Gu Xingyin was studying in class. She suddenly invited the whole class, including the counselor, to her birthday party. Her words shocked everyone. One had to know that Sheng Lu didn't even have a close friend in class, let alone invite others to the banquet. Before they could react, Gu Xingyin continued, "I know that my personality isn't very good. Actually, I also want to make friends. When I see you guys talking and laughing together, I also want to be with you guys. But I don't know what to do. Can you guys give me a chance to be with you guys?" In the face of Gu Xingyin, no one dared to say no. When the parents of the Sheng family heard that she was going to invite her classmates to her birthday party, they were pleasantly surprised. Especially Sheng Lu's parents. They had always been worried sick about their daughter's loneliness. This time, when they heard that she was willing to start dating her classmates, they were especially enthusiastic about this banquet. Therefore, Gu Xingyin's classmates were lucky enough to see what a real rich family was like. The wealth of the Sheng family was not only reflected in material things. The most amazing thing was the guests at Gu Xingyin's birthday party. Although she was just a junior, Grandpa Sheng's love for this granddaughter was well known in the circle. Therefore, when the students saw some of the faces that often appeared on the news, they were stunned. Chapter 302. All in all, after this birthday party, Sheng Lu's reputation in the first university was once again fiercely spread. In the past, everyone had only heard various rumors that her family background was good, but most people did not have much of an idea. However, this time, everyone knew that she was indeed a real Missy with an extremely illustrious background. Compared to her, those rich second-generation heirs who usually flaunted their wealth in a high-profile manner were really nothing. Gu Xingyin began to have all kinds of people around her. She was no longer as cold and distant as before. Although her temperament was still cold, she had begun to slowly learn to participate in some group activities and get along with everyone. She also had people who would reserve seats for her during class, people who would call her when she was eating, and people who would take the initiative to help her apply for leave when she had something to do. Sheng Lu's frequency in everyone's conversations was increasing, and the evaluation was getting better and better. Everything was developing according to Gu Xingyin's expectations. Qi Shishir only felt that everything had changed. She knew that Sheng Lu liked Yuan Chen. Once, she was taking a nap on a small garden swing in the library. That place was relatively hidden, and ordinary people standing outside would not be able to notice it. When she woke up, she saw a very beautiful girl staring in front of her in a daze. The longing and love in her eyes were not concealed at all. Qi Shishir was curious about which boy could win the favor of such a beauty when she saw a familiar back. Yuan Chen. He was also the person she liked. She suddenly felt a sense of crisis in her heart. Later, she found out that this exceptionally beautiful girl was called Sheng Lu, a cold and arrogant beauty. No one knew that this cold beauty secretly liked Yuan Chen, who many girls liked. After knowing Sheng Lu's elective course, she was even more determined to have this idea. At first, after Qi Shishir understood Xing Lu's character, she was not very worried. Because of Xing Lu's character, she was destined not to be liked. However, she could not help but use a little trick because Gu Xingyin's appearance was too unsettling. Only by completely eliminating her would she be able to breathe a sigh of relief. However, Gu Xingyin was very abnormal recently. Qi Shishir thought that she seemed to have changed into a different person. She had become more popular than before. Those classmates, who were obviously closer to her in the past, now kept talking about Xing Lu. The one who made her the most uneasy was Yuan Chen. Yuan Chen did not hide his interest in Xing Lu. It was almost an open secret that he was pursuing Xing Lu. Although Xing Lu had always acted bluntly in front of Yuan Chen, Qi Shishir had always thought that she was just putting on an act for the sake of being reserved. Qi Shishir was a little anxious. She began to appear in front of Yuan Chen frequently. Even Yuan Chen's roommates noticed something. The famous flower of the foreign languages department seemed to be interested in Yuan Chen. Not bad, you brat. He seduced the girl and made her move. Yuan Chen laughed and scolded, don't talk nonsense. Don't you know who I'm chasing? Even so, he did not explicitly reject Qi Shishir. Being chased by such a beauty greatly satisfied his self-esteem. Anyway, Qi Shishir did not confess, so he pretended not to know. When Gu Xingyin found out about this, she still sighed. These two people, a scumbag and a scheming woman, she had to say that they were quite compatible. Chapter 303. When Gu Xingyin was eating in the cafeteria, that scumbag, Yuan Chen, came to her side. The few girls who were originally with her snickered and looked at each other. They expressed that they were full and quickly left with their lunch boxes. Yuan Chen was quite satisfied with their interest in knowing Xing Lu. He looked eagerly at Gu Xingyin. Gu Xingyin clearly showed her disgust this time. Why are you looking for me? Yuan Chen was a little confused by her attitude. He did not understand. The two of them clearly got along well before, so why did Xing Lu become like this now? What's wrong with you? Do you have any misunderstandings about me? He asked anxiously. Gu Xingyin looked back at him. I remember clearly rejecting you, Yuan Chen. I heard the rumors about you and Qi Shishir. I don't accept your feelings. You can find whoever you want, but can you not come to me when you're having an affair with someone else? Yuan Chen looked at her astonishingly beautiful face with a look of disdain. People who don't know will misunderstand that I, Xing Lu, am stealing a boyfriend with someone else. She looked at the lunch box on the table and lost her appetite. I'm full. Goodbye. Wait, it's not like that. Yuan Chen wanted to explain, but Gu Xingyin was too lazy to listen to him. She did not want to have anything to do with these two people. Yuan Chen had nowhere to vent his depression. Qi Shishir, who came to find him in the afternoon, became a vent. Qi Shishir, please don't come to me in the future. Yuan Chen looked at Qi Shishir. Although he had a smile on his face, Qi Shishir saw a trace of sarcasm in his eyes. Everyone knows that I'm pursuing your department's Xing Lu. You're making things difficult for me. Yuan Chen finished speaking and left without looking back. Qi Shishir looked at his back and trembled with anger. What do you mean by making things difficult for you? It's not like I've been doing this for a day or two. Why didn't you say earlier or later? You just had to come to me after you met Xing Lu. Yes, many people saw Xing Lu and Yuan Chen meeting in the cafeteria this afternoon. Of course, Qi Shishir also heard the news from others. When she heard that the two of them seemed to have parted on bad terms, she was very happy. Who knew that Yuan Chen would be so ungentlemanly and vent his anger on a girl like her? Qi Shishir suddenly felt like crying. She walked blankly to a corner of a small garden, sat down, and covered her face with her hands. She thought that for this man, she had betrayed her own heart time and time again and played tricks to deal with Xing Lu, who had no enmity with her. But what was the result? In return, he said, you're making things difficult for me. In the dead of the night, she would despise herself for being like this. However, whenever she thought of Yuan Chen's sunny smile, she would hide this bit of regret in the deepest corner of her heart. She liked him. Even if he clearly expressed his disdain for her, even if he liked another woman, she, Qi Shishir, still liked Yuan Chen. She liked Yuan Chen so much that she didn't want to blame him. She could only push all the blame onto Xinglu. It was all this woman's fault. If it weren't for her, she would be the prettiest and most outstanding girl in the foreign languages department. Yuan Chen would definitely like her. Gu Xingyin couldn't read her mind. Otherwise, she would have said to Qi Shishir, "Miss, it's an illness that needs to be treated. Also, for a man like Yuan Chen, you can take it if you want. I won't take the blame." Chapter 304. Gu Xingyin thought that her previous words were still very hurtful to Yuan Chen, a young man in his early 20s. Yuan Chen hadn't appeared in front of her for a few days, which was enough to prove this problem. Without the third wheel affecting her mood, Gu Xingyin and Lu Zhangting's relationship could be said to have improved by leaps and bounds during this period. For example, Gu Xingyin's address for Lu Zhangting had changed from Senior Lu to Brother Lu. And Lu Zhangting directly abandoned the title of Junior Sister and called her Lulu. Seeing the way the two got along with each other, people who didn't know would really think that they were a couple who had been in love for many years. However, the two of them didn't know this at all. Of course, Lu Zhangting only felt that Gu Xingyin didn't know. He had always been committed to developing in this direction. He would wait until Xinglu got used to the days by his side little by little and penetrate into her life little by little until one day, she could no longer leave him. "That Yuan Chen didn't come to you, right?" After the dance practice, Lu Zhangting asked. Lu Zhangting said that he must know the movements of his love rival as soon as possible. Gu Xingyin shook her head. "Brother Lu, you are right. This kind of person should be rejected directly." Lu Zhangting chuckled. "In short, I don't think he is worthy of you. Except for him, there would be no other man." He paused for a moment and then said, "If I, Lu Zhangting, like someone, I will give her all my heart so that she won't be doubted at all." Gu Xingyin secretly thought that this man was confessing openly and secretly again, but on the surface, she looked sincere and envious. "If Brother Lu likes any girl, she will be very happy." Lu Zhangting showed a meaningful smile. "Is that so? I hope that when the time comes, she will understand my feelings like Lulu." Qi Shishir had been doing a lot recently. She invited classmates to various gatherings and helped classmates with their daily necessities. In short, she was developing in the direction of a saint. Gu Xingyin could roughly guess some of her thoughts. It was nothing more than wanting to build up her reputation. However, her appearance was a bit too ugly. Gu Xingyin thought that the people in the first university were not fools. Qi Shishir was already very good in the past. Now, it was easy to see that there was some deliberate meaning in it. However, she seemed to be a little crazy. She wanted to let Yuan Chen see her and prove that she was better than Xinglu except for her appearance. In this way, Yuan Chen would like her one day. These days, Yuan Chen didn't look for Xinglu. Didn't this mean that he didn't like Xinglu? She had a great chance, didn't she? However, she couldn't be happy for long. Because in front of the class, in front and Lulu in front of everyone's A's feet. There were more than 400 pairs, 400 of a big of course, a big S, A, of a A's, A's twos, or TSSS, and // of S and Li and, to make two and, I've thought it through these days. I like you, Xinglu. Whether you like me or not, I, Yuan Chen, like Xinglu. You don't have to accept me, but I won't give up." After he finished speaking, he ignored the stunned eyes of the crowd and looked at Gu Xingyin expectantly. Chapter 305. Gu Xingyin frowned. In fact, Yuan Chen's behavior really made her a little unhappy. She had always felt that this kind of confession in front of so many people was more or less coercive. If the two of them were in love with each other, it would be fine. In the end, they would have a happy ending, and the onlookers could still give them their blessings. However, what if the person who was confessed to had no feelings for the one who confessed? The one who rejected in public not only had to think about how not to hurt the other person's self-esteem, but also had to be the bad guy in front of everyone's cheers of, yes. After pausing for 2 seconds, Gu Xingyin said to Yuan Chen in front of her, "Someone is coming to the next class. Let's go out and talk." Hearing this, a trace of disappointment flashed in Yuan Chen's eyes, but he didn't say anything. The two of them left the classroom. The onlookers knew what Gu Xingyin meant, so they didn't follow them. "Yuan Chen, I thought I made it clear last time. I don't like you." Yuan Chen looked straight at her. "I also made it clear. Whether you like me or not, I like you." Gu Xingyin was speechless at his logic. "I've made it clear. Yuan Chen, I hope you won't disturb my normal life." She got up and left. Gu Xingyin rubbed her eyebrows. She never expected that her previous words not only didn't make him give up, but also made him more determined. Lu Zhangting looked at the phone screen with a gloomy face. There was a clear video on it. It was the scene of Yuan Chen confessing to Gu Xingyin. "You cannot accept me, but I won't give up." After a long time, he closed his phone, got up, and walked out. Gu Xingyin received a call from a certain man, which was expected. "Dance practice today." Gu Xingyin thought that he was probably stimulated at this moment, so she was very willing to smooth his hair. The two of them danced 3 songs. When the last song was finished, the two of them maintained the posture of crossing their necks. Gu Xingyin's breath was a little short, the exercise was a little too much. After a moment of silence, Gu Xingyin was ready to leave, but Lu Zhangting had no intention of letting her go. He held Gu Xingyin's waist tightly with one hand and looked up at Gu Xingyin. "I saw that video," Gu Xingyin said in her heart, but on the surface, she looked confused. "What video?" Just as she finished speaking, she felt the hand around her waist tighten. "That video of Yuan Chen confessing to you." Gu Xingyin looked a little embarrassed. "I've made a fool of myself in front of you, but can you let me go first?" Lu Zhangting interrupted her faintly. "I'm very unhappy." Gu Xingyin. "Brother Lu, let's talk nicely, can you let go of me first?" Lu Zhangting stared at her. "So, Lulu, you have to comfort me." There seemed to be a black question mark above Gu Xingyin's head. Lu Zhangting looked at her still confused look and suddenly smiled. He seemed to sigh. "I don't know how long it will take for you to be enlightened naturally." He seemed to have made up his mind with this sentence. Like a soft snowflake, he kissed Gu Xingyin on the corner of her lips. "I like you, Lulu." He looked at her deeply, as if he wanted to see from her eyes to her heart. "I'll be jealous when I see other men confessing to you." Gu Xingyin's face turned red. She struggled unbearably. "Brother Lu, let me go first." Seeing her like this, Lu Zhangting knew in his heart that this girl had no feelings for him. Otherwise, she wouldn't be in this tone. Chapter 306. This time, he obediently let go of Gu Xingyin. Gu Xingyin's face was a little red. After being released by Lu Zhangting, she lowered her head and did not speak. Lu Zhangting looked at her with a smile. "You don't hate me when I hug you, right?" Gu Xingyin lowered her head and did not speak. Lu Zhangting continued, "You don't hate me when I kissed you just now, do you?" Gu Xingyin lowered her head even more. Lu Zhangting did not intend to let her go. "When I confessed to you, you didn't reject me like you rejected Yuan Chen." He gently reached out his hand and raised Gu Xingyin's head to look at him. "Silly girl, you actually like me too, right?" Gu Xingyin was actually thinking about what she would do if it were Xing Lu. She looked at Lu Zhangting with a little confusion. I don't know." After saying this, her eyes suddenly became clear, and her expression returned to its usual calm and composed appearance. "Brother Lu, give me 3 days. I admit that I have a good impression of you, but I'm not sure if this good impression can support the heavy weight of love." Her meticulous look made Lu Zhangting want to laugh. Even when it came to love, did he still have such a serious attitude? Okay, 3 days later, I'll wait for your answer. Although he said this, Lu Zhangting already had a card up his sleeve. Then. I still have something to do, so I'll leave first. Lu Zhangting watched Xing Lu leave calmly, but her somewhat hurried footsteps reflected that her mood was not as calm as she appeared to be. However, in fact, Gu Xingyin's mood was as calm as she appeared to be. In so many worlds, she had heard countless confessions from men. She believed that her lover had feelings for her. Otherwise, he would not be able to meet her in every world and fall in love with her. System, is it possible that one day, he will be like me, remembering the things in every world, remembering me? Gu Xingyin suddenly had some expectations. Although it was already a rare blessing to be able to meet one's lover in reincarnation after reincarnation, people would always subconsciously want more. She hoped that she wasn't the only one who remembered those beautiful memories. The system replied, strictly speaking, the possibility of this happening is extremely low. A normal human's soul wouldn't be able to handle such a huge amount of information. Gu Xingyin retorted, normal humans can't accompany me through world after world, can they? The system was speechless for a moment. It kind of missed the host who was always curious about everything. It was getting harder and harder to fool the hosts these days. The system decided to play dead. Gu Xingyin gritted her teeth as she looked at the ball of white light. 3 days later. I've said it before. You're already causing me trouble. Gu Xingyin frowned at the person in front of him. Yuan Qin didn't care at all. He smiled confidently. I have the right to pursue you, don't I? Gu Xingyin thought that it was about time, so she said, but I already have someone I like. You're making it difficult for me. Yuan Chen's face was full of disbelief. You don't have to make up such a reason to reject me. She's not making it up. A clear voice came from behind him. Yuan Chen turned around and saw a man in a light gray windbreaker walking towards him. The man walked to his side, stopped, and looked at him. Junior, you're chasing my girlfriend. Are you provoking me? Chapter 307. Yuan Qin seemed to be unable to react to what he had said. He watched as Lu Zhangting ignored him after saying those words. He walked straight to Gu Xingyin's side and held her hand very naturally. Am I late? Gu Xingyin suddenly smiled faintly. No, you're just in time. Not only Yuan Chen, but even Lu Zhangting had never seen Xing Lu smile. When the beauty smiled, it was like a new moon breaking through the clouds. It was as if she was really shrouded in a layer of dazzling light. Lu Zhangting tightened his grip on Gu Xingyin's hand. He was a little unhappy that such a rare scene was seen by another man. Let's go. I've made a reservation at the restaurant. He lifted Gu Xingyin's bag with one hand and held her hand with the other. When they walked past Yuan Chen, they nodded slightly at him. Yuan Chen watched the two of them walk away in a daze. Of course, he could see that the way the two of them interacted with each other was definitely not deliberately done to deceive him. Gu Xingyin and Lu Zhangting walked out of the school. Does this mean that I passed? Lu Zhangting did not let go of her hand and asked. Gu Xingyin did not speak, but she did not break free of his hand. In any school, there were always some interesting topics. For example, the school bell was in a relationship with a male god. Some people said that Yuan Chen did not come to class for 2 whole days. Others said that these days, Qi Shishir often appeared at the door of Yuan Chen's dormitory. This girl's feelings for Yuan Chen moved many people. Soon, it was the day of the performance. Qi Shishir arrived backstage early. She wanted to put on the most exquisite makeup, put on the most beautiful dance costume, and dance the best dance of her life. She wanted everyone to see who was better between her and Xing Lu. Gu Xingyin watched Qi Shishir quietly from backstage. Her sleeves fluttered gently, and her willowy waist swayed. It was like a gentle breeze, and she was as light as a swan. It was indeed beautiful. After Qi Shishir finished her dance, she listened to the thunderous applause from the audience. When she got off the stage, she looked at Gu Xingyin provocatively. The stage suddenly darkened, leaving only a few faint lights. A familiar light melody slowly sounded, and a white figure glided to the center of the stage. It was Xing Lu. Her pure white dress fluttered high in the air, like a butterfly that was enjoying itself in the garden, and finally, it happily pounced on its target. She slid into an embrace that had been waiting for her. When the light revealed another person's silhouette, the audience went into an uproar. It was Lu Zhangting. Lu Zhangting, who had never appeared in any performances before. It seemed that the rumors about the campus belle and her idol dating were definitely not a rumor. Adonis' super powerful girlfriend. The two of them, one in black and one in white, had an indescribable tacit understanding and affection between their dance steps. A hug, a hand-holding, and a look in their eyes. It was a collision of sparks and tenderness. Even the people below the stage could feel the deep affection and love between the two of them when they looked at them. Looking at their dance, I want to fall in love. Qi Shishir looked at the two of them dancing on the stage and suddenly felt that her little thoughts were a little ridiculous. It turned out that she could dance so well. It turned out that she didn't like to be flamboyant and show off. Does she know that I'm just like a clown in her eyes? Does she know that I'm just a laughable clown? Also, she looked at the two of them who were obviously in love with each other and suddenly had some doubts. Did Xing Lu really like Yuan Chen? Did she get the wrong person for her little revenge? Chapter 308. This time, not only did the performance not suppress Xing Lu as Qi Shishir had hoped, but it also allowed her to be in the limelight. Xing Lu and Lu Zhangting also took this opportunity to express their relationship to everyone. The two of them were called the most compatible couple in the first university. Qi Shishir no longer found trouble with Gu Xingyin. Has she thought it through? Gu Xingyin saw that Qi Shishir's hatred for her had inexplicably decreased by a large amount and pondered. The system replied, maybe she thinks that you won't steal her boyfriend. Gu Xingyin lazily said, because she's worried that I'll steal the person she likes, she used all kinds of tricks on me. Now that she's sure that I won't be a threat to her, does she think that we can live in peace? Now that she's not targeting me, I'm not that kind of person. Gu Xingyin was waiting for an opportunity to repay Qi Shishir. Her popularity in the first university had improved a lot and she had even joined 1 or 2 clubs. A year had passed, and when Lu Zhangting and Xing Lu's relationship had deepened, Gu Xingyin finally got the news she wanted. Yuan Chen was moved by Qi Shishir. As the saying goes, it's easy for a woman to chase a man, but Yuan Chen was obviously a rock that was hard to warm up to. However, no matter how cold and hard a rock was, in the face of an outstanding girl like Qi Shishir, who had been relentlessly pursuing him for such a long time, he would probably be moved. What's more, even the people around Yuan Chen couldn't stand it anymore. They all persuaded Yuan Chen that he should know how to cherish such a girl who treated him wholeheartedly. On the second day of Yuan Chen and Qi Shishir's relationship, an anonymous document was sent to Yuan Chen's mailbox. It contained some things that Qi Shishir had done in secret, including saying bad things about Xing Lu in some occasions, giving a large sum of money to a beggar to help ruin Xing Lu's reputation, knowing that Xing Lu was afraid of being touched by strangers, so they could approach her, and most recently, at the performance, she had added Xing Lu's name, which was originally not there. She was not the gentle and kind Qi Shishir at all. Yuan Chen was furious when he saw it. He immediately called Qi Shishir out and threw these things in front of her. Look at it yourself. What have you done? Yuan Chen felt that she had been deceived. Qi Shishir picked up the stack of documents and glanced at them. Her heart skipped a beat. Yuan Chen kept staring at her. Don't you think you owe me an explanation? Qi Shishir's heart skipped a beat as tears rolled down her cheeks. Do you think I'm willing? I admit it. I was the one who did it. She suddenly became agitated. She ignored the tears on her face and stared straight at Yuan Chen. But, who am I doing all this for? I've been apologizing to Xing Lu every night. Do you know how tormented my heart has been? I fell in love with you long ago, but you only have her in your eyes. I can't accept it. I envy her. I'm jealous of her. I thought that as long as she wasn't that good, your eyes would fall on me. Yuan Chen, it's you. You've turned me into this. Yuan Chen never expected that his questioning would receive such a response from Qi Shishir. After venting, Qi Shishir glanced at Yuan Chen and ran out with her face covered. Chapter 309. Gu Xingyin watched a big show. I didn't expect Qi Shishir to change the topic. Her ability is getting better and better. Gu Xingyin said to the system. Her words seemed like she admitted her mistake, but in fact, she pushed all the blame to Yuan Chen. Ridiculous. Gu Xingyin sneered. Yuan Chen is the scapegoat. Is he going to blame himself for being too outstanding and being loved by others? Someone forced Qi Shishir to do such a thing. In this world, there are many people who have a crush but can't get it. How many people are like her and deserve to be called unscrupulous? This woman is quite powerful. I think Yuan Chen will fall this time. Gu Xingyin finally concluded. Sure enough, there was no news of the two breaking up in school. Gu Xingyin didn't care much about the result of this matter. She had told Yuan Chen about what Qi Shishir had done, and it was just a small repayment. She wouldn't take the initiative to harm others, but she wouldn't be magnanimous enough to forgive those who tried to hurt her. After settling the matter between the two, Gu Xingyin began to fall in love with her lover wholeheartedly. These two people were usually seen from afar but not touched. No one would have thought that the two would be so dazzling after being together. For example, Master, this green pepper stewed tofu, don't use scallions. Stir-fry a pork shoulder, don't use ginger. The handsome man carefully instructed the chef in the cafeteria. Scallions and ginger were both things that Gu Xingyin didn't like to eat. Another example, here. Gu Xingyin handed over a bottle of juice in her hand. She opened a bottle and was about to drink it when Lu Zhangting snatched it away. He turned around and left. After a while, he came back with an identical bottle in his hand. Here. It's not good for girls to eat too much cold food. Another example, Senior, you're here to pick up Sheng Lu from class. Many girls in the class were already familiar with Lu Zhangting and greeted him. Yes. Lu Zhangting nodded. Hey, Senior, what are you holding in your hand? Just then, Gu Xingyin walked out. Lu Zhangting took out a jacket from the bag in his hand. It's raining outside today. It's a little cold. The onlookers thought, I'm going to eat this dog food. Compared to the two of them, Qi Shishir and Yuan Chen were far less harmonious. This was especially true for Qi Shishir, who had been feeling especially mentally and physically exhausted. Although she didn't break up with Yuan Chen, the things she did were like a thorn in their hearts. Unable to pull it out, he could only watch as it took root and sprouted between him and Yuan Chen, unable to be removed. Therefore, she treated Yuan Chen even more wholeheartedly. She always felt that time would reveal a person's true nature. One day, Yuan Chen would let go of the grudge in her heart. However, she had forgotten that girls needed to be respected, especially by themselves. Only when you think highly of yourself will others think highly of you. Why is it eggplant? Don't you know that I don't like eggplants? I have an appointment with someone in the afternoon to play basketball. You can eat it by yourself later. Yuan Chen glanced at it with some disdain. She turned her head and left after saying that. Qi Shishir looked at the food that she had spent more than half an hour to cook, but it was left alone on the table without being cherished. It was as if her own heart was being disregarded like this. She was stunned for a long time. Finally, she slowly packed up the things. Chapter 310. When she went out, it was raining outside. Qi Shishir remembered that her umbrella had just been taken away by Yuan Chen. She looked at the rain outside. It was not very heavy, and her roommate was not around, so she simply walked into the rain. If she had not seen Lu Zhangting and Sheng Lu, Qi Shishir thought that perhaps she would not have been so determined to break up. She walked quickly in the rain, and her wet bangs stuck to her face. Qi Shishir did not need to look to know that she looked very embarrassed at this moment. Her clothes were also wet and cold, and she could not help but shiver. The two figures in front of her became clear. Qi Shishir looked at the two of them in a daze. It was obvious that they were a couple. The boy was holding an umbrella and had one hand around the girl's shoulder. The girl was wearing a thick coat and was covered tightly. The boy was afraid that she would be drenched by the rain, so he leaned most of the umbrella in the girl's direction, ignoring his wet shoulder. She was a little envious of the girl who was treated like a pearl by her boyfriend. What about Yuan Chen? She had even taken away the only umbrella she had brought over, not considering that it was raining outside and she had to go home later. At this moment, the two of them seemed to be talking about something, and the girl's head turned toward the boy. Only then did Qi Shishir recognize that the person was Xing Lu. A secret sense of shame surged from the bottom of her heart, and she subconsciously slowed down her footsteps. Qi Shishir felt that she could show her embarrassment in front of anyone except Xing Lu. She could not show the slightest bit of a bad look in front of this woman. Seeing the two in front of her walk further and further away without noticing her, Qi Shishir finally heaved a sigh of relief. She knew that she felt inferior in front of Xing Lu. It was precisely because of this inferiority that she had to be strong everywhere and fight for her pride. However, the facts had proven that even if she won against Yuan Chen, so what? Wasn't she still not taken seriously? Qi Shishir did not expect that this matter was not over yet. She did not expect that her embarrassing appearance in the rain was not seen by Xing Lu, but by others. Not only was it seen by others, but it was also taken and posted on the forum. The two flowers of the foreign languages department are worlds apart after falling in love. The first picture that came into view was of Qi Shishir standing in the rain with her things in her hands. She was drenched from head to toe. In front of her was Gu Xingyin, who was tightly protected by Lu Zhangting. The anonymous OP also pointed out that at this time, Qi Shishir's boyfriend, Yuan Chen, was sweating profusely in the school's basketball court, not caring that his girlfriend was drenched in the rain. Below was a series of comparison pictures. It could be said that the more blissful Gu Xingyin's life was, the more miserable Qi Shishir's life was. Qi Shishir's mouth slid down. She carefully looked at every picture and every paragraph of text. Although the original poster was exaggerating, she had to admit that the photos in the post were real. Yuan Chen did not take Qi Shishir seriously. At this moment, the phone on the table rang. It was Yuan Chen. Qi Shishir did not know how she felt when she picked up the phone, but she knew that Yuan Chen must have seen the post. In fact, she still had some expectations, hoping that Yuan Chen would say something to her. As long as he realized that he was wrong and was willing to change. Qi Shishir thought. However, Yuan Chen's next sentence shattered all her hopes. Chapter 311. Did you see that post? The person who posted it is from the foreign language department, right? Go find him and ask him to delete the post. Yuan Chen's voice sounded exasperated over the phone. Qi Shishir's smile froze on her face. That's it? She heard her own calm voice. Yuan Chen seemed a little impatient. Then what else do you want? Qi Shishir suddenly felt that she was a fool for still holding on to some hope. Yuan Chen, don't you have anything to say to me? Yuan Chen felt that she was being ridiculous. If you have something to say, just say it. I don't have time to play riddles with you. Qi Shishir did not speak. She put down her phone and placed it on the table. Yuan Chen heard no sound from the other side and waited for a few seconds before hanging up the phone. Qi Shishir locked herself in the dormitory for 3 days. When her roommates felt that something was wrong and were about to tell the counselor, she got out of bed. She took out a new dress from the wardrobe and put on a delicate makeup. Qi Shishir looked at the exquisite and perfect woman in the mirror and went out with her bag. In 3 days, she did not receive a call from Yuan Chen. What's the matter? Yuan Chen looked at Qi Shishir with a trace of surprise in his eyes. Qi Shishir nodded. It's nothing serious. Yuan Chen, let's break up. Yuan Chen's expression froze. You said, break up. Yuan Chen felt that he might have heard wrongly. He frowned and looked at Qi Shishir. Are you sick? Qi Shishir's heart was calm. Yuan Chen, you didn't hear wrongly. I, Qi Shishir, am here to break up with you. She paused for a moment. In the end, she could not hold back the anger in her heart. She sneered at Yuan Chen. Do you think I will continue to be a fool and praise you to the heavens? Compare myself to the dust to love you? She sneered. Yuan Chen, you see. When I loved you, I was willing to do anything for you. Now that I don't love you, Yuan Chen, you are nothing in my eyes. She carried her bag and left without looking back. Qi Shishir could not help but cry. This is the last time I cry for him. A tall figure appeared in her blurred vision. Gu Xingyin ordered 2 cups of hot drinks. Thank you, Qi Shishir said in a low voice. Gu Xingyin took a sip and looked at her. You don't have to thank me in a hurry. I just came to see your sorry end. Qi Shishir's eyes widened as if she was meeting Gu Xingyin for the first time. Why? Are you surprised? Gu Xingyin looked at her. You're gentle, kind, and generous. Qi Shishir could do such a thing. She said a few words softly, and Qi Shishir's face turned pale. What Gu Xingyin said was the little trick she had used on Xinglu. Gu Xingyin wanted to see her like this. I'm just here for fun. What's so strange about it? Qi Shishir looked at the calm Gu Xingyin and felt a chill in her heart. With the Xing family's strength, if they wanted to take revenge on her, in the end, she softened. I'm sorry, Gu Xingyin interrupted her. Don't say sorry. This is not something that can be solved with just an apology. Qi Shishir gritted her teeth. Then what do you want me to do? She was not stupid. Gu Xingyin must have a request for her. Otherwise, she could do whatever she wanted. Chapter 312. Leave the first university, leave the capital, and leave country seat, don't ever appear in front of me again. Gu Xingyin stated her request word by word. This was what she had thought of from the beginning. In the original plot, Xinglu was also hurt by love and left the place she grew up in, never to return. Qi Shishir, naturally wanted to experience this feeling. Qi Shishir's face turned pale. Xinglu actually meant this. She wanted her to leave the place she grew up in and go to a completely foreign country. Why? She was somewhat puzzled. Why would she only make such a request? You don't need to ask why. You only need to know that if you do as I say, everything between us will be over. Gu Xingyin gently stirred the drink in her cup with a spoon and said. Qi Shishir understood her meaning. If she did not do as she said, she did not want to imagine Xinglu's unfinished words. Can you give me some time? She only had this one request left. Gu Xingyin nodded. 1 month. Qi Shishir was silent for a while. Suddenly, she raised her head and looked at Gu Xingyin. You like this? Does Senior Lu know? If he knew that his girlfriend was not as unworldly and noble as she appeared to be, would he still love you as much as before? Gu Xingyin smiled gently, her tone full of pride. You don't understand him, and you don't understand me. No one and nothing can separate the two of us. When she said this, her eyes flashed with something that moved people. Even when Gu Xingyin got up and left, she still sat there and did not return to her senses for a long time. Qi Shishir acted quickly. The Qi family was considered a wealthy family, so dropping out of school midway was not a difficult matter for them. Although the Qi family's parents did not understand why their daughter insisted on going abroad to further her studies, Qi Shishir had always reassured them, so they followed her wishes. A month later, Qi Shishir completed all the procedures and left the land that gave birth to her without telling anyone. Under the gaze of her parents, she left the land that gave birth to her. When Yuan Chen finally remembered his ex-girlfriend, he found that she had disappeared without a trace. No one knew where she went. Gu Xingyin did not care if he regretted or disapproved of the news of Qi Shishir going abroad. Gu Xingyin lazily leaned into Lu Zhangting's arms and said casually, "That day, Qi Shishir asked me if you would feel cheated if you knew that I wasn't as cold and aloof as I seemed on the surface. On the contrary, I would play some tricks." In front of them was a huge floor-to-ceiling window, and the night view of the entire city was reflected in their eyes. Lu Zhangting hugged the person in his arms even tighter. "Of course not. Our Lulu, no matter what she looks like, is still my favorite." Gu Xingyin smacked him. "You're such a smooth talker." Lu Zhangting smiled. "I'm telling the truth. If you can understand the human heart and know how to protect yourself, I'll be more at ease. Otherwise, if he was not by her side, he would have to worry about whether his little girlfriend would be hurt by people with ulterior motives." Gu Xingyin did not speak. She relaxed herself and snuggled up to the man. In fact, she already knew the answer of a lover, didn't she? No matter what you look like, no matter what your identity is. For life, I only want you. Chapter 313. The Heroine of This World. Gu Xingyin was shocked after reading the information. The heroine, Liang Qinyu, was the first daughter of the Grand Tutor of the Kingdom of Qi. She was famous for her beauty. When she was 14 years old, she was betrothed to Qin Yuanzheng, the crown prince of Jinbei Prince. The marriage of the Grand Tutor's mansion was proposed by the old princess of Jinbei Prince, who was the mother of Jinbei Prince and Qin Yuanzheng's grandmother. They were supposed to be a perfect match. However, the Grand Tutor's mansion never knew that Qin Yuanzheng had a childhood sweetheart, Zhang's daughter, Ming Shu. Therefore, when Liang Qinyu was 16 years old, she was married to Jinbei Prince in a palanquin carried by 8 people. After the wedding ceremony, she was humiliated that her husband left her alone in the room on the wedding night. What was more intolerable was that on the second day of the wedding, when Liang Qinyu was serving tea to the elders according to the rules, she saw her husband, who was supposed to accompany her, come in with a woman in a bright dress. The woman was also in a red dress. Standing beside Qin Yuanzheng, she looked more like the bride of Jinbei Prince than Liang Qinyu herself. Liang Qinyu fainted on the spot. When she woke up, she saw the loving face of the old princess of Jinbei Prince. You are the crown prince's wife that I begged with my old face. I know that Yuanzheng has wronged you, but you are already husband and wife. There is nothing that can't be crossed between husband and wife. Don't worry, Zhang's daughter. I have sent her away. I also scolded Yuanzheng. Take care of yourself. I am still waiting for you to give birth to a little great-grandson for me. What else could Liang Qinyu say? She endured it and told herself that she could take it slowly. Eventually, she could win back her husband's heart. She was a perfect wife and a perfect mistress. She took good care of the affairs of Jinbei Prince's mansion. Although her husband, Qin Yuanzheng, was not close to her, he never had concubines or stayed overnight in the red light district. Liang Qinyu thought that as long as she fulfilled her responsibilities as a wife, her husband would fall in love with her sooner or later. However, she did not expect that what she waited for was the news that Zhang's daughter was pregnant. That day, she went to the Guanshan temple to pray for blessings. On the way back, someone stopped her carriage. Madame Zhang's daughter's beautiful face appeared in front of her. Greetings, elder sister. Liang Qinyu sneered on the spot. In terms of status, I'm the wife of North Vanquishing Prince's heir, a second-rank honorary madam. You're just a commoner girl. What qualifications do you have to call me sister? In terms of kinship, you are the heir's cousin, so you should also call me sister-in-law. I don't know if Miss Zhang's family has taught you etiquette. Zhang Mingshu was on the verge of collapsing after hearing those words. Her beautiful face was covered in tears, and she didn't look pitiful at all. Elder sister, why do you have to humiliate me like this? I'm already 2 months pregnant and will enter the prince's mansion in a few days. It looks like elder sister can't tolerate me anymore. Liang Qinyu was shocked, but she didn't say anything. She just returned to the prince's mansion. She went to the princess consort's room on the spot and asked about Zhang Mingshu's matter clearly. It turned out that the old princess consort, Qing Nua, drove Zhang Mingshu away that day because she sent her to a farm. It turned out that her husband came home late every day to work on official business. He never lingered on women because his heart and soul were tied to Zhang Mingshu. It turned out that the North Vanquishing Prince's mansion had already decided to take Zhang Mingshu in before she gave birth to a child. It turned out that all her efforts and hopes to win her husband back were just a joke. The Grand Tutor's mansion was the most upright in the imperial court. Liang Qinyu had been well educated since childhood and was familiar with etiquette, justice, integrity, and shame. How could she bear such humiliation? That night, she used the 3 feet of white silk to end her life. Chapter 314. After reading the plot, Gu Xingyin asked the system about the current time and breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it was not the time for Liang Qinyu, the heroine, to marry him. Now it was the 4th year of Xianda. Liang Qinyu had just become of marriageable age and there was still 1 year before she married into Prince Xinbei's mansion. After reading the original plot, Gu Xingyin had already come up with a plan to deal with the scumbag couple. Qin Yuanzheng. You like your cousin, don't you? I will fulfill your wish. But I don't know if you will still be so happy when I am willing to fulfill your wish. Zhang Mingshu. Aren't you wholeheartedly devoted to your good cousin? I'd like to see if he doesn't love you. As an orphan, how can you stand in such a dirty place like Prince Xinbei's mansion? She got up slowly. The maid guarding outside the tent heard the movement and hurriedly lifted the curtain for her. Miss, are you awake? Yes. Gu Xingyin answered lazily. The gauze curtain embroidered with light-colored twining orchids was rolled up and fixed on both sides. Looking at Gu Xingyin's gradually revealing face, the maid Jinjia held her breath. Even though she grew up with Miss, she still couldn't help blushing every time she saw Mrs. Lazy appearance in the morning. Gu Xingyin did not overlook the maidservant's shocked eyes. He thought that Liang Qinyu must have a pretty face too. Sure enough, the girl in the mirror, although still young, had begun to grow up with a delicate and gorgeous face, which was enough to show that she would be a stunning beauty in the future. Was Qin Yuanjing blind? How could he leave such a beauty alone in an empty room? After freshening up with the maid's help, Gu Xingyin went to greet the elders every day as usual. The old madam of the Grand Tutor's mansion, Liang Qinyu's grandmother, was Ronghua Great Elder Princess. In terms of seniority, she was the grand-aunt of the current emperor. She was also a very good friend of the old Princess Xinbei. You're finally here. Ronghua Great Elder Princess was nearly 60 years old, but she maintained herself very well. Her black hair, which had no white hairs, was meticulously tied into a bun. She wore a set of ruby jewelry the size of a pigeon egg, which showed her nobility. Great Elder Princess Ronghua had many grandchildren, including 3 granddaughters. Liang Qinyu was the only one she liked the most. Gu Xingyin blinked her eyes and snuggled into her grandmother's arms, acting coquettishly. Isn't you, the first one to greet grandmother every day? Great Elder Princess Ronghua smiled and said, yes, Grandma's you, is the most filial one. These words were heard by the second Miss, Liang Jinyu, who had just entered. She covered her mouth and laughed. Grandmother, you have so many you, Which you, is the most filial? Great Elder Princess Ronghua was really amused this time. You are so talkative. My you, is the most filial. In fact, everyone knew that the you, mentioned by Great Elder Princess was only Liang Qinyu. Liang Qinyu was the oldest granddaughter in the Grand Tutor's mansion. When she was born, she was named Qinyu, and everyone in the family was used to calling her nickname you, It was not until Jinyu, the second miss of the Grand Tutor's mansion, was born that everyone remembered that the granddaughters of this generation were all named Yu. Could it be that all of them were named Yu, After a discussion, Liang Qinyu finally became the exclusive nickname of Yu, The other granddaughters were all called by the second character in their names. Liang Jinyu, the second miss, was called Jin, and Liang Linyu, the fourth miss, was called Lin, As for the other daughters of concubines, they were not ranked according to this seniority. From this, it could be seen how much Liang Qinyu was favored in the family. Gigi said in the text that the book would be put on the shelves and charged on the 28th. This was specially for readers of QQ Browser, Apple Server, and other channels, because the author had something to say and the content couldn't be seen. Today, Gigi saw a comment from a reader in the book review on QQ Browser. Would there be a sudden charge? So I put it here and hope you don't mind me. Chapter 3:15. Grandma, I want to go out for a walk today. After breakfast, Gu Xingyin told her purpose. Ronghua Great Elder Princess had no reason to disagree. After carefully reminding her, she let her go. Gu Xingyin chose to go out today for a reason. After all, she had a cheat system at hand, so she knew the whereabouts of Qin Yuanzheng and Zhang Mingshu clearly. Not only was Gu Xingyin going out today, but she also wanted to take a few more people with her. Elder sister, where are we going to play? Liang Linyu of the second branch was only 10 years old now, which was the age of innocence. She had always liked Liang Qinyu, the beautiful elder sister, and was very close to her. Baotsue Pavilion has a new batch of jewelry. Let's go and have a look today. If you see anything you like, just tell me. Today, I will treat you. Gu Xingyin looked at the delicate little girl and said with a smile. Okay. Liang Linyu was very happy. Elder sister, wait for me. I will change my clothes. Gu Xingyin asked people to prepare the carriage, and she sat in the garden of the Liang mansion, waiting for Liang Linyu. But... Junior sister apprentice? A hesitant voice suddenly came. Gu Xingyin didn't expect that there was an outsider in this place. She was shocked and hurriedly got up and looked over. Qin Shao only felt that she looked very cute when she stared at people. Gu Xingyin looked at the handsome man with a smile and instantly understood his identity, the current emperor, Emperor Xianda, Qin Shao. Greetings, Your Majesty. Gu Xingyin hurriedly bowed. Don't be so polite. Qin Shao raised his hand and helped her up. I am going out today in casual clothes. Junior sister apprentice, you don't have to be so restrained. He could see that Gu Xingyin seemed to be very nervous. For some reason, he thought of the way she stared at him in shock earlier. His heart softened, and he said with a smile, I've been studying with the Grand Tutor since I was a child, and I'm quite familiar with junior sister. Why are we so distant after just a few years? Junior sister, do you still remember your senior brother Chang Feng? Gu Xingyin blinked her eyes, secretly thinking that her luck was not bad this time. Her lover was actually the emperor of this world. She had to hold on tight to this big leg. She could tell that Qin Shao's words were to show that the two of them were close. Of course, she couldn't refuse his good intentions. Therefore, Qin Shao could clearly feel that after he said those words, although the girl in front of him didn't say anything, the aura around her relaxed. He heaved a sigh of relief. He didn't know why, but the first time he saw her, he felt that she shouldn't be afraid of him. Just as he was about to say something, Liang Linyu had already changed into her traveling clothes. Gu Xingyin lowered her head and bowed. She said goodbye and left with Liang Linyu, who was confused. Qin Shao was left standing there alone. After a while, he shook his head and smiled. Your Majesty, so you're here. Liang Zhishan, the eldest young master of the Liang residence, asked. I had nothing to do, so I strolled around. Qin Shao shook his head. He didn't know why, but he concealed the matter of his previous encounter with Gu Xingyin. Speaking of which, Gu Xingyin and Liang Linyu had already arrived at Baotsue Pavilion. Don't look at the tacky name of this Baotsue Pavilion, there were a lot of good things inside. Even many of the imperial family's nobles liked to come here to choose some good things that they liked. Of course, Gu Xingyin didn't just come here to buy things. She knew that today, Qin Yuanzheng would accompany her good cousin, Zhang Mingshu, to choose some jewelry and treasures. In the case of an engagement, he actually openly brought another woman to choose jewelry. Gu Xingyin thought, Qin Yuanzheng, your heart is so big. If I don't trick you, who will I trick? I recommend my gay friend Xiao Zhanggui's article, 100 Ways to Quickly Pass Through the Prince Charming. Let's guess, Is Zhang a strong man or a cute girl? Chapter 316. Sure enough, not long after Gu Xingyin and Liang Linyu arrived, they received a system notification that Qin Yuanzheng and Zhang Mingshu were approaching. Soon, Gu Xingyin saw a gorgeous carriage stop at the entrance of Bao Chui Pavilion. Then, a woman wearing plain clothes and a veil of the same color came down. Gu Xingyin looked at the woman carefully. She was a little thin, but she had a graceful bearing when she walked. Although he couldn't see her face because of the veil on her face, he could tell that she was a beauty from the pair of eyes that were exposed. Well, if she wasn't a beauty, why would Qin Yuanzheng not even step into the door of his wife's room for her? But she only got down from the carriage alone. Qin Yuanzheng obviously didn't want to enter. Maybe he felt that it was beneath his status to go shopping with his cousin. Gu Xingyin had a guess in her mind, but she shook her head in the end. No matter what the reason was, it had nothing to do with her. She slowly looked at the items in the shop, but her attention was on Zhang Mingshu. At this moment, Zhang Mingshu was wearing a jade bracelet on each of her hands. The one on her left hand was green and pure. It was obvious that it wasn't an ordinary item. The one on her right hand was an extremely rare mutton fat white jade. It was flawless and matched with Zhang Mingshu's fair skin. It was indescribably beautiful. Zhang Mingshu was comparing her two hands at this moment. Her eyebrows were slightly knitted. She seemed to be troubled about which one to choose. Looking at her expression, it was obvious that she was reluctant to part with either one. The shopkeeper was very perceptive. How could he not see through her thoughts? He smiled kindly. In my opinion, these two bracelets are very suitable for young Mississippi. Young Miss has a fair complexion. You'll look good with either one. Hearing this, Zhang Mingshu smiled happily. Then I will wrap both of them up. The shop owner made a big order, so he was more attentive to Zhang Mingshu. Zhang Mingshu suddenly lifted her foot and walked towards the carriage. She stood beside the carriage and said something to the people inside. Looking at her reaction, she should be very happy. After a while, Zhang Mingshu returned to the store. The store owner asked her which mansion she was sending the items to. Zhang Mingshu raised her head slightly and said proudly, I'm from the North Jinbei mansion. But you don't have to send it over. Just put it in the carriage outside. Someone will come to pick it up. I'll keep looking. When the shopkeeper heard this, his expression became even more respectful. At this time, Liang Linyu suddenly tugged at Gu Xingyin's sleeve and whispered, Big sister, North Jinbei mansion, isn't it because of you? Gu Xingyin glared at her. Liang Linyu stuck out her tongue and murmured, I've never heard that there is a princess in Lord Jinbei's mansion. Gu Xingyin thought, of course not. But North Vanquishing Prince doesn't have a commandery princess, while North Vanquishing Princess Consort has an extremely precious niece. Zhang Mingshu was being led around by the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper probably wanted to find a topic to compliment Zhang Mingshu. Somehow, he talked about the person in the carriage. I see that you keep looking at the carriage. Is it because your sweetheart is waiting for you? You're so lucky. Zhang Mingshu blushed and didn't refute. Seeing this, the shopkeeper became more excited. I don't know when you will have a good thing. Now I'm here to congratulate you. Although Zhang Mingshu was shy, she was in a good mood because of his compliment. She pointed to several things to wrap up. Gu Xingyin sneered. Zhang Mingshu already knew that Qin Yuanzheng had been granted a marriage and the bride couldn't be her. But she still acted like this, which was really disgusting. Chapter 317. Gu Xingyin thought of something and slowly walked to the place where Zhang Mingshu was looking at the bracelet. Show me this. She said softly. Her voice was so beautiful that Zhang Mingshu, who was not far away, looked at her. Gu Xingyin pointed at the mutton fat white jade bracelet that Zhang Mingshu had bought earlier. Because Gu Xingyin was wearing a curtain on her head, the waiter couldn't see her face. However, just by looking at her clothes, although they were not gorgeous, they were all very exquisite, especially the jade buckle on her waist. The waiter could guarantee that she was definitely a person of high status. He took out the mutton fat jade bracelet eagerly. Then everyone saw that the lady stretched out her hands that had been hidden in her sleeves. Liang Qinyu's appearance was incomparably beautiful. However, the most amazing thing about her was not her face, but her snow-white, translucent, and flawless skin. So when she stretched out her hands and put them next to the bracelet, the bracelet was still the same bracelet, but everyone felt that it had changed. It was not white enough, not translucent enough, and not flawless enough. In short, it was not worthy of those precious hands. Even the waiter had an impulse to stop the customer from putting on the bracelet. When the bracelet was put on the hands, it was like a shadow suddenly appeared in the flawless sea of snow. Sure enough, Gu Xingyin picked up the bracelet and looked at it. She shook her head gently. The color of this bracelet is not good. Shopkeeper, do you have a better one? The waiter secretly complained in his heart, this mutton fat white jade bracelet is already the best in our shop. It is obvious that the customer's skin is too beautiful and flawless, but she blames the color of the bracelet for not being good enough. The waiter didn't read many books, so he couldn't think of any more compliments. Seeing Zhang Mingshu's obviously ugly face, Gu Xingyin had achieved the effect of slapping her face. She saw the waiter hesitate and smiled. Well, I was just asking casually. You go ahead, I'll take a look myself. At this moment, Zhang Mingshu had already walked towards the carriage. From the carriage, a blue-robed young master came down. When Gu Xingyin looked over, she could only see a back view. Soon after, Zhang Mingshu entered the carriage and the curtains were lowered. At this time, the two madams not far from them spoke. One of the ladies, who was wearing a royal blue robe, said doubtfully, I think that person seems to be the crown prince of North Vanquishing Prince. The lady beside her nodded. That's right. The one who spoke earlier was puzzled. Wasn't the crown prince of North Vanquishing Prince betrothed? Could that person just now be the young miss of Grand Tutor Liang's estate? Another madam smiled and said, how is that possible? The Grand Tutor's residence is famous for its family's integrity. How could Miss Liang casually board another family's carriage? Her tone suddenly became sarcastic. Men, you know. Who doesn't have a few close female friends? Anger flashed across the face of the lady in the royal blue robe, but it eventually turned into a sigh. What a pity. The young misses of Grand Tutor Liang's Fu mansion are all good, but I didn't expect that. Hearing their words, Liang Linyu's face had already turned pale. Big sister, the crown prince of North Vanquishing Prince they mentioned? Liang Linyu looked at Gu Xingyin in disbelief. Gu Xingyin's face was also not very good. I'm going to ask him. Liang Linyu was still young and spoiled at home. Of course, she could only think of the simplest way at this time. Gu Xingyin hurriedly pulled her. This would certainly make the mansion of North Vanquishing Prince lose face, but in this way, Liang Qinyu's reputation would also be ruined. Let's go back and tell grandmother and wait for her to make a decision. I'm addicted to tweets today. I recommend my close friend Naylan Mo's article, Fast Transmigration Strategy, A Girl's Companion. The person is very cute, and the article is even cuter. Chapter 318. After this incident, the two sisters were not in the mood to continue shopping, so they got on the carriage and went back home. Liang Linyu ran to the courtyard of Great Elder Princess Ronghua as soon as she got back. Gu Xingyin was afraid that her sister's outspoken words would annoy her grandmother, so she followed her in a hurry. Is what your sister said true? Great Elder Princess Ronghua was trembling with anger. Gu Xingyin felt a little embarrassed, but she still nodded while biting her lips. Great Elder Princess Ronghua pounded the table angrily. What a North Prince's mansion! What a bastard Qin Yuanzheng! She even scolded the bastard, which showed how angry Great Elder Princess was. She ordered the chief maid beside her, go and call the first madam here. The first madam she mentioned was the wife of Grand Tutor Liang Qinyu's mother, Meng. Meng came quickly, but before she had time to greet, she was stopped by her mother-in-law and told her what Liang Linyu had told her. Meng's family was naturally very prominent since she was chosen as the daughter-in-law by Great Elder Princess at that time. She was the legitimate daughter of Lord Protector and the younger sister of Meng Qikong, the current Lord Protector. Meng's reaction was similar to that of Great Elder Princess, who was furious after hearing this. What happened next was not suitable for Yang Linyu, a little girl, to know. After repeatedly warning her not to tell others about it, Great Elder Princess Ronghua and Meng began to discuss how to deal with it. Gu Xingyin was left in the courtyard. According to Great Elder Princess, this matter was originally related to her. Moreover, she was so old that she had to learn some things that she should know slowly. Meng sent someone out to inquire about the news on the same day. 3 days later, Great Elder Princess and Meng's faces turned blue when they heard the news. Eating at the same table and eating together since childhood. The servants of North Prince's mansion all treat her as the princess consort. Harmony between the zither and the zither. Good. Good. Very good. Great Elder Princess Ronghua's hands were shaking. Come on, take my court dress. Great Elder Princess Ronghua said sternly. Great Elder Princess Ronghua, in full makeup, went to the palace to pay her respects. At the same time, Mrs. Meng didn't stay idle. She dressed up and paid a visit to the North Vanquishing Prince's mansion. Great Elder Princess Ronghua said that she was going to the palace to pay her respects, but in terms of seniority in the palace, who could accept her salute? The present emperor had not yet married, so she went to the Empress Dowager's palace. Even the Empress Dowager had to address her as auntie. As soon as Great Elder Princess Ronghua entered the palace, Empress Dowager got the news and came out to greet her in person. Unexpectedly, as soon as they met, Great Elder Princess Ronghua directly knelt down and began to cry. The Empress Dowager was a little confused by this and hurriedly asked someone to help Great Elder Princess up. It took her a while to figure out what had happened. North Xinbei Mansion is actually such an unruly family. The Empress Dowager couldn't believe it. How could there be a young mistress in the manor before the mistress had even entered the manor? Aunt, don't worry. I will make the decision for you. The Empress Dowager comforted Great Elder Princess Ronghua with kind words, and then ordered people to invite the emperor to come up. After all, this marriage was personally decreed by His Majesty. No matter what decision was made, it would not be good to go against His Majesty. Hearing that the Empress Dowager invited him, Qin Shao, who had always been filial, hurried over. After hearing what had happened, somehow, the first thing that came to Qin Shao's mind was the pair of black and round eyes he saw in the back garden of the Grand Tutor's mansion that day. Chapter 319. At that time, he thought that whoever was lucky enough to marry such a young girl would definitely dote on her for the rest of his life. But he didn't expect that such a thing would happen in Prince Xinbei's mansion. However, he also knew that if this kind of thing was really made public, it would also be a big blow to the Grand Tutor's mansion and her reputation. I will issue an edict to reprimand Prince Xinbei for not managing the family well. Great Aunt, please take care of yourself, he finally said. Great Elder Princess Ronghua's crying was more of an act than an expression of her true feelings. At this time, she got the result she wanted, so she no longer insisted. At the same time, Madame Meng was sitting in the hall of Prince Xinbei's mansion. Madame Meng, what brings you here? Although Princess Xinbei was surprised that Madame Meng dressed so carefully and came uninvited, after all, Grand Tutor was trusted by His Majesty, and Madame Meng was the future in-law, so she still smiled. Madame Meng gently picked up the teacup in front of her with her hand and gently touched it a few times, but she didn't drink it in the end. I don't dare to accept your kindness. But I heard that there is a young lady in the mansion who grew up with heir of Prince Xinbei. Can I meet her? Madame Meng said lightly. Hearing Madame Meng mention Zhang Mingshu, Princess Xinbei's face was obviously unnatural. Hearing Madame Meng's words, she smiled and said, Madame Meng, you are talking about my niece Zhang Mingshu. I pity her for losing her parents at a young age, so I took her in and raised her. Why do you know her, Madame Meng? Madame Meng gently put the teacup back on the table. Although her movement was not big, the teacup still made a clink sound. Madame Meng said with a faint smile, I didn't know. But a few days ago, when I was out on business, I happened to see heir of Prince Jinbei being intimate with a woman in white. Others even called her Madame, which scared me. Her expression turned cold. I never knew that my Liang Mengshi had a daughter like that. Princess Jinbei's face finally changed. She never expected that her son would be so unscrupulous outside. In the capital city, there were many people who knew the marriage between Prince Jinbei's mansion and Grand Tutor's mansion. If he was not careful, he would easily be exposed. She forced a smile and said, there must be some misunderstanding. Mrs. Meng didn't give in. Then, please explain to me. What's the misunderstanding? Suddenly, a delicate voice came from outside the door. I heard that there are guests. Lady Meng raised her head and saw a graceful figure in white walking towards them. Her face was like a hibiscus, her brows were like willow leaves, and her lips were like cinnabar. She was indeed a rare beauty. Mrs. Meng looked at her clothes and had an idea. So this must be the famous Miss Zhang? Madame Meng asked. Zhang Mingshu was a little curious. I'm Zhang Mingshu. May I know who Madame is? Madame Meng smiled meaningfully. I'm the mistress of Grand Tutor Liang's mansion. I wonder if Miss Zhang knows who I am. Zhang Mingshu's face turned pale. Of course, she knew what kind of place Grand Tutor Liang's residence was, and she also knew who this madam was. The mother of his cousin's future wife. Seeing her on the verge of collapse and the distressed look in North Consort's eyes, Lady Meng knew what was going on. He sneered. Not wanting to see their faces anymore, he got up and left. Chapter 320. As soon as the Meng family left, North Prince's mansion received an imperial edict from the palace. The imperial edict was issued by the Empress Dowager, and the content was nothing more than that North Prince's mansion was not strict enough and the internal affairs were in chaos. The eunuch recited a lot of things and finally pointed to the two nannies with serious and rigid faces behind him. These two are old nannies in the palace. They were specially sent by the Empress Dowager to help you, Princess Consort. When the old princess got the news, the eunuch in the palace had already gone back to report. After listening to her daughter-in-law's story, how could she not understand the whole story? Maybe the Liang's mansion knew about Zhang Mingshu's matter and specially came to make her daughter proud. She asked the princess, what are you going to do about it? The princess hesitated for a moment, raised the two nannies. The old princess interrupted her, I'm asking you, Zhang Mingshu, what are you going to do? The princess looked pleading, Mother, Mingshu is still young, you are so silly. The old princess stomped the ground with her crutch, the imperial edict has come from the palace. Don't you see that it is the superior who is helping the Liang's mansion? At this time, Zhang Mingshu can't stay in the mansion anymore. Tomorrow, no, today, arrange for her to be sent away. Tomorrow, you come with me to the Grand Tutor's mansion to apologize. The princess looked dissatisfied, Mother, we are the North Prince's mansion anyway. Why do we have to do this? The old princess glanced at her stubborn daughter-in-law and felt that she was really blind at that time. North Prince's mansion, do you think we are still as glorious as when the late king was still alive? Now, the Liang's family is an important minister of the emperor. Otherwise, why would I give up my face to marry the daughter of the Liang's mansion for Yuanzheng? Your Highness, I got the news that Zhang Mingshu has been secretly sent away by North Prince's mansion. Great Elder Princess Ronghua nodded with satisfaction. Fortunately, North Prince's mansion is not too silly. Otherwise, my Yu will never marry into that kind of place even at the risk of my reputation. The next day, the old princess of North Prince's mansion came in person with her daughter-in-law. The two families were happy and harmonious, and no one could tell that they were at daggers drawn the day before. Gu Xingyin was amazed. She was quite satisfied with the results this time. Gu Xingyin didn't expect to cancel the marriage between the two families at once. Not to mention that the marriage between the two families was granted by the emperor. The matter between Qin Yuanzheng and Zhang Mingshu was not a big deal in the eyes of these people. Which man wouldn't like a young and delicate body? Zhang Mingshu had no status and was not pregnant. She was equivalent to a plaything. Unless it was absolutely necessary, the two families would not fall out with each other. However, Gu Xingyin didn't want to enter the Prince Jinbei's mansion again. There's still a year left. You too, there's still plenty of time. She didn't know that Qin Yuanjing hated the Liang residence because of this. He felt that if it wasn't for the Liang estate going too far, why would he be separated from his cousin? Gu Xingyin had always despised such people to the core. What did he think of Zhang Mingshu by doing this? In the last life, if Liang Qinyu hadn't died, Zhang Mingshu would have been at most a concubine. Was this the so-called love of this man to let his beloved woman be a lowly concubine? It was really great. Perhaps Zhang Mingshu's love for him was also so great. However, even if it was such a love, she didn't want them to have it. Chapter 321. Qin Yuanzheng was currently drinking alone. He was in a very bad mood. Anyone would be in a bad mood if they were forced to separate from their childhood sweetheart. Although Zhang Mingshu had only been sent to a side courtyard in the northern garrison prince's estate, and Qin Yuanzheng could still visit her when he missed her, the two of them were currently in a honeymoon period. Being forced to separate was still quite painful. At this moment, he was half drunk when he heard someone beside him say, "It is said that when Song Ju will be displaying Master Han Shi's painting today. Brotherly, are you willing to come with me to take a look?" Of course. Qin Yuanzheng's heart skipped a beat. Master Han Shi. Qin Yuanzheng had two passions in his life. One was painting, the other was wine. Unfortunately, his close female friend was not proficient in either of them. Master Han Shi was the most famous painter of the previous dynasty. His skills had already reached the pinnacle of perfection. The people of the world called him the painting saint. He immediately put down the wine cup in his hand and walked towards Wen Song Ju. Everyone, today we will be displaying Master Han Shi's most proficient painting, the dim yellow bamboo painting. Please take a look. A middle-aged man dressed like a scholar said in a clear voice. At the same time, he slowly unfurled a painting scroll. On the scroll, there were patches of bamboo forest, scattered cold stones, and gurgling streams. Master Han Shi was worthy of being called a master. With just a few strokes, he had vividly displayed a dim yellow bamboo painting in the depths of the mountains in front of everyone. Many people began to click their tongues in admiration. Finally, the middle-aged scholar revealed his purpose. The general idea was that his family had encountered a great change and he had no choice but to sell his family's collection. This Master Han Shi's painting was one of the most precious works in his collection. He hoped that a fated person would be able to obtain it. How could Qin Yuanzheng let go of such an opportunity? He immediately opened his mouth to offer a price. However, there were many rich people in the capital. For a moment, there were actually many people competing to raise the price. Qin Yuanzheng was already a bit annoyed. Just as he was about to shout out a high price, he suddenly smelled a faint fragrance. He didn't know what kind of perfume it was, but it lingered in his nose and made him feel refreshed. Immediately after, he felt his sleeve being pulled by someone. Turning his head, he met a pair of eyes as bright as the stars. Without a doubt, this pair of eyes was shockingly beautiful, causing Qin Yuanzheng to be slightly dazed. The woman's face was covered with a veil as she softly said, "This young master is too presumptuous. This painting doesn't seem to be authentic." Her voice was clear and crisp, like the collision of gold and jade, extremely pleasant to the ears. Qin Yuanzheng was attracted by her voice and the content of her words. He unknowingly followed her to the private room on the second floor. "I wonder if you have any proof that the painting is fake." Qin Yuanzheng still remembered the important matter. The woman, Gu Xingyin, chuckled. "Dare I ask, young master, what are the characteristics of Mr. Han Shi's brush strokes?" Qin Yuanzheng answered without thinking, "His strength penetrates the paper, his arrogance is unruly, and his painting is just like him." Gu Xingyin nodded. "Then, young master, please think about it again. Was the painting just now like this?" Qin Yuanzheng frowned. "I've seen that painting. It's indeed Mr. Hansher's style. No. His eyes suddenly lit up. I know. That really isn't Mr. Hansher's work. He thanked Gu Xingyin. Many thanks for your words. Gu Xingyin smiled. It's just a small matter. I don't want to deceive someone who truly loves painting. Although she was wearing a veil, when she smiled, the beautiful outline of her face could be vaguely seen. Under the veil, it was even more fascinating. Qin Yuanzheng was stunned for a moment. Chapter 322. Young Master. Qin Yuanzheng recovered from his trance. He was secretly annoyed that he had been absent-minded in front of a woman whose face he had never even seen. If Zhu knew, she would be sad again. Thinking of Zhang Mingshu, his expression darkened again. Gu Xingyin looked at him like this and did not know what to do. She gently lowered her beautiful neck. Her exposed skin was plated with a layer of seductive pink because of shyness. Qin Yuanzheng's heart fluttered again. He could not help but look at the woman in front of him. He thought carefully in his mind. What kind of beauty was under the veil? Young master, I will take my leave. Gu Xingyin had achieved her goal, so she said goodbye. Qin Yuanzheng wanted to stop her and ask for her name. However, looking at the quality of her clothes, he knew that she was not a girl from a small family. He felt that it would be too rash to ask for her name. So, he just watched Gu Xingyin go downstairs and disappear into the crowd. He drank a mouthful of wine and hid the sense of loss in his heart. Gu Xingyin, after going downstairs, let out a sigh of relief. She was not nervous. She was disgusted that she had to pretend to be a shy woman in front of a scumbag like Qin Yuanzheng. Young miss. She went out of the door and went around a corner. An inconspicuous carriage with blue curtains was parked there quietly. The servant girl, Jian Jia, was calling her in a low voice. Seeing Gu Xingyin go out, Jian Jia was relieved. Just now, the young miss insisted on going to Wensong residence to see Master Hanqi's painting. She did not allow them to follow her. Jian Jia had been restless in the carriage, afraid that something had happened to the young miss. Young miss, are we going back now? Jian Jia asked. Gu Xingyin shook her head. It was rare for her to go out. If she only met a scumbag, wouldn't it be too boring? Let's go to the south of the city. Gu Xingyin rolled her eyes and thought of a good place. You're Mr. Qin, this is where Mr. Chen lives, a man in green said respectfully to a man in blue. This was a courtyard that was not lit up. Above the main gate, there were two large, flamboyant characters that read, Chen Residence. That blue-robed young master had clear features, and when he smiled, it was like the moon and the wind. Looking closely, it was the person that Gu Xingyin had met in the back garden of the Fu, the present Holy One, Xian de Emperor Qin Shao. Fu Shi, do you think this Mr. Chen will be willing to become an official? Qin Shao asked. The person next to him bowed. With a master like you who respects the wise, which scholar in the world wouldn't want to choose a wise master? Qin Shao smiled and did not comment on his answer. Go and call the door. At the same time, a green curtain carriage slowly came to a stop one street away from the Qin estate. Young miss, what are we doing here? Jian Jia asked. Gu Xingyin looked at this courtyard that had just been renovated. Even the main gate was newly painted. From the materials used to decorate the gate, it could be seen that the owner of this house had put in a lot of thought. Such an exquisite courtyard, it seemed that Zhang Mingshu had lived well here. Gu Xingyin could not tell other people that she had just come to see the house that Qin Yuanzheng used to hide his mistress. She said slowly, I heard that there is a street of wondrous items here. Most of them are imported goods from overseas, so I wanted to come and see. Jian Jia muttered, those goods from overseas, which of the good things have not been offered to the palace? Every time Darren receives a reward, when has it not been given to you first? Why come and see these inferior things? But since it was the master's request, as servants, they could only listen. Chapter 323. Gu Xingyin alighted from the carriage with Jianjia and Jilan following behind her as they strolled along the street of strange objects. On this street, there were many young ladies like her who wore a veil and had servants following behind them. Therefore, they did not stand out. Although the kingdom of Qi was not very strict with women's etiquette and they were allowed to go out without a veil, some young ladies from noble families would usually cover their faces to show off their noble status. Although the things on this street of strange objects were not considered expensive, they were interesting in their own way. Gu Xingyin looked around as she walked. The two servants behind her clicked their tongues in wonder. "Young lady, what are you looking to buy?" Jilan asked curiously. They had seen many things along the way, but they had never seen their young lady interested in anything. Gu Xingyin smiled mysteriously. "Of course, it's something that everyone likes." Jilan did not understand, but Gu Xingyin did not intend to say much. Soon, she saw her target. Western Mansion. This was a shop that specialized in selling all kinds of Western and overseas items. It was said that the owner of this shop was a big sea merchant. The items here were considered to be the best in the entire street of strange objects. Gu Xingyin walked in because the person she wanted to see was here. Sure enough, the moment she entered, she saw a figure in white followed by a servant girl. The two of them were looking at things. Gu Xingyin actually admired Zhang Mingshu. Every time she saw her, she would wear a different plain white dress. In the kingdom of Qi, white was not a popular color. For the ladies of the Liang family, there were all kinds of clothes, pink, red, yellow, green, and so on. Only white clothes, other than the winter cloaks and cloaks made of white fur that were beautiful, there were basically no white clothes. Which elder did not like their juniors to wear festive clothes? Instead, they liked to wear white as if they were in mourning. However, it was said that some men liked this kind of soft and delicate appearance. Didn't Qin Yuanjing like this? Zhang Mingshu did not wear a veil or a curtain when she went out. Gu Xingyin walked to her side and found that she was looking at a pile of red and blue gemstones. Gu Xingyin had a lot of these things. Every time a foreign country sent a tribute, the emperor liked to give some to the important officials. As the imperial tutor, Grand Tutor Liang always got the best portion. Of course, most of those, flashy but impractical, things ended up in Liang Qinyu's courtyard. Therefore, although these things were precious, they were not enough to catch Gu Xingyin's eyes. On the contrary, there were some things that were suspicious. Gu Xingyin watched Zhang Mingshu pick and choose silently. After a while, she seemed to have finally chosen. Gu Xingyin took a closer look, and sure enough, she held the most beautiful red gem in her hand. The shopkeeper beamed with joy. This red gem was one of the most expensive ones. If he could sell it, he would make a lot of money. Zhang Mingshu was about to pay the bill when Gu Xingyin walked to her side lightly. "Shopkeeper, please wait a moment." The shopkeeper looked at Gu Xingyin in confusion. Gu Xingyin laughed softly and said, "This red gem is precious, but it has to be worth the price for the customer to buy it." "Don't you think so, shopkeeper?" Zhang Mingshu looked at her in surprise. She carefully thought about the meaning of her words and looked at the shopkeeper with uncertainty. Chapter 324. As soon as the shopkeeper heard Gu Xingyin speak, he knew that she did not come with good intentions. He looked up and down at Gu Xingyin. When his eyes landed on the inconspicuous lake green dress she was wearing, his pupils shrank. For a businessman like him, the most important thing was to have a pair of discerning eyes. If he was not wrong, the material of the clothes on the woman in front of him should be Qianhu green, from Jiangnan. Clothes made of Qianhu green would sway slightly when she walked, giving off a feeling of sparkling light when she slept. It was very popular among the harem of the rich and powerful. Qianhu green was extremely precious and rare. Even in a year, there were only a few dozen pieces. Most of them were used as tributes. Those who could afford to use Qianhu green to make clothes, the shopkeeper forced a smile on his face. "Miss, what can I do for you?" Gu Xingyin did not want to speak up for Zhang Mingshu. She just had her own motives and did not want to offend people because of this. I happen to have a box of such rubies at home. Whether it is the color or the transparency, they are much better than yours. This price is not very generous of you," she pointed out. As expected, the shopkeeper's expression changed. He forced a smile and bowed to Zhang Mingshu. "I am really sorry, Mississippi. This ruby originally belonged to our lady boss and was not for sale. Who would have thought that I would put it in the wrong place today and let you see it? I purposely quoted a high price to make you back off. I apologize to you here." Even if Zhang Mingshu did not know the situation, she knew that there was something wrong with the ruby. Her expression was not good. She did not want to buy the things she had chosen earlier. She turned her head and saw that Gu Xingyin had already stepped out of the door. She quickly chased after her with her maid. "Miss, please wait a moment." Zhang Mingshu called out softly from behind Gu Xingyin. Gu Xingyin was waiting for her to call out. She stopped in her tracks. "Miss, are you calling me?" Zhang Mingshu hurried a few steps to catch up with Gu Xingyin. "Thank you for speaking up for me just now." Gu Xingyin smiled faintly. "I just can't bear to see that shop owner passing off shoddy goods as good ones." Zhang Mingshu thought for a moment and said, "Thank you so much for today, Mississippi. I wonder if I can treat you to a meal to express my gratitude." Of course, Gu Xingyin refused. Of course, Zhang Mingshu wouldn't let her refuse, so in the end, Zhang Mingshu invited Gu Xingyin to her home. "Miss Zhang lives alone?" Gu Xingyin pretended to be surprised and asked. Upon hearing her question, Zhang Mingshu's eyes reddened. Gu Xingyin quickly apologized. Zhang Mingshu changed the topic and chatted with Gu Xingyin about something else. She was surprised to find that this new friend of hers was extremely knowledgeable. No matter what she said, she could respond and was very considerate of her feelings. For a moment, Zhang Mingshu felt that Gu Xingyin was her bosom friend. Although she lived in Jinbei Mansion as a guest in the capital, she was just an orphan girl whose parents had both died. Those noble ladies didn't like her. Therefore, although Jinbei Mansion often took her out, she didn't make many good friends. Since she was settled in this courtyard, it was even harder for her to find someone to talk to. It was rare to meet someone she could talk to. Of course, Zhang Mingshu was happy. By the time the servants served the food, Zhang Mingshu had already called her sister Meng. Of course, Gu Xingyin couldn't tell her family name. She only said that her surname was Meng, using her mother's surname. Chapter 325. Zhang Mingshu had already secretly thought about the families with the surname Meng in the capital. However, the Meng family was a big family. Just in the capital, there were no less than 10 families. She couldn't guess which family Gu Xingyin was the young miss of. When Gu Xingyin was eating, she took off the curtain on her head. Zhang Mingshu only felt that the room was full of light. She had always been proud of her appearance, but she didn't think that she would meet a person who would compare herself to dust. She suppressed the jealousy in her heart and said with a smile, "Sister Meng's beauty really makes people feel ashamed." Gu Xingyin smiled brightly. "People like us don't need to rely on our beauty to serve people. Why should we take it too seriously?" These words happened to poke at Zhang Mingshu's soft spot. That's right, for high-ranking young misses like Sister Meng, everything was arranged by their family's fathers and brothers. They could find a good son-in-law by relying on their family's status. Why would they need to be like her, advancing step by step to earn a future for themselves? She was a little disinterested after that. Gu Xingyin saw her expression and knew that she must be thinking a lot, so she left after sitting for a while. However, Gu Xingyin didn't expect that when she left, she was seen by someone. Qin Shao recognized at a glance that the person who came out of the mansion was his little junior sister, Liang Qinyu. Logically speaking, the two of them weren't too familiar with each other. He didn't pay much attention to this little junior sister before, but somehow, she was still wearing the curtain and was recognized by him at a glance. However, the Liang family didn't seem to have a mansion here. Suspicions arose in his heart, and he ordered the people around him, "Find out who the owner of this house is. In addition, investigate what my little junior sister did today and who she met." He was worried that Liang Chenyu was cheated at a young age. That shadow guard was nodding when he suddenly asked. Little junior sister. Qin Xiao said lightly, teacher's daughter. This subordinate understands. That shadow guard was shocked. He didn't expect that the imperial tutor's favor was so deep that he really addressed her as a disciple. Gu Xingyin didn't know that her whereabouts had been thoroughly investigated. By the time Qin Xiao returned to the imperial palace, the things he wanted to know had already been inquired clearly. You're saying that the residence is the North Vanquishing Prince's manor, the place where the cousin who had an affair with the North Vanquishing Prince is settled? Qin Xiao was furious when he heard this news. It turned out that after a round of persuasion, the North Vanquishing Prince's mansion made the decision to move to another place so that they could enjoy good food and drink. North Vanquishing Prince's mansion, very good. Then how did little junior sister know about that family? Seeing that little junior sister didn't look angry today, it didn't seem like she knew about this matter. It was just a coincidence that Miss Liang met Zhang Mingshu. The secret guard told her in detail about their encounter in the Western Mansion. If Gu Xingyin heard this, she would definitely be amazed by the ability of the shadow guards. Not even the slightest detail was missed. In other words, junior sister didn't even know who Zhang Mingshu was. She thought she had made a new friend. Qin Xiao inexplicably felt distressed for the girl who had deer-like eyes. Well, you can leave first. He waved the shadow guard away and stood alone, lost in thought. His heart was filled with anger towards Qin Yuanzheng. He was angry that he clearly had such a good fiancée, but he was still thinking about a woman who shamelessly seduced his cousin. Chapter 326. At the same time, Qin Xiao's favorable impression of the North Vanquishing Prince's estate had also fallen to the lowest point. Gu Xingyin didn't know that she could actually receive such additional benefits when she went out once. Since the day she met Zhang Mingshu, Gu Xingyin slowly came into contact with Zhang Mingshu more and more. Zhang Mingshu also gradually began to talk about everything with her. Judging from elder sister Meng's age, the noble ladies in the capital should already be engaged at this age. I wonder if elder sister Meng is engaged? Zhang Mingshu asked. Gu Xingyin blushed and lowered her head without saying a word. Zhang Mingshu had an idea in her heart. She recalled that although she and her cousin were in love with each other, they couldn't be together forever. She faintly said, I wonder which family's young master is so blessed. Gu Xingyin still had a shy expression, I haven't met him yet, but his reputation is extremely good. Little did she know that her shy and expectant look had touched Zhang Mingshu's sore spot. She was afraid that she would never have the chance to become a bride in this lifetime. The Grand Tutor's estate was so sinister. If the young miss of the Liang estate was spoiled and unruly, how could she be allowed to marry into the family? Seeing her suddenly shedding tears, Gu Xingyin seemed to be extremely surprised and hurriedly asked what happened. Zhang Mingshu wiped her tears with a handkerchief and a sudden desire to pour out her heart surged in her heart. She slowly began to tell her story. The more Gu Xingyin listened, the more she couldn't help sneering in her heart. In Zhang Mingshu's narration, she and her cousin were in love with each other and should be a match made in heaven. However, her cousin's fiancé came out of nowhere and used her family's background to forcefully ask the emperor to grant the marriage. In order to avoid arousing suspicion, she had no choice but to leave her cousin and live in this place alone. If an unreasonable person heard this, they would definitely think that the couple in this story was affectionate and helpless, and that the fiancé was naturally the vicious and unlikable villain. Gu Xingyin sneered, not to mention that the Liang estate originally didn't have the intention to marry into the North Vanquishing Prince's estate, that imperial edict was also personally requested by the old princess consort of the North Vanquishing Prince's estate. How could the Liang residence be considered as breaking up an affectionate couple? Moreover, if he had known that Qin Yuanzheng had such a childhood sweetheart, Grand Tutor Liang would not have been willing to betroth his daughter to such a family even if he had to defy the imperial edict. Truly, what a sharp tongue that could distort black and white. Seeing Zhang Mingshu looking at him pitifully, Gu Xingyin knew in his heart that she definitely wanted him to say something. It would be best if he could stand with her against a common enemy and denounce that vicious fiancé of his. She wouldn't let her have her way. Gu Xingyin looked worried as she looked at Zhang Mingshu with concern. What plans do you have for the future? Since your cousin's marriage was bestowed by the emperor, it is impossible for him to be divorced. A person like younger sister, of course, would not let herself be a lowly concubine. When she talked about being a concubine, Gu Xingyin's face didn't conceal her disdain. Zhang Mingshu was choked by her words. She never would have thought that Gu Xingyin would say this. A normal person's train of thought would be to pity her and then comfort her while angrily denounce her cousin's fiancé, right? Moreover, when Gu Xingyin said these words, no matter how thick Zhang Mingshu's skin was, she was too embarrassed to say that she was planning to become the lowly concubine that she was talking about. No, she couldn't even be considered a concubine. In any case, a concubine still had a status. Her current appearance could only be considered as a shameful outside wife. Chapter 327. For a moment, Zhang Mingshu felt so ashamed that she wanted to die. However, Gu Xingyin didn't let her go. She said with a tone of, I think, sister, you'd better stay away from your cousin in the future. Otherwise, the most important thing for a girl is her reputation. You know, it's usually the girls who are hurt by this kind of thing. If your cousin is really good for you, he should be more conscious and not meet you again. He should choose a good marriage for you. How could Zhang Mingshu listen to such words? She forced a smile and said, Sister Meng, I'm not feeling well. I can't entertain you today. Please forgive me. Without waiting for Gu Xingyin to say anything else, she asked her maidservant to see the guest out. Gu Xingyin left, but Zhang Mingshu's heart was pierced by a thorn. She used to live in a high pavilion built for her by Qin Yuanzheng and never had to face these things. In fact, she knew that if she wanted to be with her cousin, she could only be a humble concubine. But her cousin promised very well. Even if he married a wife, he would not touch her. His heart was with her, and he would not share it with others. My cousin loves me. Thinking so, she smiled sweetly. As for what Gu Xingyin said to her before, she didn't want to think about it at all. With her family background, even if Jinbei Wang Fei made the decision, what kind of good family could she marry? There was a cousin who loved her and an aunt who loved her. How could it not be better than marrying? If her thoughts were heard by those sharp-tongued old maids outside, they would probably curse her fiercely, you're born to be a bitch. You don't want to be the legal wife of a decent family, but you want to be a concubine. On the other side, Qin Shao, who heard the report of his secret guard, couldn't help laughing. His little junior sister was really interesting. Qin Shao could almost imagine Zhang Mingshu's face turning blue when his little junior sister said those words. It was obviously a selfless statement, but every word poked at Zhang Mingshu's sore spot. However, if his little junior sister knew that the cousin mentioned by the woman in front of her was her fiancé, then. And the vicious fiancé she was talking about was her. She didn't know how sad she must be. Xian the emperor felt that he had really lost his head when he had decreed the marriage. And the residence of North Vanquishing Prince. Thinking of Zhang Mingshu's words, his eyes suddenly turned cold. What do you mean by breaking up an affectionate couple and oppressing them with your power? If it weren't for the old Princess Jinbei's old age, he wouldn't have agreed to the marriage with the Liang family. Could it be that her teacher's daughter was not good enough for a fallen prince? However, he regretted it now. He regretted that he didn't investigate and betrothed his junior sister to such a family. The more he knew about the North Vanquishing Prince's mansion, Qin Yuanzheng and Zhang Mingshu, the more disgusted he was with this family. What did he mean by, I've given my heart to you? Even if we get married, I won't touch her at all. Qin Yuanzheng was actually planning to make his little junior sister a widow. The emperor's eyes suddenly turned cold. He had to think carefully about the current situation of Lord Jinbei's residence. On the 15th day of the 8th lunar month, the Mid-Autumn Festival was held in the palace. As the daughter of the imperial preceptor, Gu Xingyin naturally followed her mother and grandmother into the palace. Of course, the womenfolk and the officials were received in different places. Because the emperor had not yet married, the affairs of the Hogong were still managed by the Empress Dowager. Gu Xingyin and the other womenfolk of the officials went to the Peaceful Life Palace where the Empress Dowager was. Chapter 328. The Empress Dowager was not old. She seemed to be in her 40s. Of course, her real age was a little older than she looked. As an elder, Great Elder Princess Ronghua was naturally treated with courtesy and was arranged to sit in the seat closest to the main seat. According to the rules, the Meng family and others were supposed to sit according to their ranks. However, Gu Xingyin was held in the arms of Great Elder Princess Ronghua with a smile, so she had to sit in the most conspicuous seat with her grandmother. This made her receive a lot of stares, especially from some families who wanted to send their daughters to the palace. They all looked at Gu Xingyin with scrutinizing eyes. After recognizing her, these gazes became much friendlier. After all, those who could sit here were all well informed. They all knew that Grand Tutor Liang's legitimate daughter was engaged to the heir of Lord Jinbei. As members of the imperial family, Lord Jinbei and the old princess naturally sat in the front seats. At this moment, they were also looking at Gu Xingyin up and down. The old princess saw that she sat on one side with a perfect posture and appearance. Under the gaze of so many people, the old princess nodded in her heart. Lord Jinbei was not so happy. Zhang Mingshu was her niece. It was because of this future daughter-in-law that she was sent to the side yard. Thus, it was difficult for her to have a good impression of Gu Xingyin. Needless to say, Gu Xingyin was exquisite and gorgeous, which made her feel a sense of crisis in her heart. She was worried that her son would neglect Mingshu after they got married. She was afraid that her son would like the legal wife and neglect the concubine. It had to be said that Lord Jinbei's mind was really filled with something. Of course, Gu Xingyin received the stares of Lord Jinbei, but she was too blatant, which really disgusted her. Great Elder Princess Ronghua beside her gently patted her hand and looked straight at Lord Jinbei. Lord Jinbei suddenly met Great Elder Princess's stern eyes. In a panic, she lowered her eyes and did not dare to look at her. The old princess consort looked at her daughter-in-law in disappointment. She had been a princess consort for so many years, but she didn't have the bearing of a princess consort at all. The purpose of such a banquet was nothing more than to enjoy the performances of the actors in the palace. The madams who were familiar with each other greeted each other and the Empress Dowager rewarded them with some gifts. Gu Xingyin felt a little bored and found an excuse to sneak out. At this moment, the imperial garden was very quiet because all the officials and their families were at the front. The lights were very bright, and Gu Xingyin was led by the little chamberlain to slowly appreciate the beautiful scenery that had been forgotten by others. However, do you have anything to quench your thirst? Gu Xingyin asked. The young servant replied in a clear and crisp voice, yes, there is. However, it will take some time for this servant to get it. Miss, you may as well wait in the small pavilion in front. Seeing Gu Xingyin nod her head, the young eunuch repeatedly emphasized that she should not wander around, in case she got lost in the imperial garden and bumped into others. Then she left. After she left, Gu Xingyin breathed a sigh of relief. She found the small pavilion and sat down in a comfortable posture. She had to drink a cup of wine when the Empress Dowager gave her the wine. However, she couldn't drink a drop of wine, so she was drunk at this moment. She shook her head to sober herself up and looked up to see a tree of flowers reaching in through the eaves of the pavilion. She didn't know what kind of flower it was, but the large clusters of petals were blooming beautifully. She wanted to reach out her hand to reach it. Chapter 329. When Qin Shao came here, he saw a scene that made him unable to restrain a smile. A little drunk cat with hazy eyes was sitting comfortably on an armchair in the pavilion, trying to reach out her hand to reach a flower in front of her. The flower was neither too far nor too close. If she could straighten her body, she could pick it. However, she was unwilling to get up slightly. She just waved her hand in the air again and again in vain. Qin Shao had seen Gu Xingyin several times. Every time he saw her, she was dignified and polite, with a perfect appearance. When had he seen her like this? He found it interesting for a moment and didn't make a sound. He just stood there and watched her grab the flower again and again. Her silky clothes fell from her arms with her movements, revealing a small part of her white jade-like arm. Qin Shao looked and only felt that the flower was not even half as beautiful as her skin. Thinking of what he had just thought, Qin Shao's old face turned red. He spurned himself. Just now, he actually had such thoughts about a little girl who was nearly 10 years younger than him. He was about to leave when Gu Xingyin seemed to be annoyed. She propped herself up and plucked the flower as she wished. Gu Xingyin showed a satisfied smile and gently put the flower to her nose to sniff. However, in the eyes of the emperor, the flower was completely overshadowed by her satisfied smile. He didn't know why, but a thought popped up in his mind: if he could make her smile like this all the time, any man would be willing to give up everything, right? For a moment, he was actually a little jealous of Qin Yuanzheng. However, Gu Xingyin brought a big disaster upon herself. She was originally drunk and barely managed to stand up by leaning on the armchair. As soon as she got the flower, she forgot herself and turned around. Her left foot tripped her right foot and she stumbled and fell down. However, she didn't feel it at all and even had a smile on her face. Qin Shao hadn't thought about whether to pull her up yet, but his body had already reacted faster and hugged her in his arms. So small. This was Qin Shao's first feeling. The little girl in his arms was soft, petite, and fragrant. Once he hugged her, he didn't want to let go. When he looked again, he was so angry that he laughed. This heartless little girl was already holding the flower. God knows what sweet dream she was having. Your Majesty. The little attendant came over with the hangover soup and saw Qin Shao holding a girl in his arms. He was so scared that he hurriedly knelt down. The tenderness on Qin Shao's face disappeared, and he said coldly, "The young lady of the Grand Tutor's family is drunk. Go find 2 palace maids to take her to rest for a while, and also go cook some hangover soup. Go and inform Great Elder Princess." "Yes, Your Majesty." The chamberlain hurriedly left. As for what he shouldn't have seen, he didn't see anything. On this side, Gu Xingyin felt that she had fallen into a familiar embrace full of lotus fragrance. She subconsciously snuggled closer to Qin Shao's embrace, and even habitually raised her hands to wrap around his waist. She was completely unaware that her embrace was extremely stiff. Qin Shao was a little overwhelmed. Since he became an adult, no one had ever dared to hold him like this. But looking at the little girl's dependent and satisfied expression, he strangely felt a sweetness in his heart. Stop. She was someone else's fiancée. Qin Shao tried hard to convince himself to ignore the faint reluctance in his heart. He put her down and leaned against the chair. Chapter 330. Gu Xingyin was gently woken up by a maid in the palace. After all, she was the daughter of an official. If it was said that she was drunk and stayed in the palace, it would damage her reputation. After drinking a bowl of hangover soup, Gu Xingyin finally sobered up. In a trance, she remembered a hug full of lotus fragrance. Was it Emperor Xiande who sent her back? She tentatively asked the maid beside her, "I am not good at drinking. I don't know which sister sent me here. I should thank her." The maid beside her smiled and bowed. "This is my responsibility." "Miss Liang, you are too polite." She saw that His Majesty treated Miss Liang carefully as if she was a treasure. Of course, he was very polite to Gu Xingyin. But His Majesty ordered that no one should say anything about what happened before, so she took the credit. Gu Xingyin felt a wave of disappointment in his heart, but he did not show it on his face. He thanked him and checked his clothes. After making sure that there was nothing wrong with them, he walked to the banquet area under the guidance of the female official. The palace banquet was just about to end. When Great Elder Princess Ronghua saw her granddaughter, she couldn't help but blame, "Where did you go? If you didn't come back, I would have sent someone to find you." Gu Xingyin smiled and held her grandmother's hand. "Granddaughter drank too much and was a little drunk. So I stood in the wind for a while to sober myself up." Great Elder Princess knew that her granddaughter couldn't drink. Seeing that there was nothing wrong with her, she was relieved. After the palace banquet, Gu Xingyin went back to the Fu with the elders of the family. But Emperor Xiando was in a dilemma. When he was alone, the little girl's figure would finally appear in his mind. The way she looked at him with her round eyes, the way she sniffed the fresh flowers with a satisfied expression, and the way she nestled in his arms obediently. Qin Shao closed his eyes hard and repeatedly told himself that she was not someone he could touch. At this time, Fu Shi, the chamberlain, came to report that Empress Dowager invited His Majesty to the Peaceful Life Palace. Qin Shao pinched his eyebrows and had a headache. He didn't even need to think to know what his mother was thinking. It was nothing more than the problem of having no one in the imperial harem and the imperial family having no children. But the problem was that he really had no interest in those women. When he was 16 years old, the late emperor assigned him 2 palace maids to teach him about human affairs. In the end, he flew into a rare rage and directly threw them out of the carriage. He also said to the late emperor that he was wholeheartedly devoted to learning and did not like women. At that time, this matter had been delayed. After he ascended the throne and became the emperor, no one could control him anymore. The Empress Dowager had spent a great deal of effort on this matter. Every year, the Flower Appreciation Banquet and the Moon Appreciation Banquet would be held several times in the palace. The purpose was self-evident. However, every time, Qin Shao's reply was only one: Zhen doesn't like it. This time, he finally found someone he liked. Unfortunately, he had already pointed her out to someone else. The wife of an official should not be taken advantage of. Qin Yuanzheng. I'll give you another chance. If you don't know how to cherish it, then don't blame me for being impolite. Gu Xingyin didn't know that so much information had passed through her lover's mind during a simple palace banquet. She was very busy during this period of time. She was busy with her chance encounter with Qin Yuanzheng and being Zhang Mingshu's caring older sister. It had to be said that Zhang Mingshu's eloquence was quite good. Even Gu Xingyin's personal maid Jian Jia, after seeing her courtyard several times, began to pity this Miss Zhang who was cruelly persecuted by her sweetheart's fiancé. Chapter 331. Miss, what a coincidence. Qin Yuanzheng looked at Gu Xingyin in surprise. Gu Xingyin also nodded at Qin Yuanzheng in surprise. She said in her heart, what a coincidence. I came because I knew you were here. Qin Yuanzheng was really happy. He originally thought that in this world, other than his cousin, no other woman would be able to touch his heart. However, perhaps this woman whom he had never even met before was too outstanding, making it hard for him to forget her after only seeing her once. There had never been a woman who could talk so well with him. If Gu Xingyin knew what he was thinking, she would laugh. I came because of your hobby. How can I not talk well with you? Moreover, how many of the young ladies from the noble families in the capital would talk so much with a strange man? Even Gu Xingyin wore a veil when she met Qin Yuanzheng. This time, Gu Xingyin was followed by 2 maids. Qin Yuanzheng wanted to be close to Gu Xingyin, so he invited her to play a game. Jianjia and Jilan secretly pulled Gu Xingyin's sleeves, but they were stopped by Gu Xingyin's eyes. The folk customs of the kingdom of Qi had always been more open. It was not a shocking practice to play chess with others in the Go Club. Moreover, Gu Xingyin did not even reveal her identity. She even brought 2 maids with her. Seeing Gu Xingyin agree, Qin Yuanzheng was very happy. They did not tell each other their names. Gu Xingyin deliberately did not say it, and Qin Yuanzheng felt that it was rare to meet a confidant. It would be vulgar if he revealed his identity. So, the 2 strangers chatted happily. Gu Xingyin played white, and Qin Yuanzheng played black. Both of them were not in the mood to play chess. Maybe it was because Gu Xingyin's quiet appearance made people want to talk, or maybe it was because the incense in the incense burner was too intoxicating. In short, Qin Yuanzheng suddenly wanted to tell Gu Xingyin about the troubles in his heart. Gu Xingyin pointed at him at the right time. I see that you seem to have something on your mind. Qin Yuanzheng smiled bitterly. There is a problem that has been bothering me for a long time, but I shouldn't tell you. Gu Xingyin said faintly, you and I have only met by chance. If you think it's convenient, you can tell me. We might not have the chance to meet again next time. Qin Yuanjing's heart skipped a beat. That's right, it was already a rare fate for the two of them to meet. In such a big capital city, he might not have the chance to meet the woman in front of him again. Ignoring the reluctance in his heart, Qin Yuanjing spoke slowly. Gu Xingyin was surprised that Qin Yuanjing would tell others about her and her cousin. So you're saying that young master is deeply in love with someone else, yet he has no choice but to marry an influential lady who is already engaged? Gu Xingyin pointed out the crux of the matter. Qin Yuanjing nodded bitterly. Gu Xingyin thought more highly of this person because of his narration. In his narration, he did not belittle the Liang family and Liang Qinyu. This person was not a villain. However, he didn't seem to have any intention of changing the current situation. His entire person was very cowardly. To be honest, young master, if this goes on, you won't be able to treat your wife well after marrying her. Your beloved can't even enter the family and can only be a lowly mistress. You're harming two people by doing this. Gu Xingyin mercilessly poked at his scar. Chapter 332. How could Qin Yuanjing not know this in his heart? In the end, it was just because of selfishness. He was reluctant to disobey the imperial edict. He was worried that the royal family would punish the northern palace, and he was worried that he would be on bad terms with the imperial tutor. Gu Xingyin looked at Qin Yuanjing, who was sitting there silently. She decided to add more information. Young master, in your heart, is your virginity more important or your future more important? She didn't give Qin Yuanjing any leeway to retreat and said in a serious tone, if young master thinks that your future is important, then you should properly marry your fiancée and treat her well after marriage. You should completely cut off all ties with your beloved. If you think your virginity is important, then I don't need to say more. Do you have the heart to let your beloved woman be a concubine that everyone despises? Let me give you another piece of advice. Don't treat women as fools. If you really marry her and don't take it seriously, then do you think the pampered young lady who grew up is a pushover? Don't go for wool and come home shorn. Gu Xingyin suddenly threw away the chess piece in her hand and stood up. I thought I met someone who understands me. I didn't expect that you and I are not the same kind of people. Goodbye. She ignored Qin Yuanjing's urging and left with her servant without looking back. Young miss, what you said was great. Jian Jia followed behind and praised. Oh. Then tell me, what's good about it? Gu Xingyin asked deliberately. Jian Jia blushed, although I am not as well read as you, I can't say what's good about it. But I think what you said is reasonable. Gu Xingyin glanced at her, you only know how to say good things. Xilan was also very happy. Originally, I saw that young miss and that young master were talking happily. I was a little worried. She wanted to say something but stopped. Worried that I will be tempted? Gu Xingyin continued her words. Xilan's face turned red. Young miss, please forgive me. Gu Xingyin's tone was cold. What kind of person do you think I am? I am a person who has an engagement. How can I be tempted easily? How was that different from those shameless people? What's more, that young master looks like a good man, but after talking with him today, I found out that he's a man without any sense of responsibility. How could such a person be worthy of my interest? When her words reached Qin Shao's ears, Qin Shao laughed. Well said. How could a cowardly man like Qin Yuanjing be worthy of his little girl? When Qin Shao heard the shadow guard say that Gu Xingyin had gone to see Qin Yuanjing, his heart was extremely vexed. In the end, when he heard the following words, especially Gu Xingyin's sentence, you and I are not kindred spirits, he felt both physically and mentally comfortable. She was indeed worthy of being the Grand Tutor's wife. Her knowledge was different from others. Her way of thinking was simply the same as mine. At this time, Xian the Emperor's mood was very good. In his mind, there was no chance of the marriage between Zhenbei Wang Fu and Grand Tutor Liang Fu. He thought for a moment and came up with an idea. However, he was worried that the little girl would not be able to take it when she found out the truth. On this side, Gu Xingyin did not know that she had a godly assistant. She was waiting for Qin Yuanjing's choice. Of course, no matter what choice Qin Yuanjing made, she would make the two of them taste the bitter consequences. It had to be said that Qin Yuanjing's choice was to go to Zhang Mingshu. When Gu Xingyin saw Zhang Mingshu at first glance, she knew what Qin Yuanjing had chosen in the end. This was within her expectations. In front of her, Zhang Mingshu's eyes were red and swollen, her face pale, and there were faint dark circles under her eyes. She clearly looked like she had cried the entire night without sleeping. Chapter 333. Gu Xingyin was very surprised and asked her what was wrong. Zhang Mingshu had regarded Gu Xingyin as a close friend these days. Hearing her question, the tears that she had stopped with difficulty flowed out. Cousin came to me yesterday. Zhang Mingshu began to wipe her tears with a handkerchief when she mentioned this. Gu Xingyin did not speak, waiting for her to continue. He told me that he was going to get married in a year. He told me to forget about him and find a good family to marry. He also said that he would never come back again. Zhang Mingshu's entire body was covered in tears. Gu Xingyin looked at her coldly. He did not know how much of her tears were because of her love, and how much was because she was sad that the riches and honor in her hands had flown away. She did not know what would happen in the future. Gu Xingyin patted her back gently and said slowly, "Isn't this a good thing? Unless your cousin can marry you as his legal wife, otherwise, you can marry a good family and be a noble legal wife. How can it not be better than being a concubine? What do you know?" Zhang Mingshu was emotional at this time. Her mind was full of the loss of wealth, and she spoke without thinking, "My cousin doesn't want me. What's the use of marrying someone else? Can I have a higher status than my cousin's family? Can you let me live the life of a noble and respectable person? Rather than marrying a small family to be the legal wife, it's better to marry my cousin." As soon as she finished speaking, she seemed to release the depression that had been suppressed in her heart for a long time. Gu Xingyin was so angry that he was trembling all over. "You, Zhang Mingshu, I never expected you to be such a greedy, self-deprecating woman. To think that I thought you were someone who understood me. I was really blind." She was so angry that she picked up the scissors on the table, twisted the handkerchief in her hand into several pieces, and threw them on the ground. "I don't want to associate with people like you. Let's break up." Zhang Mingshu was also impulsive. Seeing that Gu Xingyin was so serious, she quickly said, "I just said a few words out of anger." "Sister Meng, why do you take it seriously?" Gu Xingyin had already calmed down. She broke free from Zhang Mingshu's grip and gently brushed her sleeves as if there was something dirty on them. Her movements were smooth and unspeakably beautiful. She seemed to have changed into another person. She was no longer the real Miss Meng that Zhang Mingshu knew. "Who's your sister?" "Miss Zhang, please be careful with your words." She glanced at Zhang Mingshu coldly and distantly and ordered the servant girl guarding outside to leave. Zhang Mingshu was angered by her previous action of disdain. She didn't urge her to stay. Instead, she sneered and said, "I knew it. An official's daughter like you has never thought highly of me, right? How can people like you, who are born high and mighty, understand my feelings? Since you don't like me, I won't give up my face to beg you. Let's cut off all ties. Miss Meng, don't come again in the future." Gu Xingyin's footsteps paused. In the end, she straightened her back and walked out of the door without looking back. After getting on the carriage, Gu Xingyin leaned against the seat of the carriage tiredly. What Miss Zhang said was too much." Although Jianjia didn't know what the two of them said, she knew that there was something unpleasant between the two of them when she heard what Zhang Mingshu said at the end. "In the future, don't mention her in front of me. I don't want to associate with people like her," Gu Xingyin said coldly. Chapter 334. Jianjia and Jilan rarely saw their miss so angry. They didn't know what that Zhang Mingshu had done. The two trembled in fear as they followed Gu Xingyin back to the Fu. Entering her room, Gu Xingyin ordered them not to tell her family what had happened today and sent them to guard outside the room. Only then did she breathe a sigh of relief. Finally, she had gotten rid of these two people. Presumably, Zhang Mingshu's days would be very difficult, and Qin Yuanzheng wouldn't be much better, right? Next, she just had to wait for an opportunity to dissolve her engagement with him. Gu Xingyin didn't think that this opportunity would come so quickly. The reason was Xian the Emperor, Qin Shao. Ever since Qin Shao understood his feelings for Tai Fu family's little shimmy, he arranged for a secret guard to be by her side, mainly to protect her safety. And Qin Yuanzheng and Zhang Mingshu naturally had secret guards by their side. However, Qin Shao would not pay attention to any privacy when dealing with these two people. Even the number of times the two people woke up at night was investigated clearly by others. He also clearly knew the conversation between Gu Xingyin and Zhang Mingshu. That woman, she dares to be fierce to little Shimmy. Qin Shao was furious. In his heart, Gu Xingyin was a treasure at the tip of his heart. What was Zhang Mingshu? She dared to speak to her like that. Zhang Mingshu had become a dead object in Qin Shao's heart. Of course, with her, there was also her good Biaoge. The present Qin Shao impatiently wanted his little girl to see the true faces of these two people, to know that the fiancé she had been looking forward to was that kind of man. The emperor wanted to find an opportunity, the opportunity would naturally be sent to him. The autumn hunt. Qin Yuanzheng, who had always been mediocre and not favored by the emperor, was actually chosen by the emperor to be his personal attendant. The entire northern Zhenwang Fu was excited. It had to be known that in an occasion like the autumn hunt, those who could accompany the emperor were all extremely favored officials, or officials favored by the emperor. Could it be that the emperor wanted to put their northern Zhenwang Fu in an important position again? The old princess consort specially called her grandson over. Yuanzheng, you must perform well this time and strive to leave a good impression in front of His Majesty. The prosperity of our North Xinbei mansion depends on you. Qin Yuanzheng was full of confidence. Grandmother, don't worry. I won't let you down. He wouldn't let His Majesty down either. He didn't say the last sentence, but the smug look on his face said it all. Gu Xingyin was also going to attend the autumn hunt. The kingdom of Qi was founded on martial prowess. Therefore, even if the noblewomen of the kingdom of Qi were not proficient in it, they still had to know some simple riding and archery. Gu Xingyin was wearing a fiery red riding outfit. The close-fitting design perfectly outlined her figure. Her long black hair was tied up high with a white jade buckle, revealing her delicate face. His gentle smile was incomparably dazzling. Gu Xingyin came with her second sister, Liang Jinyu. Because Liang Linyu was too young, this kind of occasion wasn't suitable for her. When they arrived at the hunting ground, except for Liang Jinyu and a few young ladies who had a good relationship with the Liang sisters, the rest of the people actually all stayed away from Gu Xingyin. Gu Xingyin glanced at them and was a little puzzled. Could it be that they looked like scourges? Liang Jinyu looked at her and knew that she didn't feel the lethality of her appearance. Who would be willing to stand with someone who could easily suppress them to the point that they lost their shine? Chapter 335. By this time, Gu Xingyin already knew that the northern Wang Shizi, Qin Yuanzheng, had been appointed as an attendant by His Majesty. Her mind spun and she thought of a wonderful idea. With so many people as witnesses to the autumn hunt, if she fainted from fright when she saw her fiancé, it would definitely attract the attention of countless people. At that time, she would spread all the rumors about Qin Yuanzheng and Zhang Mingshu. She would even hear that Qin Yuanzheng had personally said that he would only love Biao Mei. Even if Northern Wang Fu didn't want to cancel this marriage, they would have to cancel it. And even if the marriage was cancelled, the one who would lose face would be Northern Wang Fu. As to Gu Xingyin herself, at most, people would sigh and say that she was pitiful, and her marriage would be more difficult in the future. However, since Xian the Emperor was her lover, no matter how difficult his marriage would be, she could not marry anyone else. Gu Xingyin was very calm. But even though the autumn hunt did not pay attention to the boundaries between men and women, His Majesty was not someone that women like her could see whenever they wanted. Gu Xingyin was still letting her imagination run wild when a lady beside her called out to her. It turned out that the autumn hunt had begun. She hurriedly urged her horse to catch up. What Gu Xingyin did not know was that while she was worrying about how to get close to His Majesty, she had already attracted the gazes of countless people. Under the sunlight, the young girl dressed in fiery Red Riding attire had a beautiful appearance, her black hair flying and her entire person seemed to glow. Many of the nobles' sons looked with infatuation at her and secretly thought that the northern Wang Shizhi was really lucky to be able to marry such an outstanding beauty. Gu Xingyin had the system and naturally knew where the emperor was. She thought for a while and couldn't find a reason, so she decided not to find one. The hunting grounds were so big, there was no rule that said who owned a piece of land. It was just a coincidence, couldn't it be? So Gu Xingyin walked as she looked and quickly neared the group the emperor was in. On this side, Qin Shao was chasing a goat on his horse. The goat had already been surrounded and could not retreat. Qin Yuanzheng wanted to show off in front of the emperor and did not hesitate to shoot an arrow. However, there was another arrow that was even faster than his, ruthlessly piercing into the goat's throat. Everyone turned to look at the owner of the arrow. The girl in red rode her horse over. Her entire being was as bright and beautiful as a cluster of burning flames. A smile unknowingly appeared on Qin Shao's face. Just as he was about to move forward, he thought of something and looked at Qin Yuanzheng behind him. As expected, she saw a trace of amazement in his eyes. Humph! Xian de Emperor snorted coldly. In a moment, Zhen will let you experience what it means to go from heaven to hell. Gu Xingyin also saw the emperor and his entourage. She knew Qin Shao, so it was naturally impossible for her to pretend that she didn't see him. She urged her horse forward and saluted, "This subject greets your majesty." Qin Shao smiled, "Shimmy need not be so courteous." Gu Xingyin glanced to his side. When she saw Qin Yuanzheng, she exclaimed softly, "Eh?" Qin Shao asked calmly, "Does junior sister have any old acquaintances?" Gu Xingyin smiled and shook her head, "Other than His Majesty, who else do I know?" From the moment that young female appeared, Qin Yuanzheng felt several of his colleagues steal admiring glances at him. At first, he didn't understand, but when he heard the conversation between her and His Majesty, he suddenly understood the identity of the person in front of him. There was only one person in the entire country of Qi that could call His Majesty Xixiang. His fiancée, Grand Tutor Liang's only daughter, Liang Qinyu. Chapter 336. Qin Yuanzheng was originally very resistant to this fiancée because he always felt that without her, there would be no obstruction between him and his cousin, and he would not have to choose between love and his future. Thinking of this, he inexplicably felt that the girl in front of him was somewhat familiar. But at this moment, the envious gazes from his colleagues made him feel proud, and his ill feelings towards Gu Xingyin also disappeared a lot. Qin Shao suddenly said, "Little junior sister, it's okay if you don't know the others here today, but there is one person who is hard to come by, you have to take a good look at him." As soon as he said this, everyone understood what he meant. Qin Yuanzheng was inexplicably nervous. A man's dignity was at play, and in front of his fiancée, he still hoped that he could leave a good impression. Gu Xingyin, very good, worthy of being my lover, he is indeed a godly assistant. She had not thought of how to let others reveal Qin Yuanzheng's identity, and he had already taken the lead. So she very cooperatively looked at Qin Shao with a puzzled gaze. Qin Shao was a little reluctant about what was going to happen, but he understood the principle of making a decision. He pointed at Qin Yuanzheng, "This is the heir of North Xinbei Wang, Qin Yuanzheng." He could not say the words "the person who is engaged to you," nor did he want to say it. Qin Yuanzheng smiled, "I have heard a lot about you, Miss Liang." He waited for Gu Xingyin to return the greeting. However, Qin Yuanzheng thought of many possibilities, but he did not expect Gu Xingyin to have such a reaction. She seemed to be frightened by Qin Shao's words. Hearing his name, Qin Yuanzheng was stunned for a while, staring at Qin Yuanzheng, "You are the heir of North Xinbei Wang?" Her face was a little pale, and there seemed to be a lot of strange things in her eyes. Qin Yuanzheng secretly wondered if he knew this Miss Liang, but after thinking carefully for a long time, he shook his head. Impossible, with her appearance, if he had seen her, he would not forget. He nodded, I am the heir of North Shenbei Wang, Qin Yuanzheng. Then, she saw Gu Xingyin's face turn pale. She looked at her with hatred and disdain, as if she had seen something dirty. Then, the girl closed her eyes and collapsed. She was still on horseback. If she fell off, it would not be a small matter. Before the crowd could react, they saw a figure flash by and catch the unconscious Gu Xingyin. Who else could it be but Xian the Emperor? Qin Shao seemed to be somewhat flustered. He carried Gu Xingyin onto the horse and walked back, saying, "Summon the imperial physician to wait at Jin's resting place." This unforeseen event really left people scratching their heads. However, many people turned to look at Qin Yuanzheng. The expression of the Liang clan's young miss earlier didn't seem like she was looking at her fiancé. It was simply as if she had seen something extremely hateful and disgusting. But judging from her previous behavior, it was clear that she didn't know the crown prince of North vanquishing prince. There were also a few people whose minds moved quickly. From the unusual reaction of the emperor, they caught a hint of something else. Qin Shao was slightly shocked and angry at this time. He hadn't thought that Gu Xingyin, who knew the truth, would have such a big reaction. If he had known, he closed his eyes. He was very clear about his personality. Even if he had known, he would have done the same. He could not bear to see his little girl think of another man as her future reliance. Thinking like this, his anger towards Qin Yuanzheng became even stronger. Chapter 337. Only Qin Yuanzheng was confused. He didn't know what he had done to cause Gu Xingyin to show such an expression as though she had suffered a great blow. Inside the emperor's tent, Xian the emperor had already put down Gu Xingyin and was standing guard at her side. The Tai hadn't come yet. He had already sent someone to inform the Grand Tutor Fu. This old official is the director of the Imperial Hospital, Yuan. The Tai that had hurried over was preparing to kneel when he was pulled up by the impatient emperor. "You are excused. Quick, see how is Liang Xiaojie." Qin Shao was very impatient at this time. The old Tai didn't dare to delay and hurriedly walked to Gu Xingyin's side. He said, "I have been impolite." Then he put his hand on Gu Xingyin's pulse. "How is it?" Qin Shao asked. Yuan Tai stood and said, "I see that this Xiaojie's face is pale and her heart rate is abnormal. She seems to have suffered a great shock." Qin Shao thought. "Wasn't it a shock?" He asked, "Is it serious?" Yuan Tai shook his head. "I think that Xiaojie pays attention to her health. This time, she fainted due to anger. When she wakes up, this old official will prescribe some medicine to calm the mind. She will be fine after taking a few doses." Qin Shao's heart finally relaxed. It was good that she was fine. If little Shimmy was left with an illness because of this, he would really regret it. In the meantime, Grand Tutor Liang and the people of the Liang Fu that were participating in the autumn hunt had rushed over and asked what had happened. Qin Shao knew everything, but he couldn't say, "I also don't know." Little Shimmy saw North vanquishing Wang Shitzi and suddenly fainted with a pale face. Grand Tutor Liang's brow was deeply furrowed. His impression of North vanquishing Wang Fu became even worse. A short while later, Gu Xingyin woke up. Her face was still pale, but she wasn't willing to say anything. She only said that she wanted to go home. Qin Shao could only send someone to send her back to the Liang Fu. Grand Tutor Liang and the others naturally followed them back to the Fu with worry. Qin Shao especially wanted to go with them to the Liang Manor to take a look. However, with his identity here, every move of the monarch of a country was being watched. There was simply no way for him to leave. Gu Xingyin went back to the mansion in silence. Madame Meng, who had already received the news, greeted her at the gate in person. Her eyes turned red when she saw Gu Xingyin's appearance. "Mother, what's wrong with you, She hugged her daughter. Gu Xingyin only said one sentence, "Mother, I want to go back to my room." Ask them to leave. This meant that he had something to say to her. When the two of them entered Gu Xingyin's courtyard, Madame Meng dismissed the servants. When she walked to her daughter's side, she saw her daughter's tears rolling down like beads. Mother. Gu Xingyin seemed to have vented all the grievances she had suffered along the way. She hugged her mother and began to cry. Madame Meng was frightened. Her daughter had been pampered and raised since childhood. When had she ever suffered any grievances? Moreover, her Yu had always been an open-minded person. Madame Meng had never seen her daughter cry so sadly. Don't cry, mother's good Yu. She slowly patted the back of her daughter in her arms and softly comforted her. After an unknown amount of time, when her daughter's crying gradually stopped, Madame Meng knew that she had vented enough and began to ask what had happened. I want to break off the engagement. The girl in her arms raised her head. There were still traces of tears on her face and her eyes were still red and swollen. However, the anger and disdain in her eyes were not hidden at all. Madame Meng never thought that her daughter's first words would be this. Chapter 338. She was shocked and wanted to ask the reason immediately. Gu Xingyin gritted her teeth and told her what happened to Qin Yuanjing a few days ago. From the first time they met, they had a good conversation. Later, Qin Yuanjing confessed his love for her and said that he only loved his cousin in his life. Mother, I can't bear such a humiliation. If I really marry him, I'd rather die. Gu Xingyin's eyes turned red again. At this time, Madame Meng was also angry. Hearing her daughter's words, she scolded her softly. What nonsense are you talking about? She said coldly, don't worry. Our Grand Tutor's mansion is not to be trifled with. North Prince's mansion has gone too far. Madame Meng looked at Gu Xingyin sympathetically. Don't worry and have a good rest. I'll discuss it with your grandmother. Don't worry, I won't let you marry into such a family. Gu Xingyin nodded obediently. Under Madame Meng's gaze, she covered herself with the quilt and closed her eyes. Madame Meng went to Great Elder Princess's courtyard with anger. Grand Tutor Liang was also there. Mother. Great Elder Princess was also very anxious. When she saw Madame Meng, she hurriedly asked, how is my Yu? Madame Meng forced a smile and said, she just hugged me and cried. I saw that she was very tired, so I let her have a rest first. I didn't come to pay my respects to you. Mother, please forgive me for making the decision without your permission. Great Elder Princess was very anxious when she heard that her granddaughter cried. She glared at her and said, what time is it now? Don't play tricks with me. Just tell me, what's wrong with you, Grand Tutor Liang also looked at his wife with an urging face. Madame Meng waved her hand to let the surrounding maids leave. Then she told Great Elder Princess Ronghua what Gu Xingyin said in full detail. Great Elder Princess Ronghua was so angry that she smashed the teacup in her hand on the spot. How dare Qin Yuanzheng and North Prince's mansion? I thought they had already disposed of that woman. I didn't expect that they kept her as a mistress. He even wants my granddaughter to live as a widow for him. She then glanced at her son, who was standing on the side in a similarly angry manner, and scolded, at that time, I already said that Jinbei Wang's residence is not a good family, and that their Wang Fei is not presentable. You even said that His Majesty's decree cannot be disobeyed. Now, she's pushing her own daughter into the fire pit. Grand Tutor Liang also smiled bitterly. If he had known that the Crown Prince of North Vanquishing Prince was such a person, he would not have agreed to this marriage even if he had to defy the imperial edict. But at this time, his mother was angry, so he could only smile bitterly and apologize. Great Elder Princess Ronghua scolded and burst into tears again. My poor Yu, a girl who was raised in a noble family, should be insulted like this. When she cried, Madame Meng also shed tears. Grand Tutor Liang was calm at this time. He comforted them and said in a low voice, in any case, the marriage with North Vanquishing Prince's mansion can't be done. I'll go to the palace to see His Majesty and beg him to withdraw the decree. Great Elder Princess Ronghua also nodded. She wiped away her tears and said, I'll go with you. If His Majesty doesn't agree, I'll give up my old face. I don't believe that His Majesty will really watch me kneel in the Heavenly Dragon Palace until I die. The people of the Liang mansion entered the palace in a mighty manner. Emperor Xianda had been waiting for a long time. If he knew the thoughts of the people of the Liang mansion, he was afraid that he would quickly explain, I don't mean to disagree at all. I have no objection at all, really. Chapter 339. Qin Shao received Great Elder Princess Ronghua and Grand Tutor Liang in the palace. Great Elder Princess Ronghua didn't talk nonsense and directly repeated what Qin Yuanzheng had said. After that, she knelt in front of the emperor and said, I can't bear to see my granddaughter being humiliated like this. I beg you to take back the order. Emperor Xianda quickly helped her up. He said gently, Don't worry, Grandaunt. I watched my junior sister grow up. I can't watch her fall into the fire pit. Don't worry, we have already sent people to investigate. If it is really as little junior sister said, that Qin Yuanzheng is not a good match, then it can be considered that we pulled the strings of marriage back then. We will naturally give grandaunt and cousin an explanation. Even Great Elder Princess Ronghua didn't expect that the emperor, who was young but resolute, would be so easygoing. The emperor's subordinates were naturally efficient. The Liang family didn't even wait for a long time before they received the emperor's news. The thing between Qin Yuanzheng and Zhang Mingshu was true. The emperor said to Great Elder Princess Ronghua, It's not difficult for me to issue an edict to abolish the previous imperial edict. But in this way, no matter what reason you find, your junior sister's reputation will be ruined. Great Elder Princess Ronghua fell silent. This was indeed the problem that they had been avoiding before. Even if it was said that Qin Yuanzheng, the heir of North Prince, was not virtuous, Liang Qinyu was a girl who had broken off the engagement. Those truly top-notch noble families would probably not be too willing to have their children marry such a person as their first wife. No matter what, even if my reputation is damaged, I don't want my to marry someone like the heir of North Prince. Great Elder Princess Ronghua gritted her teeth. Here comes Empress Dowager. Empress Dowager, who had been staying in the Peaceful Life Palace, came to the Heavenly Dragon Palace for some reason. I've heard about what happened to your young lady. The Empress Dowager went straight to the point. Now, are you worried about how to solve this problem? I have an idea. Empress Dowager said slowly. Great Elder Princess Ronghua's eyes lit up. Please tell me, Empress Dowager. Empress Dowager smiled meaningfully. Liang Qinyu, the daughter of Liang Qinyu, has a precious life. The heir of North Prince can't afford it. As soon as she said this, the entire hall fell silent. It only took Grand Tutor Liang a second to realize what the Empress Dowager meant. If even the prince and heir could not bear the fate, then it could only be. He glanced at the emperor who was sitting at the head of the table and found that there was no expression on the emperor's face. Great Elder Princess Ronghua also understood the meaning of the Empress Dowager's words. Was the Empress Dowager asking for Yu's hand in marriage for His Majesty? Seeing that no one from the Liang residence spoke, the Empress Dowager raised her eyelids. What? Do you all have objections to my suggestion? Grand Tutor Liang loved his daughter after all. He didn't want his daughter to enter the harem where people were eaten, replying to the Empress Dowager, My daughter is naughty and mischievous, I'm afraid it's hard. The Empress Dowager gently placed the cup in her hand on the table and interrupted Grand Tutor Liang's words. The daughter of the Liang family is a model for the kingdom of Qi. Grand Tutor Liang is so modest. Could it be that you look down on the royal family? Grand Tutor Liang's forehead was dripping with cold sweat. Even if he was given 100 guts, he would never dare to say such words. At this moment, he only hoped that His Majesty, who was sitting at the head of the table, could stand out and say something. Wasn't he extremely resistant when it came to the wedding? Why didn't he say anything today? Was it because the Empress Dowager was so dignified? Even His Majesty didn't dare to say more. Chapter 340. How could Grand Tutor Liang know that His Majesty the Emperor, who was hoping to stop the Empress Dowager, was already overjoyed in his heart? He was just putting on an act in front of them. In the end, under the Empress Dowager's aggressive attitude and His Majesty pretended to be deaf and mute, this matter was settled like this. Watching the people of the Liang residence leave, the Empress Dowager, who had a dignified and unapproachable expression just now, changed her expression. "You little rascal, you let Ijia be the bad guy for you. You're good, sitting here and waiting to embrace the beauty." The Empress Dowager no longer had her previous imposing manner and glared at Qin Shao in annoyance. Qin Shao smiled very comfortably at this time. He looked at the Empress Dowager fawningly. That's why Imperial Mother loves a Ken the most. The Empress Dowager was amused by his appearance. "All right, I won't say more with you. This time, you chose the person yourself. You have to obediently marry me and let Ijia embrace the little imperial grandson as soon as possible." After saying this, she frowned. That little girl of the Liang family is indeed a little young. We still have to wait for a year. Qin Shao also frowned when he heard this. He was eager to get married immediately and announce his ownership to the world, telling everyone that his little junior sister was his empress. Grand Tutor Liang and the others had just entered the residence when the imperial decree from the palace arrived. By the will of the heavens, the emperor decrees, Grand Tutor Liang's daughter, Liang Shi. It was voluminous and the content was that a master had calculated the fate of Grand Tutor Liang's daughter and found that she was born with an indescribably precious fate. The North Vanquishing Prince's heir was unlucky and might not be able to bear it. His Majesty couldn't bear to see an accident happen and specially decreed to annul the engagement between the two families. The people of the Liang residence received the decree jubilantly, but the people of the North Vanquishing Prince's residence were dumbfounded. The old Wang Fei also faintly heard about the autumn hunt and hurriedly called her grandson over to ask what had happened. However, Qin Yuanjing was also at a loss. Grandson really doesn't know what happened. That Liang family's young miss fainted when she saw me. But soon, they knew what had happened. Someone from the palace came and sent a thick stack of information to the North Vanquishing Prince's residence. Qin Yuanzheng looked at the things on the screen. They were all about him and his cousin. Some of the private conversations between them were actually recorded clearly by someone. Needless to say, he also knew that the Liang family's young miss that he had an engagement with her before was actually the young miss of the Liang residence. He had even told her what he was thinking and had even said in front of her, "I only love my cousin in this life." No wonder the Liang family's young miss couldn't take the blow and fainted after knowing his identity. She pointed at Qin Yuanzheng with a trembling hand. "I told you to send Zhang Mingshu away early on, but you didn't listen. She's already been kicked out of the mansion, but you still can't forget her. You's not worthy. It's obvious that the Liang family knew about this and specially went to ask for an imperial edict. That's not right. Fate is indescribably noble. Could it be?" Old Madam thought of a certain possibility and gasped. The future of the Prince of Wood Residence Wood Prince was in the future coming days. The old North Vanquishing Prince's wife was already old. After this shock, she fainted directly. "Grandmother." Qin Yuanzheng panicked and hurriedly sent his confidant to call the imperial physician over. The North Vanquishing Prince's residence's stabilizing force, the old Wang Fei, Lu Shi, had a stroke. Chapter 341. North Vanquishing Prince was a playboy. He was obsessed with beauties and didn't want to make progress. North Vanquishing Princess was ignorant. She was a noble lady, but her knowledge was even worse than that of a daughter from a small family. The old North Vanquishing Princess had always put the hope of revitalizing North Vanquishing Prince's mansion on her grandson. Unfortunately, her grandson fell in the hands of a woman. If it was as she guessed, the royal family had that idea, the old North Vanquishing Princess was very anxious. She wanted to tell her son and grandson to go to the Liang's mansion to apologize now. Maybe there was still room for negotiation. Unfortunately, she only had 2 maids by her side now. Princess Jinbei had been oppressed by her all her life and had secretly hated her for many years. Now, seeing her with a crooked face and drooling face, Princess Jinbei was so disgusted that she couldn't even greet Princess Jinbei properly, let alone take care of her. Therefore, when the imperial edict was issued, North Vanquishing Prince's mansion didn't do anything extra except to accept the edict and express their gratitude. However, many nobles in the capital city who had sharp ears and eyes went to the Grand Tutor's mansion more frequently after learning about this. When Great Elder Princess Ronghua and others returned to the mansion, they looked at each other and didn't know how to mention this matter to Gu Xingyin. Originally, they entered the palace to dissolve the marriage for her. However, the marriage was dissolved, but they were involved in another bigger marriage. Grand Tutor Liang stroked his beard and said, "I remember that there are still many things to deal with in the study. I'll leave first." Great Elder Princess Ronghua looked at her son helplessly, shook her head and said, "Well, it's inappropriate for him to talk about a girl's marriage in person, even as a father." She turned to Madame Meng and said, "Come with me to Yu's place." When they came to Gu Xingyin's yard, Gu Xingyin had already woken up and waited for a long time. Seeing her grandmother and mother coming, she hurried forward and asked anxiously, "How's it going?" Looking at her daughter's expectant eyes, Madame Meng smiled and said, "The marriage between our family and North Vanquishing Prince's mansion is dissolved." Gu Xingyin breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. Madame Meng's heart skipped a beat when she saw her daughter's expression. She continued, I have something to tell you." Gu Xingyin looked at her mother curiously. Mrs. Meng glanced at Great Elder Princess and found that she didn't intend to speak, so she had to say, "His Majesty and Empress Dowager in the Imperial Palace were very angry when they learned about what happened in North Jinbei's mansion. In addition to dissolving the engagement between the two families, Empress Dowager also issued another decree." Gu Xingyin looked at her in confusion. Madame Meng took a deep breath and said, "The Empress Dowager wants to find a beautiful wife for His Majesty, and the Empress Dowager's choice is you." Seeing her daughter's bewildered look, the Meng family dropped another bombshell: His Majesty did not object. This meant that this matter was already set in stone. Gu Xingyin was indeed shocked, but what shocked her was, "System, his actions are much faster than I thought." She had just come into contact with the scumbag, and the palace couldn't wait to express their intention to marry her. So it was just the Empress Dowager's idea? Gu Xingyin didn't believe a word of it. Seeing her granddaughter's silence, Great Elder Princess Ronghua thought that she couldn't accept it, so she said in a low voice, "The Empress Dowager wants to marry you as the Empress for His Majesty. For our family, this is a great grace." Whether Gu Xingyin was willing or not, she had to accept it. Chapter 342. Great Elder Princess and Madame Meng left, leaving Gu Xingyin enough time to figure it out. In fact, in their hearts, this matter was not unacceptable. In the imperial court, no matter which family it was, it must be jubilant to have an empress. The imperial edict came quickly, and together with the imperial edict, it was the reward from the Empress Dowager. On the way from the imperial palace to the Grand Tutor's mansion, the things carried into the Grand Tutor's mansion like running water made people on the roadside speechless. Even Lady Meng was surprised. "This. Don't tell me they emptied the treasury." Great Elder Princess smiled. They all knew that whether the imperial reward was generous or not, it directly showed how satisfied the emperor was with you. Moreover, it was impossible for such a large reward to be given without the emperor's permission. It meant that the emperor was also satisfied with you. In this way, Great Elder Princess felt much better. The North Prince's mansion did not expect this development at all. When Qin Yuanzheng heard the news, he felt a little lost in his heart. He thought of the girl he met at the Pine Forest Inn. Her clear eyes seemed to be able to see into one's heart. He also thought of the girl in the autumn hunting enclosure. She was dressed in fiery red, her eyebrows flying. She was dazzling. She should have been his wife, but what? There were some things that he didn't know in his heart. The North Prince's mansion also received an imperial edict. His Majesty granted a marriage between Qin Yuanzheng and Zhang Mingshu. Qin Yuanzheng originally thought that he would be ecstatic, but the moment he received the imperial edict, he found that he was not as happy as he imagined. He even felt a little confused. Wasn't this what he had been pursuing all the time? In the whole North Prince's mansion, the happiest person about this imperial edict was Princess Shinbei. She had always hoped that her son could marry a daughter-in-law who was close to her and obedient. As her niece, Zhang Mingshu was undoubtedly an excellent choice. Soon, Zhang Mingshu was taken back to the mansion by Princess Shinbei. When she learned about the imperial edict, she thought that it was her cousin who asked His Majesty for the imperial edict, so she was more devoted to Qin Yuanjing for a while. Cousin. The girl in front of him had bright eyes. Her eyebrows were like a painting, and her entire heart was filled with him. This was the woman he liked the most, the wife he had always wanted to marry. Qin Yuanjing told himself. He calmed himself down and revealed a gentle smile to Zhang Mingshu. Gu Xingyin was detained at home by great elder Princess Ronghua. The etiquette and upbringing of the Liang residence was naturally first class, but if the granddaughter was going to enter the imperial palace, then it was still somewhat lacking. Gu Xingyin began to learn all kinds of etiquette every day. Fortunately, she had some foundation from the previous world. The education that this body had received since young was also top-notch, so it was not difficult for her to learn. Even the etiquette instructors from the palace had to secretly praise the future empress for her impeccable etiquette and posture. The only downside was that she could no longer go out as she pleased. However, even though she couldn't go out, the one who suffered the most was not Gu Xingyin, but a certain emperor deep in the palace. Could it be that he would not be able to see junior sister for nearly a year? Qin Shao felt that he couldn't bear it. Therefore, under the instruction of the Empress Dowager, the nobles of the state of Qi began to hold all kinds of banquets. Of course, the Liang residents would receive invitations to the flower-admiring banquet, poetry recital of the young ladies, birthday banquets, and so on. Chapter 343. For the third time, Gu Xingyin encountered Xian the Emperor in the garden of the founding duke's house. Was the emperor so idle? After these two encounters, Gu Xingyin completely understood her lover's thoughts. Chen Nu greets. She moved to make a bow. Qin Shao hurriedly stopped her. Little Shimmy doesn't have to be so courteous, you and I will soon. He stopped speaking and swallowed the word marriage that he had been about to say. Little Shimmy was definitely very shy. What if she ran away? People said that they would become dumb in front of their sweetheart. It was clear that the wise His Majesty the Emperor was not an exception. He forgot that if Gu Xingyin was really shy and wanted to avoid suspicion, she would have found an excuse to leave when the two met. Even though Gu Xingyin did not mind immediately sharing her feelings with her lover, Liang Qinyu clearly was not familiar with the emperor, much less deeply in love. Gu Xingyin spoke, Your Majesty, you and I already have, it is best to avoid suspicion in front of others. What had to be said had to be said. Qin Shao's mind turned quickly. Little Shimmy also said that it is in front of others. Right now, there is no one in the garden. We can be considered to be in private. Gu Xingyin, Qin Shao looked at his little Shimmy's stunned expression and felt it was extremely cute. He felt that he needed to express his feelings to his little Shimmy. He thought and decided to speak frankly. Zhen has admired Shimmy for a long time. Marrying you as the empress was not Muhu's idea, but Zhen's. The young emperor was handsome and elegant. He looked at the girl whose head just reached his shoulders, and the emotion brewing in his eyes was enough to make people drown. There were not many women in the world who could resist the temptation of being stared at so deeply by the emperor of the world. Gu Xingyin blushed, naturally. This time, she didn't even care about etiquette, covering her face and running away. Qin Shao was left standing there alone. Looking at her back, he smiled, as expected, no matter what little Shimmy looked like, she was so beautiful. When Gu Xingyin came to the front, her face was still a little red. Madame Meng saw her but didn't say much. She was not stupid. Qin Shao had come again and again. Madame Meng already knew who her daughter was going to see. Although she muttered that it was against etiquette, Madame Meng was actually very happy. He knew his daughter well. At most, the two of them would just meet face to face. It was impossible for them to do anything impolite. His Majesty had spent so much effort to see his daughter. What did that mean? This meant that he had his daughter in his heart. Madame Meng suddenly recalled how she had secretly met with Grand Tutor Liang when she was young. At that time, the marriage between the two of them had already been set, and they were both in love with each other. They secretly met each other once, and even if they didn't say anything and just sat opposite each other, they still felt extremely satisfied. Although His Majesty was older than the others in the Great Fog, she had never heard of him liking any noble lady. Presumably, he was full of longing and love for his future wife. Therefore, the feelings between Xian the Emperor and his future empress grew deeper as they met. North Zhenwang Shixi and her Biao Mei were already preparing to marry. The date of the marriage decree from the palace had been set in a hurry. There was only a month between the marriage decree and the auspicious date. What could be done in a month's time? For a family like North Zhenwang Fu, even if it was a Ce Shi, there were many things to pay attention to, much less a proper Shixi Fei. But there wasn't enough time. What could be simplified could only be simplified. This way, the dignity of the new Shixi Fei would naturally drop a level. Chapter 344. Zhang Mingshu didn't have any relatives, so her marriage was completely arranged by Prince Xinbei's mansion. Princess Xinbei actually built a courtyard outside and let Zhang Mingshu live in it. When the wedding day came, Zhang Mingshu could marry into the mansion from there. Those who didn't know would think that the Prince Xinbei's mansion was very dissatisfied with this princess. In fact, Zhang Mingshu's situation had happened before. If he really valued this daughter-in-law, he would naturally choose a suitable family and treat her as his adopted daughter. In this way, the girl would have a status and wouldn't be so awkward that she didn't even have a mother when she got married. Seeing Zhang Mingshu's treatment, the servants of Prince Xinbei's mansion didn't say anything, but they more or less disapproved of this new princess. In fact, Prince Xinbei's mansion didn't mean to look down on Zhang Mingshu. It was just that the old princess had always been in charge of the Prince Xinbei's mansion. All these years, she only knew how to appreciate flowers and jade and listen to operas with her acquaintances. She didn't care about these worldly things at all. Originally, the old princess had given up on her and interrupted her plan to find a reliable princess for her. She gave up the Prince Xinbei's mansion to her granddaughter-in-law. Who would have thought that the marriage that she had high hopes for would be ruined, and the old Wang Fei would fall ill because of it? Everything fell on the Wang Fei who only knew how to watch the show. She was already in a terrible fix and her life was so tight. It was easy to imagine how chaotic the Prince Xinbei's mansion was. Many guests treated it as a joke. And Zhang Mingshu, who entered the Prince Xinbei's mansion in such a situation, was subconsciously inferior in the eyes of others. But Zhang Mingshu was raised by Prince Xinbei's mansion since she was a child. How much experience could she have? But she didn't think there was anything wrong with it. Qin Yuanzheng was getting more and more upset. In the past, when he was engaged, this cousin of his was the best in his heart. However, less than a month after their marriage, he found that his cousin was far from what he had imagined. Zhang Mingshu was simply another Prince Xinbei's mansion. She wasn't a common woman. The Prince Xinbei's mansion was in a mess because of her and the servants were all sneaky. Her appearance could be considered to be the type that was gorgeous, but she liked to put on a delicate and touching appearance. In the past, Qin Yuanzheng felt that his cousin had a special charm like this. But he married her as his legal wife. Which family's first wife would frown every day with a pitiful look on her face? Why did the legal wife learn to act like a concubine? Every time there was a banquet in the Prince Xinbei's mansion, the madams with a little status wouldn't bother to pay attention to Zhang Mingshu. Zhang Mingshu's mansion. Qin Yuanzheng sometimes wondered why he liked his cousin so much all these years as mansion's Qin's heart's mansion was Qin's Qin. The more he thought, Qin Yuanzheng's. He didn't like Gu Xingyin that much. It was just that when Zhang Mingshu did something that disappointed him, he would unconsciously compare her with Gu Xingyin. If it was Miss Liang, she wouldn't be like this, right? The Liang mansion's education was the model of the whole kingdom of Qi. Liang Chenyu could be the mother of the kingdom. It was a piece of cake for her to take care of a small Prince Xinbei's mansion. The daughter of the Liang mansion was always popular at banquets. It was impossible for her to be like his cousin, who came back with a sad face every time she attended a banquet. Zhang Mingshu naturally noticed the change in attitude of the person sleeping next to her. There was a crack in the sweet relationship between the two of them. Chapter 345. Gu Xingyin had been paying attention to the situation between Zhang Mingshu and Qin Yuanzheng. She saw that the relationship between Zhang Mingshu and Qin Yuanzheng was no longer as strong as before. She saw that Zhang Mingshu was not familiar with public affairs. She saw that the large family of Zhenbei Wangfu had become a joke in the eyes of others. At first, Zhang Mingshu still had Wang Fei's favor. But as Qin Shao found a reason to take down Zhenbei Wangfu, and there was no one in the Fu to turn to for help, Wang Fei realized how important it was for a noble family like them to have a reliable in-law who could speak in the court. In addition, Zhang Mingshu and her son were not on good terms. As a mother, no matter how much she liked Zhang Mingshu, her heart was naturally biased towards her son. In this way, Zhang Mingshu gradually lost favor in front of Wang Fei. His official career was not smooth, and Qin Yuanzheng, who was more and more disappointed in her, started to hang out with women outside. When the first concubine entered the door, a fierce quarrel broke out between Zhang Mingshu and Qin Yuanzheng. Zhang Mingshu felt that her cousin had changed. He said that he would be devoted to her, but now he wanted to take another woman in. She completely forgot that when Qin Yuanzheng and Gu Xingyin were still engaged, she also had the same idea. Everyone knew that the princess consort who had just entered Zhenbei Wangfu for less than half a year was not favored in the Fu. She, who had no family, could only rely on her husband's family. If she was not favored in her husband's family, then she was really nothing. Gu Xingyin soon had no time to pay attention to the two of them, because she was about to get married. The emperor's wedding was naturally first-class luxurious and also first-class cumbersome. Even if Gu Xingyin had experienced it once, she still felt that it was really tiring to go through it like this. Welcoming the bride, worshipping the ancestral temple, kowtowing to heaven and earth, entering Kuan-Yi Palace, followed by the big banquet, when everything was over, Gu Xingyin was so tired that she did not want to move a finger. Unfortunately, there was also the wedding wine and the wedding night. Because of the happiness in his heart, the emperor who drank a lot of wine almost couldn't wait to lift his wife's veil. Yes, wife. Qin Shao gently pondered these two words between his lips and teeth, feeling extremely comfortable in his heart. He looked at the little woman under the red candlelight. The luxurious and elegant empress gown vividly displayed her incomparable beauty. At this moment, her head was slightly lowered, as if she was a little shy. Her long and curly eyelashes trembled slightly, causing the emperor's heart to tremble as well. The wedding room was filled with red, and the woman he loved the most was on the wedding bed. Qin Shao only felt that the wine he drank before seemed to be even more intoxicating. The necessary procedures were all completed. Qin Shao waved his hand to let all the extra people leave. He slowly walked towards his wife and bent down to pick her up. From now on, she belongs to me, he thought sweetly and proudly. The night was red and the wind was blowing. The wedding candles in the palace of Kuan-Yi burned until dawn. Everyone in the palace knew that the empress was favored. Since the day of the wedding, His Majesty had stayed in the palace of Kuan-Yi with the empress every night. His Majesty, in addition to dealing with the affairs of the court every day, also had free time. Right now, there were no other concubines in the palace. The emperor had just gotten married, and there were no officials who didn't have eyes to mention the matter of taking in concubines at this time. Gu Xingyin's days were very comfortable. The Empress Dowager was also very kind, but every time Gu Xingyin went to pay respects, the Empress Dowager would stare at her stomach and smile meaningfully. Chapter 346. On the winter solstice, Her Majesty the Empress held a banquet in the palace. This was the first time Her Majesty the Empress held a banquet by herself after the wedding of the Emperor and Empress, so the significance was naturally extraordinary. All the women with official titles wore court robes that symbolized their status and dressed themselves up properly, striving to leave a good impression on the young empress. Zhang Mingshu was no exception. She sat in her seat and heard the eunuch's shrill voice shout, "Her Majesty the Empress has arrived." She knelt down and didn't dare to raise her head. Only when the high and mighty person sat down at the head seat did she stand up with everyone else. Zhang Mingshu was very curious about this empress. The Grand Tutor's legitimate daughter was originally going to be the heir consort of the North Vanquishing Prince estate. But now, she had become the empress who was the mother of the world, and she had replaced her original position. She also noticed that many people were intentionally or unintentionally sizing her up. Many people were also sizing up the empress's attitude towards this North Vanquishing Prince's heir consort. Unfortunately, many people were disappointed. Gu Xingyin acted as if she didn't know about this from beginning to end, and didn't even give Zhang Mingshu a glance. But Zhang Mingshu finally couldn't hold back and looked towards the head seat. With this look, she was so shocked that she knocked over the wine cup in her hand, and the kenyi in the cup stained her skirt. Immediately, many people snickered and secretly despised this North Vanquishing Prince's heir consort for not knowing etiquette. But Zhang Mingshu didn't have the time to pay attention to this. This Her Majesty the Empress was clearly Big Sister Meng. Then, the words she said to her in the past. Zhang Mingshu broke out in a cold sweat because of her own shock. At that time, she was still Cousin's fiancée, but she actually said in front of her that she and Cousin were deeply in love, and even cursed her for being vicious. At this moment, Zhang Mingshu only wished she could shrink into the ground so that the person at the head seat couldn't see her. Unfortunately, Gu Xingyin had been paying attention to her. Zhang Mingshu only saw the person at the head seat say something, and then a female official walked towards her. She was very scared that the Empress would punish her, so she got up and knelt down before the female official walked over and spoke. "I'm guilty." She heard a burst of snickering around her. The female official seemed to be frightened and said in shock, "Shitzi Fei, please rise. I am following the Empress' orders to take you to a quiet room to change." Zhang Mingshu was embarrassed for a moment. She followed the female official into the quiet room. The female official excused herself to get clean clothes. She waited for a long time until she heard footsteps behind her. As soon as she turned her head, she saw the person she didn't want to see the most. "Sister Meng, how dare you?" Jian Jia, who was now the chief palace maid of the Palace of Manners, had gradually honed her aura. "You don't salute when you see Her Highness?" Zhang Mingshu hurriedly knelt down and begged Gu Xingyin for mercy. "Your Majesty, please have mercy on me. I didn't know it was you at that time. Please take it that I was speaking nonsense when I was sick." She also knew that if Gu Xingyin wanted to punish her, it was just a matter of a word. Gu Xingyin looked at Zhang Mingshu, who was trembling in fear and had no manners at all. She really felt sorry for Liang Qinyu. She actually lost to a woman like this? What is Shitzi Fei saying? I don't understand a single word. I only came to take a look because Shitzi Fei didn't come out after seeing her. Could it be that Shitzi Fei drank too much and spoke nonsense? Chapter 347. Zhang Mingshu saw that Gu Xingyin pretended not to know her and secretly let out a sigh of relief. She thought that the Empress was not going to pursue her. Unfortunately, she was happy too early. The next day after returning, the northern Wang Fu received 2 mamas from the palace, saying that the etiquette of the Shitzi consort still needed to be improved. In fact, Gu Xingyin did not ask the 2 mamas to do anything. She knew Zhang Mingshu's personality. Even if she did not do anything, she would be scared to death. Sure enough, Zhang Mingshu started to feel uneasy day and night. She always felt that the 2 mamas had bad intentions. They must have been sent by the Empress to persecute her. She started to not be able to sleep peacefully. The consequence of not resting well was that Zhang Mingshu became hysterical and irritable. Qin Yuanzheng, who had already started a relationship with her, naturally could not stand her. In particular, Qin Yuanzheng was not liked by Qin Shao. He had nothing left except for an empty title. He was very upset and simply moved out of the Zhenyuan. But the biggest blow to Zhang Mingshu was that one day after eating, she had a dull pain in her lower abdomen after eating. When the doctor came, her lower body was already bleeding. Because her mind was unstable and she did not eat or drink these days, her body was very weak. She was originally 2 months pregnant and her body was injured this time. It would be difficult for her to have children in the future. This was the biggest blow to a woman. Zhang Mingshu's temperament changed greatly and she cursed day and night. Qin Yuanzheng, who had taken pity on her because of her miscarriage, quickly could not stand her. Under the northern Wang Fei's decision, he took 2 charming concubines. Zhang Mingshu's life was over. Qin Yuanzheng was not much better. The nobles who were not liked by the emperor had no other income except for the salary. Originally, there were many shops and fields outside the mansion. Unfortunately, the North Jinbei mansion didn't know how to take care of them and let their servants slack off. Unfortunately, the North Jinbei mansion was a family that spent money like water. The entire northern Wang Fu declined at a terrifying speed. At this point, there was no more Gu Xingyin. She was very precious now. There was no other reason. Not long ago, she was diagnosed to be more than a month pregnant. The Empress Dowager was overjoyed. She had been looking forward to this day for many years. She did not expect that only 2 months after the Empress's wedding, there would be good news. The rewards from the Peaceful Life Palace had never stopped since they received the news. There was no need to mention Qin Shao. Ever since he learned that Gu Xingyin was pregnant, he hated that he couldn't stay by the Empress' side 24 hours a day. As for some of the officials in the court who didn't blink their eyes and said, His Majesty should expand the harem and expand the royal family, after he removed them from their official posts, no one dared to mention it again. These people did not give up and went to find the Empress Dowager, hoping that she could persuade His Majesty. The Empress Dowager's mind was on the Empress' belly. Of course, she was not happy to hear this kind of talk. She directly said, if everyone is too idle, Aijia can report to His Majesty. The attitude of His Majesty and the Empress Dowager made everyone understand the status of the Empress in the palace. Gu Xingyin only cared about taking care of the fetus. When the 10th month was up, the melon would fall when it was ripe. When the first ray of dawn broke through the darkness, the Empress gave birth to a pair of twins in Kuani Palace. The 2 palaces were overjoyed and pardoned the world. Xian the Emperor had been on the throne for 30 years and had 3 sons and 1 daughter with the Empress. Xian de had been the eldest son for 30 years and traveled the country of Qi with the Empress. This pair of emperors and empresses who were famous in history left the world with endless imagination. The deep love that no one had ever entered between them became a legend that countless people envied. Chapter 348. Gu Xingyin didn't want to stay in that pure white space where only the system existed. System, start transferring to the next world. She said. Okay. The system had never seen a host who couldn't wait to do a task. When Gu Xingyin opened her eyes this time, she found herself sitting in front of a large office desk. The computer screen in front of her was filled with dense data tables. It was obvious that this was an office, and she was the only one in the office. The system and Gu Xingyin already had a tacit understanding. Almost at the same time, the entire world's plot was transferred to Gu Xingyin's mind. The original owner, Long Tianrua, was a celebrity on the list of the richest people in a city, and also the CEO of the Long's family business. This young CEO who was no more than 24 years old was a well-known figure in the upper-class circle of a city. She was the only descendant of the Long's generation, and also the head of the Long's group. Long Tianrua returned from studying abroad 4 years ago and entered the family business. At that time, the head of the Long's father, suddenly passed away. The entire Long's had no leader, and was drifting in the wind and rain. Long Tianrua took over the Long's in such a situation. Everyone was waiting to see her make a fool of herself. No one believed that a girl who was no more than 20 years old could achieve anything. Those competitors were even gloating over her misfortune, thinking that from now on, there would be one less person to take a share of the pie. However, Long Tianrua used her strength to prove what it meant to not bully a poor youth. The Long's was successfully revived in her hands, and after that, it became one of the giants in a city's business world. Long Tianrua herself also became a role model for the rich second generation of a city. Logically speaking, a woman like Long Tianrua should be able to make a name for herself wherever she went, and should be a winner in life wherever she lived. Unfortunately, she met her destined calamity, Wang Zhinzhin. Wang Zhinzhin was a person who didn't stand out at all. At most, she could only be considered a pretty face. She had a second-rate education and mediocre abilities. Her parents were also ordinary employees. After Wang Zhinzhin graduated, she entered the Longs and became an ordinary clerk. However, her job didn't last long. The Longs didn't need ordinary employees in all aspects, so she was fired in the end. It seemed that Wang Zhinzhin and Long Tianrua had nothing to do with each other. However, the day before Wang Zhinzhin was fired, she was playing a game when Long Tianrua happened to pass by and saw her. Long Tianrua casually scolded her. In fact, Long Tianrua was just saying that casually. She didn't even know who Wang Zhinzhin was. However, when Wang Zhinzhin received her dismissal notice the next day, she thought it was Long Tianrua's doing and blamed her for it. If that was all, then Long Tianrua and Wang Zhinzhin wouldn't have any deep grudges. The key point was that Wang Zhinzhin, who had become unemployed, saved a man covered in blood in a dark alley one day. That man was the one who had caused Long Tianrua's tragic end, Xia Ziqing. There was no one in a city who didn't know about the Xia family. They were the emperors of a city's underground kingdom. Although Xia Ziqing was only a young master from a side branch of the Xia family, he still had a lot of power. Xia Ziqing became interested in Wang Zhinzhin. The two of them had all kinds of love and hate, and after torturing each other, they lived happily together. During that time, there was a huge obstacle between the two of them, and that was Long Tianrua. Long Tianrua was Xia Ziqing's first love, and the first woman he had ever dated and even planned to marry. However, the two of them had broken up a year ago. Xia Ziqing was too flirtatious, and Long Tianrua couldn't accept that her boyfriend was entangled with another woman. Chapter 349. Long Tianrua's existence became a thorn in Wang Zhinzhin's heart as Xia Ziqing and Wang Zhinzhin broke up countless times. She hated Long Tianrua. After she got together with Xia Ziqing, she secretly bribed someone to do something to Long Tianrua's car. In the end, Long Tianrua lost control of the car on the viaduct and died. Gu Xingyin saw the end of the plot. She rubbed her eyebrows and remembered that Wang Zhinzhin was a person that even a stray dog would feel pity for. She didn't expect that in the end, she could even kill someone without batting an eyelid. Sure enough, a human's mind was the most complicated thing to understand. Knock, knock, knock. Someone knocked on the door. Come in, Gu Xingyin said in a low voice as she sat on the office chair. Long Tianrua's chief executive assistant, Julie, came in with a thick stack of documents. President, this is the quarterly proposal of each department. Please take a look. Julie put the documents on the table and couldn't help but look at Gu Xingyin. However, this boss with an extremely hot body had a cold face. Her eyebrows were not as soft as an ordinary woman's. Instead, they were slightly raised. Coupled with her slightly raised phoenix eyes, her entire person exuded a fierce aura. Feeling her assistant's gaze, Gu Xingyin glanced over and smiled. Is there any other problem? No. Julie couldn't control her wildly beating heart and quickly replied, President, I'll take my leave first. Julie, who was walking out of the door, gently patted her hot face with her hand. She thought of the president's gaze just now. Stop. She had a boyfriend. But how could the president be so handsome? Julie secretly fantasized. If such a president confessed to her, would she be able to firmly reject him? Forget it, this problem could be discussed later. Gu Xingyin didn't know how much her assistant had racked her brain in just a few minutes. At this moment, she was thinking about how to deal with the mission target in this world. Wang Zhinzhin was still working in the Long Corporation, but she was about to be fired. However, Wang Zhinzhin's departure from the Dragon Corporation was only a small matter compared to the overall plot. The key was still Xia Ziqing. Gu Xingyin thought for a moment and realized that there were only two ways to stop everything from developing. One was to find a way to stop Xia Ziqing and Wang Zhenzhen's first encounter, which was Wang Zhenzhen's life-saving grace to Xia Ziqing. The other was to make Xia Ziqing fall head over heels for her. Gu Xingyin didn't really like the second method. After all, if Xia Ziqing wasn't her lover, she couldn't convince herself to pretend to be in love with another man. Then, he would make sure that the two of them would never have the chance to meet. Gu Xingyin immediately made the decision. Wang Zhenzhen was about to pack up and get off work. She was very satisfied with her current job. The Long Corporation treated its employees very well, and her salary was much higher than that of the same industry. When she first learned that she had been hired by the Long Corporation, she was in disbelief. As she walked out and got off the elevator, she found that the VIP elevator next to her had also reached the first floor. There weren't many people in the company who could use the VIP channel. Wang Zhenzhen looked over curiously. Chapter 350. Ding, the elevator door opened. The first thing that entered Wang Zhenzhen's eyes was a pair of well-proportioned, long legs. Then, Wang Zhenzhen saw the owner of those long legs. She's so tall, was Wang Zhenzhen's first thought. She was 1.6 meters tall, but the person in front of her was a head taller than her. Gu Xingyin glanced at Wang Zhenzhen, who was standing at the side, then turned around and walked towards the parking lot without any hesitation. Wang Zhenzhen waited until she was far away before she came back to her senses. That glance just now made her feel like she had been seen through. She knew who this person was. She was on the financial news and in some of the publications printed by the company. The big boss of the Long Corporation, a top figure that she would never be able to meet in her life. Wang Zhenzhen shook her head and walked towards the bus stop outside the company. Gu Xingyin sat in the car and remembered that she had seen Wang Zhenzhen just now. She was indeed a person who didn't seem to have any presence. It was hard to imagine that such a person would actually hire a killer in the end. Long Tianruo's life was very self-disciplined. Apart from work, she never went to places like nightclubs or bars. She usually worked out and practiced yoga in her spare time, and occasionally went to a concert or two to get together with a few close friends. With her status, the only people who could interact with her were only a few people in that small circle. Sister. Are you free tonight? Brother Lin came back last night. Let's meet up. The person who called was Long Tianruo's childhood friend, Zhu Xiaoxiao, who grew up with her. This girl was different from Long Tianruo. She was spoiled by the elders at home, and her brothers took care of everything at home. She was really a little princess. However, this little princess was charmed by Long Tianruo's looks at first sight when she was young. She said that she wanted to marry her, which made the two families laugh for a long time. Later, Zhu Xiaoxiao understood the difference between men and women. Although she no longer said that she wanted to marry Long Tianruo, she became her #1 fangirl. In her eyes, Long Tianruo was the best down to a strand of hair. Even her own brother had to stand aside. Long Tianruo was very close to her. She didn't have any siblings, so she treated Zhu Xiaoxiao as her own sister. Since Zhu Xiaoxiao had spoken, she naturally wouldn't refuse. At night, Gu Xingyin opened Long Tianruo's wardrobe. Suddenly, she saw all kinds of custom-made suits. Gu Xingyin, she opened another wardrobe, picked out a less formal outfit, and put it on. Then, she drove to the destination that Zhu Xiaoxiao mentioned. This was a famous entertainment street in City A. As long as you had the money, you could enjoy whatever you wanted to play on this street. When Gu Xingyin got out of the car, she attracted a lot of attention. When they saw her car, they knew that she was rich. Some people even whistled at her on the street. Of course, Gu Xingyin wouldn't bother with them. The place Zhu Xiaoxiao and the others chose was a high-end club. Gu Xingyin reported the address and walked in under the guidance of the waiter. She pushed the door open. It was bustling inside, and everyone looked at her when they saw her coming in. Not bad, Tianruo. I give you full marks for today's outfit. A young man dressed like a punk standing closest to the door gave Gu Xingyin a thumbs up. The rest of the people also looked at her in surprise. They couldn't be blamed for making a fuss. Long Tianrua usually dressed like a professional. It was rare to see her in a different style today. It really made people's eyes light up.